Volume 3, Chapter 100 Dark City, Part 1. Jacob entered the rainy mountain ranges in 10 days since he chose the long route because the lion forest was lively when he passed the area. Although he knew why they were gathering there, he didn't care what they found or what they think about this whole incident. Since he was leaving for good, he had nothing to do with whatever they found. Even if they knew it was him and somehow found out about his identity, can they come looking for him in the rare region? The answer was obviously no. Even that hob troll didn't dare to cross the rainy mountain ranges without a safe route and map. This place was just too large, and once you entered deep enough, there are tons of rare beasts roaming there freely in packs or colonies. That's why no one dared to cross this place recklessly, and those who tried never came back to tell the tale. Even rare species like green gnome required a safe passage and assistance to cross this place in one piece. No, all the rare races were physically strong, and they all had their unique aspects. Besides, very few rare species were willing to enter the uncommon region after risking their lives because there wasn't any worthy of their attention. Jacob found the marked passage on the map from the hideout, and to his surprise, he seldom encountered any animals. He reckoned it was a safe passage. If he didn't have this map, it would take him far more effort to move. However, after crossing mountains and forests day after day, it took him 7 months to reach the end of this passage marked on the map. Jacob still didn't encounter any rare species, and he didn't go to look for them either. He now looked slim just like when he exited the Decker's lab, but his eyes were filled with vigorous spirit. P alpha pedi alpha nanuyon som. He was even stronger than his bulky self 7 months ago and moved faster between these woods. Nevertheless, he still hasn't used the heart essences in his pendant because he was waiting for the right time. Today, Jacob's footsteps came to a halt because in front of him was a vast, active river that was 2 kilometers wide. Jacob looked at the lush forest and tall mountain on the other side of this river. So this is the border river which separates the two regions. As long as I cross this river, I'll step into the rare region, but this water current is too strong for me to swim on the other side with these bags. Jacob frowned slightly. Although this river was marked on the map, it didn't tell where this river start or where it end. Neither did he know if there was another, safer way to cross this river. Those gnomes weren't strong enough to cross this raging river on their own. So Jacob didn't dare to take such a risk and try to see if he could find some kind of bridge or abandoned boats. However, even after walking for a few miles, he saw nothing, and the pressure of the river flow didn't decrease either. Is there something I'm missing? Jacob again took out the map and looked carefully again. What is this black part? I think it was just a mountain, but I'm only a few miles away from this place and there are no mountains. Jacob frowned as his eyes shimmered with uncertainty. But he just couldn't help but take his eyes off this strange, black part. Since he didn't find any way to cross this river, he decided to check this area. It might be some kind of beast nest. As long as he can make his body compatible with 20% of his cursed mark progress, he might cross this river without sacrificing anything. This also means he needs to hunt for at least a rare beast that could alleviate his hunger faster. If he tried to do it with the uncommon animals, it might take him years. Jacob also buried his bags a few meters away from the river and marked the area with a special mark that only he can identify. He also marked the terrain on the map. After he was done, he moved toward the black mark at full speed. However, when he reached the place, he was astonished because he saw a valley that was closed with gigantic doors. Is this some kind of secret hub? Jacob was curious. He remembered something at this moment from Decker's journal. He had already finished and remembered who book in these 7 months and then torched it since it take too much storage. Not only did he get Decker's knowledge and research as an apothecary, but he also learned some useful information about the rare region. That fucker mentioned he bought the heart of a rat hound from some dark city. His lab was also on this side of the river, so how could he cross it on a daily basis with his weak ass? This might be the place where he got all his equipment and ration. Those genomes were the same. Realization dawned on him when he thought about it more carefully. Then it all started to make sense. Why didn't humans know about this place? Or they simply didn't have the right. Jacob couldn't help but wonder. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he won't go back without finding out what this place was, and he might find something interesting if this place was like a black market. However, this place was also dangerous, since criminals like Decker can roam in this place freely, and then there were still those 2 giants who had him flee from Decker's hideout. If they were still here, he had to be even more careful. After deciding, Jacob sprang into action. He wore his mask and hood before he walked toward the huge closed doors. When he was 10 meters away, an imposing voice rang. Only rare or above species are allowed in Dark City. If you have any identity, show it. The details will be classified, but if you're a lowly ant, scram. Jacob's eyes turned cold when he heard this voice coming from those doors. So there was such a condition involved, huh? At least they didn't tell me to reveal my face. At least now, he knew those races from the uncommon region didn't have the right to enter this place, which made him even more curious. Jacob put his hand inside his jacket and took out a white ID card which was none other than Decker. He never thought it would come in handy at such a time. He didn't have any ID cards from the rare region. But he can't show the Mercenary Agency or Gunsmith Guild cards because there were the Humane Kingdom written in the Citizen section. It means those IDs were more like a disaster than help. Suddenly, a red ray shone directly on the ID card, and the ordinary white ID card suddenly shimmered in blue light which made Jacob's eyes squint. Then the red light vanished and the voice sounded again, "It's not fake. You may enter the Dark City. Remember the rules, no fighting, no thefts, and no provoking others. If you break any rules, the Dark City will be your graveyard." Just as the voice trailed off, a small door slid upward into the giant door. Jacob put the ID card away and moved toward the opening. However, just when he crossed the gate, he was met with another barricade. 4 burly armored guards were wearing masks standing straight on the other side, armed with guns and spears. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the cold blue spears in their hands. He knew they were probably created with a metal like a Titan iron or even stronger. As for their guns, he was even more astonished because they were all automatic ominous 63 assault rifles. There was a small masked woman in a tight dress sitting behind a glass counter. She said in her eerie voice without caring about Jacob's reaction, 10 golden coin for 10-day pass, 25 gold coin for a month pass, 200 gold coins for a year pass. Which one do you want? Jacob finally turned his attention to this small woman who had dark green skin, and he knew she wasn't a human. Even those guards have dark brown skin. But everyone's faces were hidden under masks. "What kind of place is this?" Jacob couldn't help but ask. The woman answered nonchalantly, "The Dark City belongs to a neutral organization that didn't belong to any race or religion. We don't care if you are a saint or a devil. As long as you don't break our rules, we won't take action against you. We have dark cities all over the plains, and as long as you are qualified to enter, you can enjoy a safe environment and trade anything you wish according to the Dark City level. No one will ask for your identity as long as you didn't want to show it, and no one will cause trouble here, even if they are from 3 hegemonies. If you want more information, we have a Dark City Guild book. You can buy it for 10 silver. Now don't waste my time and tell me which pass you want or I'll kick you out in 10 seconds. Chapter 101 Dark City, Part 2. Jacob was speechless when he heard this receptionist's blunt way of handling guests, and then he remembered that coarse voice who inspected the ID card. He wondered if everyone here was arrogant and cranky. Nevertheless, since they could build such a city in the middle of nowhere and give shelter to anyone who entered without being worried about even 3 hegemonies, he won't cause trouble without any good reason. As long as they played by rules, he didn't mind obeying them. He took out 10 gold coins and 10 silvers and placed them on the counter, 10-day pass in that guild book. The masked receptionist coolly took the coins and asked, "Your name?" "Any name is fine," Jacob thought for a moment and then answered, "Jack." The masked receptionist started to move her hands under the counter, which Jacob failed to see. He didn't know what she was doing, but he waited. After a minute, the masked receptionist put a bronze card with strange wording engraved on one side, and when Jacob saw the other side, his eyes dilated because a timer 09D23H 59,058S was running on it. He also noticed a dark capped symbol on the top of this timer. When this timer reached all the way to 0, you'll have 15 minutes to leave the Dark City or to recharge this timer again. Remember this, we will know when it reached 0 and can find you anywhere as long as you are in the vicinity of Dark City, so don't try anything funny. If you neglected this, the city guards will detain you and impersonate you in the dungeon for 3 days and torture you. Afterward, they'll throw you out and you'll be banned from entering the Dark City for 3 months. The receptionist coolly explained before she put a pocket-sized book on the counter, "Your Dark City guidebook. Now you can get out of my face." Jacob picked up the bronze card and small book, but he didn't leave and asked, "Last question, why is this city in the uncommon region?" The masked receptionist sounded annoyed by this question. "Because many depraved and illicit bastards like you ran into the uncommon region when you have no place to go, and it's good for business. Now go, or those 4 haven't had a decent exercise in a while." "What a bitch," Jacob scoffed before he left toward the barricade. One of the tall guards coldly glanced at Jacob before he opened the way for him. Jacob didn't mind them and continued moving, and he finally crossed the gate and entered the clean valley-way which was made of solid stones. As he moved forward, he finally reached the end, where he saw many capped figures moving in masks. Jacob noticed this entire city was surrounded by steep mountains on each side, and only this valley led to the exit. Furthermore, he could spot small green balls embedded on these mountain walls. No wonder she sounded so confident about this place. What a peculiar organization. As he entered the city, he noticed many tall buildings made of stones and marble while there weren't any carriages, and everyone was sauntering on the city streets. However, Jacob could feel the murderous sensations from many capped figures, and he knew they weren't just ideal citizens, and he had to remain on guard. Although that voice told him no fighter or provoked others, some lunatics might not care about such penalties. As Jacob moved in the east direction, he noticed a butcher shop, and his eyes widened even so slightly when he saw the skewered, uncommon animals. He entered the shop, and a large, burly man in a mask was sitting on a chair with a book in his hand. He didn't stand to greet Jacob and coldly said, "How much meat do you want?" Jacob didn't mind his attitude and said, "Do you have rare meat?" The masked man coldly said, "I only have 5 pounds in stock. The next supply will come in 2 days. How much do you want?" 1 pound for 1,000 gold coins, and the price is non-negotiable. Jacob's heart raced slightly when he heard this because he had yet to encounter a rare beast, but this guy had a source. This was simply a godsend to him. He promptly asked, "Can you arrange a rare heart and 1 liter blood of the same species? I'm willing to pay handsomely. However, the blood and heart have to be from the same beast, and I can tell this, so don't put on a facade. If you can't arrange it, I'm good with just meat." The masked man's blue eyes suddenly shimmered with uncertainty. "It can be arranged. You can collect your delivery in 2 days. But I can only deliver 1 heart and blood after 15 days intervals. The price will be 10,000 gold coins." Jacob couldn't help but celebrate inwardly when he heard this guy agreeing to supply him with heart and blood. 15 days were nothing for him. He swiftly agreed. "Fine, save 10 pounds of meat for me as well. I'll come in 2 days. Where can I sell precious iron here?" Jacob didn't have this many gold coins on him, so his only option was to sell Titan iron bricks. He never thought he would do that, but the gold coins were nothing compared to rare heart and blood. Furthermore, he didn't tell him about the most important condition, which was he wanted the heart and blood of the new species every time. He would wait for their first transaction before he would put this condition. If this guy had some kind of rare beast farm, then their deal would be over, and he would buy the rare meat from him nonetheless. The masked man seemed amused by this question. "Are you new in Dark City? Does it matter?" Jacob squinted his eyes. "Heh, if you didn't know about Jerry's pawn shop, then you're definitely new. However, since you and I have a business deal, I'll point you in the right direction. Go to the Central City District and ask anyone about the Jerry's pawn shop, and they'll point you in the correct direction." He chuckled. "See you in 2 days." Jacob nodded before he left. The masked man's eyes shimmered coldly. "Another rich newcomer, huh? I wonder how long his wealth lasts in this bottomless hole like a city." In the Dark City, there are always things you wanted to buy, and no amount of wealth is not enough. This is how the Dark City sucked you dry before you become the slave to Dark City. A sigh escaped his mouth before he stopped caring about a newcomer like Jacob's. He had seen too many scions coming into the Dark City before they turned into beggars and were thrown out after torture. The only successful person in the Dark City was, who knows how to make profits, or you were just filling other pockets. Jacob had no idea about the butcher's thoughts as he moved toward the center area. He also scouted 3 more butcher shops, and to his surprise, they all can sell him heart and blood like the first one in 15 days intervals. But their prices were rather high, but Jacob used his merchant skills to get the price to 10,000 gold coins. When he left those shops, he grimaced. He never thought he would need to spend this many gold coins in the uncommon region. Furthermore, the more he observed the goods in the Dark City, the more he felt he was literally living in a village all this time. There were weapon shops that sold innovative weaponry, and even smoke mines and stick grenades were available in these shops. He was now starting to understand where that hob troll got all those weapons. As he entered the central district, his attention was attracted to a 10-story tower that looked like a clock tower. Potion Tower. Jacob was curious and headed toward the tower, but 2 burly guards giving off a scary aura stopped him. 5 gold coin entrance free, Jacob asked. "What kind of goods do you sell in this place?" If this was before, he might have given 5 gold coins without batting an eye, but now he needed all the money he could get so he won't waste it without any good reason. One of the guards coldly replied with a hint of disdain, "If you don't know about alchemy potions, then you might as well not waste your time. I'm afraid this place is too expensive for you." Jacob suddenly thought of something and asked coldly, "Are you implying to those color liquids that can heal or put someone to hibernation? So you know about the hibernate rejuvenation potions?" "Yes, we sell those here as well." The guard nodded disdainfully. "Good for you." Jacob sneered and turned around, leaving the dumbfounded guards. However, Jacob's expression was grave. "It seemed I can't go on without a sufficient income source." This time he didn't take any detour, and after asking around, he finally reached a lavish 10-story building named Jerry Pawn Shop and entered. Chapter 102. Meeting Jerry. Jacob observed the spacious interior of the pawn shop. There were many glass displays, and the items behind them were fairly high-end. He even spotted a scope. "Dear customer, what kind of services you required?" A petite woman in a silver mask approached Jacob at this moment. Jacob looked at her and coolly stated, "I want to sell a precious iron." The woman's pinkish eyes remained static as she spoke. "Please follow me." She directly led Jacob toward the east wing of the shop and led him inside a bright room, where a white-hair masked figure with pointy ears was sitting behind a work table and examining a small piece of stone with a loupe. The woman approached the white-hair person as he had no idea about their arrival. He was too absorbed in whatever he was doing. She said respectfully, "Mr. Observer, can you please apprise this gentleman's item and give up its value?" Mr. Observer finally looked toward them with his green eyes. He coldly said, "You have a minute." She then looked at Jacob. "Please take out the item you want to sell." Jacob didn't delay and pulled out a black brick from his jacket, which he actually took out from his pendant. He had stored 4 bricks in his pendant, just in case he had to abandon the bags, but he never thought they would come in handy right now. Mr. Observer's eyes shone with surprise when he saw the black brick and snatched it from Jacob. Jacob didn't mind and stood still while coldly staring at Mr. Observer, who was now examining the black brick with a loupe. The woman seemed to be surprised by Mr. Observer's reaction and looked at the black brick with curiosity. Mr. Observer finally put down his loupe and spoke with a hint of elation. "An 89% pure uncommon Titan iron, 25 gold coins per gram, what do you think?" Jacob remained stoic on the surface, but he was surprised inwardly. It seemed the uncommon region didn't know the true value of this iron. "It is 2 times higher than the price I've in the guild and the agency, but they had very little on sale." Jacob answered, 30 gold coins per gram or no deal." He could tell this Mr. Observer was still holding back. Just as he thought, Mr. Observer didn't reject him outright and started mulling over it. The woman remained silent this whole time. She knew Mr. Observer wasn't someone who would suffer a loss when it came to bargaining. But the Titan iron appearance still astounded her because this metal was precious even in the rare regions, and this man had a whole brick that probably weighs over 1,000 grams. She wondered who this person was and where he came from. Mr. Observer finally spoke, "If you have one more brick, we have a deal." He deeply looked at the amber-eye man. Truth be told, he was mulling over what kind of being Jacob was from his slim and tall visage and his pale white skin. But no such species came into his mind. However, one thing was clear. Since Jacob was in the uncommon region and appeared in the Dark City, he wasn't here for a picnic. He was clearly hiding from someone. Nevertheless, they can't act in Dark City because of its rules, and they are not joking because the Dark City is just too strange. And as long as break any of its rules, they are doomed. No matter what you do or where you hide, the enforcers will hunt you down. That's why all these lawless were so lawful in this city, despite their past deeds and background. Jacob nodded impassively. "I have 2 more. How about 35 gold coins then?" Mr. Observer's eyes contracted when he heard this and gritted her teeth. 32 gold coins, this is the highest I can go." Jacob didn't push too hard since he could tell they had reached the limit and nodded. "Deal, good, come with me, you can go now." Mr. Observer nodded as he stood up from his seat. The woman nodded and left the room. Jacob saw Mr. Observer moving toward the door in the back, and when he opened it, stairs were revealed. Jacob unhurriedly followed. He wasn't afraid that this old guy would play tricks. He had already noticed just how ethical and licit this place was when he was coming toward this place. Any shop he visited, they talked business without any hint of deceitful intent, despite their hidden bloodlust. He saw this dark city in a new light, and he was curious about why those people were so afraid. Besides, if he wanted to kill Jacob for his possession, then there wasn't any need to negotiate so hard with him. Furthermore, this was just an uncommon item after all. He had long decided he would read the guidebook after dealing with his money problem. As for going toward the rare region, he wasn't in a hurry anymore since this place was far more alluring than the rare region to him right now. Jacob ascended the zigzag staircase with Mr. Observer, and there was only one room at the end of this staircase. Jacob mused they were already on the 8th floor, if not on the 9th. Mr. Observer calmly knocks on the wooden. A husky voice rang, "Enter." With a creak, the door opened and they both entered. The room was of the same size as the first floor, but there weren't any displays on the wall but exotic paintings and a comprehensive bookshelf. At the center of this floor was a huge rectangular desk with 15 chairs on one side and only a single chair on the other. A person sat on this single chair at this moment without any mask. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the appearance of this person. His skin color was purple, and he had long purple hair, light blue astute eyes with slit pupils, a long pointy nose, ears, and a long sharp chin. His mouth was wide and his sharp canine teeth could be seen. He was probably 2 meters tall, and his body was burly as his muscles showed from his tight black outfit. Jacob quickly summoned the cursed Immortality and asked, "Tell me the tiers of these two." Jacob took this action because he could feel extremely strong pressure from this guy, which he only felt from the mutant. Mr. Observer introduced with respect, "This is the owner of this wonderful establishment, Boss Jerry. Boss Jerry, this gentleman here is selling over 3,000-gram Titan iron. So I brought him here to finalize the deal." Jerry's eyes shimmered with a hint of astonishment when he heard this and flashed a smile, showing his beastly teeth as he said, "How delightful. Please take a seat." He pointed toward the seat in front. Jacob nodded as he walked toward the seat while his focus was on the information on the blank page. "Ha ha ha, that big log is a purple hobgoblin from Goblin Race. It's currently at tier -8 and it's very close to breaking its limit. As for this old fossil, it's a tier -6 white troll without anything special. This place is interesting. If you slaughter just half of them, I promise you won't regret it." Jacob completely ignored the sentence. This book was simply asking him to jump from a cliff. He would be courting death even to try to kill just this rarer bread in the middle of Dark City. He was simply too weak. Likewise, he calmly sat down while Mr. Observer put the black brick in front of Jerry very respectfully. "May I know your name if you don't mind?" Jerry picked up the brick and asked politely. "Jack," Jacob calmly answered. "Jerry." Jerry nodded before he took out a golden loop from his drawer and examined the black brick. After examining the black brick for a minute, he finally put it down with an elated glint in his eyes. He asked Jacob, "Mr. Jack, can I check the remaining Titan iron?" "Why not?" Jacob nodded and put his hand inside his jacket and brought out 2 more Titan iron bricks and placed it in front of Jerry. Jerry didn't stand on ceremony and quickly examined them as well, and when he was done, he calmly asked, "What's the final deal with Mr. Jack?" Mr. Observer promptly replied, 32 gold coins per gram. Jerry thought for a moment before he smiled. "I agree, go and weigh these 3 bricks." Mr. Observer nodded, picked up the bricks, and headed toward the other side of the floor to measure their weight. Jerry deeply looked at Jacob and said, "Mr. Jack, if you have more Titan iron of the same quality, I want it all. Price is negotiable." Jacob ambiguously answered, "I would love to sell more, but I only acquired these 3 pieces by chance." Jerry's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He sighed ruefully, "Is that so? It's a shame then. Why are they interested in uncommon Titan iron so much?" Jacob was now suspicious. Chapter 103 True Value. Jacob wasn't a fool. From the moment Mr. Observer reacted after seeing the Titan iron and Jerry's sudden excitement, there wasn't gone unnoticed by him. Although he had no idea why they were so eager to purchase this Titan iron, but one thing was clear: there was something he doesn't know about Titan iron which they did obliviously. Now he had to figure out what it was. Furthermore, Jerry clearly had no idea the Earthen Kingdom of Hob Trolls had a reserve of Titan iron ore, or with how eager they are, they might have already gone there to take control over that reserve by now. Jacob still has over 120 kg Titan iron of the same quality, and if he could find out why a powerful hobgoblin like Jerry was after, he might reap some unexpected benefits. Mr. Observer came back at this moment and told, "The total weight of the 3 bricks is 3090 grams. The total amount in gold, 98,880. Jerry merely nodded and flashed a beastly smile at Jacob as he said, "We'll roundabout it to 100,000 gold coins. It's also a token of my goodwill, Mr. Jack. If you found more Titan iron or any good items, please consider selling to us first." Jacob didn't mind free gold coins right now. He nodded. "It's a deal then, Mr. Jerry." Mr. Observer asked at this moment, "Mr. Jack, would like to transfer this payment to your bank account, or do you want it right now?" Jacob only had 2 bank accounts, and they were from the uncommon region. They might give away their identity. Furthermore, he wasn't familiar with Zodiac Taurus Bank's rules and regulations since he never bothered to visit the place. P Alpha Ped D Alpha Nanuyan SOM. He didn't know whether or not his information was safe. But now it seemed he had to take a trip to sort out this account as well. He can't carry so many gold coins in person. Since they had a wire transfer system, he might as well make his life easier. However, he required a personal account that wasn't affiliated with any organization. So he'll have to find a bank branch in Dark City and see if he was eligible to open such an account. He coolly answered, "I need it right now." Jerry nodded and stood up before he left toward a closed door right behind his chair. When he returned, there was a bundle of thick golden bills in his hand. He put the thick bundle right in front of Jacob. Jacob looked at the golden 1,000 bill, marked with the Zodiac Taurus Bank's name, and there was a picture of their signature bank building, Pantheon, on it. Now he was in a dilemma because he had no idea if these bills are real or fake since he never encountered them until now. If he asked, Jerry might suspect something, but if he didn't, he might get a swindler of 100,000 gold coins. But when he thought about the rules and regulations of Dark City, he inwardly cussed Jerry before he picked up the bill bundle, which was extremely smooth, as if it was made with sheets of pure gold. He felt more at ease since no one would put this much effort into making a fake paper. Jerry's eyes shimmered a subtle glint when he saw Jacob putting the bundle of bills in his jacket's inner pocket without counting them. This was really a small probe from Jerry because these bills were only available in the bank branches of the rare regions. They were still legit in the Dark City, though, but if Jacob was unfamiliar with them, he really suspected Jacob at that time. Jacob stood up and bid Jerry farewell, and Mr. Observer also left with Jacob. Jerry Polity walked to the door, and after he confirmed that Jacob and Mr. Observer had left, he locked the door with a stony expression on his face. "What do you think?" he questioned while looking at the stone statue on the floor's corner. The white status eyes were like glass, and suddenly a famine voice transmitted from it. "I can't tell what kind of race he belonged to, but from his skin color he could be a wolf halfling or strange genasi from rarer region." Jerry shook his head. "I beg to disagree. These two races are extremely strong, only second to mountain giants. I don't think they would appear in the uncommon region's Dark City. They can easily gain access to the rarer region Dark City. Even I can't enter that place. Even the Dark City in the rare region is extremely hard to enter for people like us, who are wanted by the entire rarer region. That's why we have to run all the way in this shithole just to stay alive. If he was from those two races, he would go to the rare region of Dark City, since that place is 1,000 times more resourceful than this, and might find some comrades there from his race. So he's definitely not from the rarer region, and he doesn't have the qualification to enter that place. I'll be able to deal with him easily, so forget about he was from the rarer region." The voice sounded again. "Well, you are far more notorious than me, so you know better, and you also have a point. I never thought after a decade of staying and hiding we will see a hope to return from this shithole." The voice was filled with emotions. Jerry also chuckled before his expression turned stern, "But it is still only a hope, not certainty. How much Titan tears can we extract from 3,000 grams of uncommon Titan iron with 89% purity?" The voice didn't reply for a while, which didn't make Jerry impenitence because he knew that person was checking something. The voice rang again. "With 3,000 grams of Titan iron of 89% purity, we can only make 2 tier-3 Titan drops, and it's barely enough for me to reach A-rank strength. However, if you want to break through again, I required 60 kg of the same quality uncommon Titan iron. A minimum of 20 drops of Titan tears will affect you again. We have already exhausted all the Titan iron in the Dark City years ago. While we can't show our traces even in the rare region, they're still onto us, and the rare Titan iron is useless for us right now. Besides, we can't take risks. If they found out we are still alive, they will lie in wait outside the uncommon Dark City like before, but they won't give up this time like last time though." Jerry was glum when he heard this. I know, you don't have to nag me about it, but do you think he had more?" "Maybe or maybe not. How about I put a tail on him and see if we might get something?" the voice suggested coldly. Jerry nodded, "But be careful. If he sensed something, we might lose an excellent opportunity. However, if he had more Titan iron, then he's doomed." His voice was laced with killing intent at the end. The voice chuckled, "Heh, I know. Only we know the true value of Titan iron. If he showed any strange moments, he." The voice laughed creepily before it stopped. Jacob had no idea about this conversation between Jerry and the mysterious voice as he was moving toward a pantheon in the Central City District, which was the signature building of Zodiac Taurus Bank. Even in the Dark City, only the Zodiac Taurus Bank exists, while there were no traces of either the Star Mercenary Agency or the two guilds here, and only the bank was allowed. After entering the building, he saw a huge lavish interior with eye-catching marble work, especially 8 huge thick pillars of the building and bronze statues standing beside these pillars. Jacob was here to see if those bills were real or not, and also to open another private account. He quickly approached an empty counter where a masked woman was sitting and doing some paperwork. "Do you have any brochures about the bank in detail?" Jacob questioned impassively. She finally glanced at Jacob and wasn't surprised to see him wearing a cap and mask. She coolly replied, 10 silver coins for the guideline manual." Jacob put the silver coin in front of her. She took the silver coins and placed a small booklet in front of Jacob. "You can browse through it in the guest area. After you're done, you can come back and tell me what you decided." Jacob nodded and took the booklet before he found an empty seat and opened the booklet. There were many rules and regulations about the privacy and security of the bank, which Jacob had expected, and this put his mind to ease. It was just like any bank, and he didn't have to worry about the bank disclosing his information to others without his concern. Chapter 104, Zodiac Taurus Bank. After browsing through the entire booklet, Jacob got a good idea about the Zodiac Taurus Bank and just scary this bank was. Not only this was the only bank in existence, but they were the only organization that guaranteed the safety of their customers' wealth, and they had never failed in it even once. The most fascinating thing about this bank was its strange banking system. They had only one type of account available, a personal account. However, this one account had tiers, the lowest being the G tier while the highest being a tier. The uncommon region only G tier and F tier accounts that only C rank mercenary and B rank mercenary can open them. The G tier bank account didn't have any benefits. While the F tier and E tier had small benefits like if they put more than 1 million gold coins into their bank accounts, they get 0.5% interest from the bank over every million they deposit. These tiers were the lowest. As for the D tier and C tier, their interest rate was 1% over a million gold coins, and their transitions will also cost 5% less than the normal rate. As for Tier B, this account didn't exist in the rare region, because anyone who can upgrade their account to this level wasn't someone to trifle with because they were extremely rich. To upgrade a personal bank account, one required a deposit of 10,000 gold coins and they will get a G tier account. To upgrade to F from G, it was quite simple. The balance had to be over 1 million gold coins. And if the amount dropped from 1 million for a certain period of time, the bank account will then be downgraded to G tier again. The E tier upgrade limit was 50 million, while the D tier upgrade limit was 100 million, and the C tier upgrade limit was 500 million gold coins. As for the B tier, there were two conditions to upgrade the personal account to this tier. First, the balance had to be over 1 billion gold coins, and second, and most important, the owner needed a special recommendation from the rarer region. As for what kind of recommendation and from where exactly, it wasn't mentioned, but Jacob could tell it would not be just a random place. He can only know about this recommendation information when he would be eligible for this tier, not before. He wasn't even eligible for an F tier account, much less a B tier. After knowing the strength of this bank, he wasn't worried about anything anymore. Even the Dark City had no choice but to give the Zodiac Taurus Bank way in their city. This showed just how strong its grip was over the currency and economy. Jacob approached the attendant again and said, "I want to open G-tier account." The masked attendant didn't show any emotion and nodded. "Do you have any accounts in your name with another organization?" Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Does it matter?" "Yes, if you're a C, B, or a rank mercenary or a high-level member of some guild, you are probably registered within our database through your name and DNA. Supposed if you're a C-rank mercenary and a basic apothecary, then you'll have two accounts to your name provided by both organizations. However, in our database, those two accounts don't exist, but only a personal account with different private transfer codes. You also don't have to deposit 10,000 gold coin as well. Simply put, you can only have one personal account but different private transfer codes. They all lead to your personal account. However, these private transfer codes will only generate if you're registered with a powerful organization, like our mercenary agency or guilds of the Alchemy Guild. They all have their unique transfer codes, and every member will get one when they registered in their database for the first time. Jacob was astonished since he had no idea about this. He confusingly asked, "Then where is my personal account?" The masked attendant chuckled at this moment. "It seemed you never visited the bank after receiving your bank account information from the organization, right?" Jacob was lost for words, since it was true since she was talking about it without any shock. This wasn't a new case. So he told the truth, something like that. "Then that explains why you didn't know about your personal account details, so do you want to complete the process now? Since you already have a personal account, you just need to complete the process." The attendant questioned. Jacob thought for a moment before he said, "I don't have my guild or mercenary IDs with me, but I knew my private transfer code." "Does it work?" He didn't want to show his uncommon region IDs, and if she can't see them, she would never know he was from the uncommon region. As for using Decker's ID, he might have already had such an account, but he wasn't sure if he can gain access to it without any knowledge about its account number or identification. The masked woman nodded. "I only need those to track your personal account." Jacob was relieved and told her about his mercenary private transfer code. Soon, she took out a tab-sized device and inserted the private transfer code, and when she entered it, details appeared. She looked at Jacob with astonishment. "So, you really were affiliated with two organizations, huh? Quite rare for someone like to be here." Jacob remained impassive since she only found out about his affiliation, not about from which region of affiliation. "We all have our reasons," he coolly replied. Now he was completely at ease. She nodded before she pressed a button and a scanner interface appeared on the screen. "I need both of your handprints to complete the process." Jacob didn't mind and put his hand on the scanner one by one, and after she was satisfied, she quickly completed the last process. She then again handed the device to Jacob and said, "Write down the passcode. Keep in mind, if you forget, you need to pay 10,000 gold coin to reset it again from our branches, and you need to be there personally." Jacob nodded and quickly jolted down a complex passcode that appeared on the screen and handed it over again. Afterward, the process went smoothly, and she jolted down something on the paper and then handed it to Jacob. This is your personal account number and personal transfer code. The difference between this personal transfer code and the other private transfer codes is you will receive your payment directly without having it processed from any organization's database. She handed Jacob the paper with two complex numbers. Jacob glanced at it and remembered them instantly. How much balance do I have? He asked while storing that paper away. She looked at the screen and said, after deducting 100 gold coins processing fee 2090 gold coins. Jacob nodded since he had expected it. He then took out the bill bundle, which startled the attendant. Jacob noticed her eyes contracted when she saw the bills, so he knew they were real. He then gave her 10 bills and said, deposit them into my account. As he put away the remaining 90,000 in his pocket again. She received them and carefully counted them before she used the device to update Jacob's account balance. It's done. Anything else? She asked with a slightly gentle tone this time. She knew anyone who possessed these bills in the uncommon region wasn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Jacob thought for a moment before he took out Decker's ID card and said, I want to know if this ID had an account register with it. You can't have that information as long as it's not your ID, she stated matter-of-factly. And how do I prove this is my ID card? Jacob asked unhurriedly. To make sure no one gains access to the client's personal information and their assets if anyone wants account information on IDS, they had to scan their fingerprints first and pay a scanning fee. If those fingerprints match the ones within our database, only then we can give you the information on the aforementioned ID card, she pliantly explained. This kind of thing was quite normal when some enemy got their hands on some IDs of their targets, and they came straight to the bank to gain information on it. So to prevent this from happening, the bank had a very strict policy about it. No one can gain an account owner's personal information or bank account information without proving they were the actual owner. Jacob wasn't frustrated by this. On the contrary, he was happy. Because it would be a massive letdown if he had gained access to Decker's account information just by his ID card. That would have also meant his information wasn't safe either. Now that he was satisfied, he suddenly remembered something and questioned, how can I send money or know when I received it through a bank transfer? She suddenly opened a drawer and put a phone-sized device in front of Jacob and said, you have to buy this Zodiac money transfer device from the bank. It costs 20,000 gold coins and then registered with your bank account. Do you want it? Chapter 105 Potion Tower. Jacob left the bank building after he was done with his bank account matter and his concerns. In the end, he even bought that Zodiac money transfer device for 20,000 gold coins, since it could come in handy frequently. Furthermore, he now had a deeper understanding of Zodiac Taurus Bank and how advanced the rare region was compared to the uncommon region, despite still being in the uncommon region. Afterward, Jacob decided to visit that potion tower before calling it a day. When he reached the potion tower, those two burly guards' eyes narrowed. They instantly recognized Jacob from his getup, who mocked them early. However, before they could berate him and chase him away, Jacob showed them 5 gold coins. I want in. Go. Unwillingly, they took the coins and let him pass. They didn't want to cause a scene without any good reason. Since Jacob was paying the entrance fee, they can't stop him or they will suffer terribly. Jacob merely smirked. He knew these people can't break the Dark City rules. They simply weren't willing to. So as long as he doesn't give them a reason, they can't do anything to him. The interior of this potion tower was made with white wood, which was gleaming like marble. He saw medical equipment on display, dry plants, herbs, and especially those colored liquids stored in all sizes of flasks. Most of the equipment he had already seen in Derek's lab, and he also remembered some unique equipment of this world from Decker's journal, and also memorized the advanced herbology of rare and rarer plants and plant lore. He was probably as knowledgeable as an advanced apothecary, even higher, but he had no idea about liquids and flasks. How may I help you today? A high-pitched voice rang at this moment. Jacob turned around and then looked down. He saw a 2-feet-tall person wearing a white mask with a large nose. What kind of creature is this? He was astonished when he saw those long ears and almost a feet-long nose and small limbs. The little guy seemed to sense something as his emerald eyes narrowed. Are you mocking me in your heart because of my height? Jacob found it funny as he said, and why do you think that? I can tell since you didn't reply to me. Brad, if you call me short, I'll throw you out. He suddenly threatened Jacob without any good reason. Jacob coldly said, don't put words in my mouth. It's you being rude by calling me a brat. I'm here to buy some supplies. Why do I care about anyone's height? Now tell me, do you have any introduction manual for those potions? The little guy narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but since Jacob didn't call him short and he answered, we have 5 types of alchemy potions available for sale, the green potion or the hibernate rejuvenation HR potions. Each newly filled glass cell can sustain hunger or slowly heal deep wounds, both external and internal, while it can put anyone under a deep hibernating state for a minimum of 2 years. It depends on who is using it and how strong or weak its body is. It costs 5,000 gold coins per liter. The blue potion or the fasting potion, each newly filled glass cell can sustain Huger for a minimum of 30 days. It cost 500 gold coins per liter. Then yellow potion or the healing potion, each flask can heal external and internal injuries within a few minutes. One flask will cost 10,000 gold coins. One drop is recommended for the common species, a half flask is recommended for uncommon, and an entire flask is recommended for a rare species. The purple potion or the detox potion. It can cure 100 kinds of rare poisons and illnesses. One flask will cost 10,000 gold coins. Lastly, the black potion or the haste recovery potion. It had both fasting potion and healing potions qualities, but it's 20 times more potent than both of them combined. It also can cure any kind of uncommon poison and illness. One flask will cost you 25,000 gold coins. We also have special painkiller pills, 5-time recover gauze healing cream. Jacob frowned as the little guy kept going on and on as if he was possessed. All right, stop. Only now the little guy stopped his passionate introduction and looked at Jacob. Now what do you want? Jacob wondered just who hired this annoying idiot, and he was now feeling extremely perplexed because after he heard those potions' prices, he instantly thought about those filled tanks in Decker's hideout, especially the tank with haste recovery potion. He felt his heart bleeding. There were probably 2 or 3 barrels worth of that potion in there and it was all lost. In the end, Jacob only bought 5 new metal syringes, some painkillers, healing cream, and some gauze, spending 2,000 gold coins and left the potion tower. Those potions had little use, and he already had the 4 or 5 flasks worth of black potion, so he didn't want to spend his gold coins on those other potions. He then checked into an inn for 2 days, and after he was done, he skimmed through the small guidebook he bought at the entry gate. He was astonished as he read because the Dark City wasn't like other cities. It wasn't a part of any nation, country, kingdom, or empire, but it was a neutral city, which was even scarier than any aforementioned establishments. Because in every region there was only a single dark city and it didn't exist in any nation's territories, but in the most dangerous zones of that region. Furthermore, every dark city had its unique entrance qualifications, and without possessing those qualifications, even a nation's leader can't enter a dark city. Not only that, but the organization behind the Dark City was completely unknown, and no one knows who they were. Even the 3 hegemonies never comment on this mystery. That's what made the Dark Cities truly unfathomable, and no one tried to break any laws of Dark Cities. For anyone who did, the result was within a signal night, the offenders with their families, clans, tribes, or even their nations vanished from the face of this world without anyone knowing how. This Dark City Jacob was in was called the Uncommon Dark City, and only rare species can enter this place. As for the rare dark city in the rare region, there wasn't any map or any details about that place. If someone wanted to enter that place, they first have to find it before knowing what the entrance conditions were. What truly drew Jacob's attention was the independent noble systems of dark cities. There were dark noble ranks, divided into lower dark noble, upper dark noble, dark baron, dark viscount, dark earl, dark marquis, and dark duke. These ranks can be earned by doing dark missions issued by the city admin manor. Every dark noble rank gave special advantages and privileges in the Dark City. Such as an upper dark noble didn't require paying to stay in the uncommon Dark City, the other privileges weren't written. However, just becoming a lower dark noble was almost impossible to even in uncommon Dark City, because dark missions weren't available 24/7 like a mercenary guild. But every Dark City only issued a single dark mission every year and anyone can accept them, and whoever completes it first will earn the corresponding rewards. Furthermore, these dark missions had timelines for a single year until the next dark mission was issued. If someone completes a dark mission even a day above the last day, it would be voided. That's why earrings, a dark noble rank of dark cities, were so much difficult, and everyone fought tooth and nail for these missions. Most of the time, these competitors end up canceling each other from completing these missions or getting in each other's way, which results in mission failure. Jacob couldn't help but scoffed in the end when he finished reading the small booklet. He was naturally curious about the background of these dark cities and how they were controlling powerful people to do labor for them. But he was also interested in these dark noble ranks since it would save him a huge amount of money. However, he won't be going to be distracted by these small benefits when he can earn a huge amount of gold by himself as long as he put his skills to use. But he didn't have time for this because he was waiting for the heart and blood of the rare species, which would come in 2 days. He would buy those hearts and blood and all the rare meat he could before he'll leave the Dark City to find a remote place to start his injection process. Although the Dark City was completely safe, it was monitored. Even if there was a remote possibility that someone might notice his special constitution, he wasn't willing to take that risk. So, leaving the Dark City and then coming back after he was done would be his best choice. Or if he thought the uncommon dark city wasn't enough for him anymore, he might leave for the rare region without coming back. He required a large amount of rare meat to sustain his hunger, and if he tried to buy all that meat from the dark city, he required millions of gold coins which he didn't have, nor he was willing to pay. Because he can hunt them himself as long as he knew where they were, and this was much faster this way. Especially after breaking the 20% limit or 30% even. He hasn't forgotten his realistic goal, which was immortality. Nothing else was more alluring than this to him, chapter 106 being followed. 2 days later, Jacob had a pleasant lunch in his room before he left toward the butcher shops he had visited on the first day, and ordered rare heart and blood. When he was a few meters away from the first butcher shop, cursed immortality, he summoned Immortica and told sternly, "I knew you know what is going on, but still I'm going to tell you one more time. Soon when he showed me heart and blood, I want to know their tears and if they are good for distillation or not." Jacob was so confident in appraising those hearts and blood was naturally because of Immortica, and he knew nothing can escape this book's detection. Furthermore, he only has half an hour to finalize all the deals before his time of summoning Immortica runs out for the day. Heh, why don't you just kill all the surrounding livestock? This place is probably a poultry farm for you, Immortica recommended. Jacob retorted coldly, "I'd love to, but I don't want to be ripped apart by the owner of this farm, so keep your obscene suggestions to yourself. We have work to do, then just draw some chickens out of this farm, it's so easy. Why are you being a coward?" Jacob ostensibly replied, "We'll cross that bridge when the time comes. First, I need to absorb all the heart essence I'm about to get, and if I find myself short on meat, I'll do as you suggest." It wasn't like he hadn't thought of this, it was just that he didn't require taking such actions right now. Jacob entered the butcher shop, and he saw the masked man skinning some uncommon animals while the burly butcher he was familiar with sat in his chair. When the masked butcher saw Jacob's appearance, his eyes flashed as he said, "So you come." Jacob didn't beat around the bush and said, "I'm in a hurry." "Do you have it or not? Wait here." The butcher didn't mind and put his book down as he stood up and entered the back door. "That's a Tyrmanus 6 brown troll, don't you want his heart and blood?" Immortica wrote words of temptation. Jacob merely scoffed and didn't indulge it anymore. Soon the brown troll came back with a jar filled with blood, and the heart was also floating within. "Now tell me that thing, Tyr, and if it's good for distillation," Jacob questioned. "Tyrmanus 4 grey horn hog. Although it was slaughtered 4 hours ago, it's still good for distillation, but it's nothing in front of that big log." Jacob pretended as if he didn't even see the last words. "Your heart and blood." The brown troll put the jar in front of Jacob while observing his eyes. Although he didn't know why Jacob wanted this heart and blood, he didn't have the right to ask. But he was curious about how Jacob would tell if this was indeed the blood and heart of a rare species. To his surprise, Jacob didn't even open the jar and put 10,000 gold bills on the counter and said, "It's indeed what I asked for." The brown troll was baffled because he thought Jacob would take out some kind of device or taste the blood or at least open the jar to smell it, but he didn't do any of this. Jacob put the jar in the large bag he had prepared beforehand. He looked at the brown troll and asked, "Can you arrange another heart and blood except for grey horn hog next time?" "You. How do you know?" The brown troll's eyes went wide in shock. Jacob deliberately revealed it so he could intimidate the other party, and he also wanted to be sure the next delivery would be different from the grey horn hog. Now that the butcher knew he can tell where this blood and heart come from just by a glance, he won't dare to underestimate him. "Can you arrange it or not?" Jacob completely ignored his question and impassively questioned again. The brown troll took a deep breath before he shook his head. "My supplier only raised grey horn hogs. That's what I think so." Jacob didn't have his hopes up from the start. "Then you don't need to arrange the heart and blood anymore, thanks." Done saying, he left the bewildered brown troll and his shop. Jacob quickly approached the second butcher shop, which was 500 meters away from the brown troll's shop. The butcher also prepared a jar for Jacob. "Ha ha ha, this is also a heart and blood of Tyrmanus 4 grey horn hog. It seemed your dream of collecting heart and blood without getting your hands dirty might not last for even a day." Jacob's expression fell when he saw that and thought grimly, "Do they all have the same supplier? I don't want this heart and blood," he plainly declared. The butcher, who was a gnome, turned hostile hearing this and rebuked. "Who do you mean you don't want it? Are you messing with me? Do you know how difficult it was to arrange your bullshit blood and heart?" Jacob knew if it was anyone else they would also fly in rage, but he had no use for this heart and blood anymore. He said, "I know I'm the one at fault here, so I buy 15,000 gold coins worth of rare meat from you. How's that sound? Then what about this heart and blood?" Although the gnome was still furious, he didn't try to jump on Jacob anymore since 15,000 gold coins weren't a small amount. "You can think of a way yourself. Now do we have a deal or not?" Jacob coldly questioned. Since it was his fault, he was willing to buy meat from here, but if this guy think he can push him around, then he was dead wrong. If he still threw his little tantrum, he would leave and see if this guy dared to attack him. Furthermore, he can tell these guys didn't have to spend 10,000 gold coins on a measly heart and a liter of blood. In the end, the gnome had no choice but to agree because he could sense Jacob would leave if he tried to play the victim anymore. Jacob left the shop with 15 pounds of rare meat. He then headed toward the third shop, which turned out to be a letdown as well with the same type of blood and heart again. He again settled this matter with 15 pounds of rare meat. Without much expectation, he entered the fourth shop, which turned out to be the same as the previous two. Now he had 45 pounds of meat, and he headed toward the last shop. His hopes were completely extinguished now, and he would buy 15 pounds of rare meat more before leaving the city. 60 pounds of meat was enough to sustain his hunger until he found rare prey, and he was even thinking about going to the rare region without coming back to the dark city anymore. Although this place was great and all, his needs lay in the rare region where he can hunt as many rare species as he wanted. As for killing the people in Dark City, it was a very time-consuming process. Because most of them were criminals. They were just refugees in Uncommon Dark City, and there wasn't anywhere worth going in the Uncommon region as well. So these people seldom leave the Dark City and mostly worked there since there was almost everything available there. Just as Jacob predicted, the last shop also turned out to have the same meat supplier. Now Jacob wondered who this supplier was and where his farm was. If it was something in the Uncommon region, he didn't mind plundering it. However, even the shop owners didn't know who it was since they only had business deals through his attendants, so this was also another dead end. Jacob didn't waste any more time on other butcher shops and visited some weapon shops on his way. Now he had spent all the money he earned from selling the Titan iron except the 10,000 in his bank account, so he left toward the exit. The gate guards didn't block his way, but they were somewhat astonished since someone leaving the Dark City was a rare sight in Uncommon Dark City. The rude gate attendant only asked for Jacob's pass back without saying a word about refunds for his remaining days. Jacob coldly glanced at her before he left through the gate. However, just as Jacob left, another capped person left soon after, and Jacob didn't even notice this person. His mysterious person stealthily followed Jacob's tracks since it was in the middle of the day. He quickly spotted Jacob going toward the border river. Is he leaving? The capped person thought while continuing to follow Jacob, while Jacob had no idea about it. He was going toward the area where he buried his 2 bags. Chapter 107 Mutant Heart Essence. The strange thing about this person was while he was moving, there wasn't any sound of breathing or his movement on the ground. His heartbeat was almost non-exist. What a strange breed. First, he goes to the bank and then to Potion Town before he locked himself in the inn for 2 days. Now he bought so much meat and exited the city. Just what the hell is he doing, and why did I even mission to follow this oddity? The stalker thought in vexation. However, when they were just a few hundred meters away from the river, he saw Jacob suddenly start to dig between trees, and thereupon he noticed Jacob taking out 2 large bags from the ground. His gray eyes dilated with a hint of astonishment. So, he has something to hide. Could it be that he's one of those thieves who robbed some prominent clans and then escaped here with treasures? It has to be the case, and the geezer just happened to notice it, and that's why he told me to tail him and report if he has done anything suspicious. However, if he really has stolen wealth that can even incite that cynicism geezer, then I should consider my option more carefully. I'm not a wanted criminal like him. If I had wealth, I might be able to pay my way out of that mess, which also means I can return from this shithole. His purple eyes shone with ambivalence. He knew double-crossing his current boss would be hazardous, but he didn't want to stay here forever. First, I'll kill that guy and take his things, and if there's really something worth risking my position in this shithole, then I should take that risk. But if I got nothing worth buying my freedom, then I'll take it back. Besides, that geezer can't tell if he was killed by me or some random beast, or I can simply say he was leaving and I had no choice but take action. His purple eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. That guy seemed weak. This should be easy, I just had to strike when he least expected it. Jacob had no idea that he was being shadowed right now, and the other person had already decided to kill him for his treasures. While healing 4 large bags, he still moved swiftly deep into the mountains. How can he move so fast while carrying those large bags? He can't be an agility type, right? The stalker wondered, as he was now more careful of Jacob and didn't dare to underestimate him. As they moved deeper and deeper into the mountains, the stalker became warier before a hint of shock surfaced in his eyes. He had stamina and agility. He can't be from the rarer region, right? He suddenly has second thoughts about attacking Jacob now. Furthermore, he was extremely careful and sneaky, and he survived to this day because of his astute mind. Although Jacob looked weak, he had shown agility and stamina, which only a top-tier species of the rare region can have. Or someone from the rarer region. Although he was strong and can kill rare species with his sneaky abilities, even he dreads those peak races of the rare region and any species of the rarer region. Jacob moved for an entire day before he found an empty cave beside a small pond. After scouting the area, he decided to remain here until he was done absorbing the heart essences. Furthermore, he can also practice his water meditation. He was very close to 2 hours mark, and he hadn't practiced it ever since he left the Lionheart City. Just to make sure no one intruded or some strange animal or beast attacked him while he was absorbing the heart essence, he found a large boulder to cover the mouth of the cave. After he was done blocking the entrance, he calmly sat bare chest. He took out the heart essence of the mutant. He decided to absorb this essence first because according to Immortality, the chance of awakening an ability was much higher with this mutant's heart essence. Secondly, he didn't want to cross the 30% limit without having his body completely acclimated to 20%. He didn't know he would even survive that kind of hunger or simply blow himself up by eating. After taking a deep breath, he pierced his chest with a newly filled injection. The moment the mutant's heart essence entered his heart, Jacob's entire body quivered before he felt like lave has entered his bloodstream. Black vines started to appear on his entire body, and he felt like he would explode at any moment. This pain was far worse than he had felt before as his heart was beating like an engine, and his blood circulated at a crazy speed. The vague dark mark inside his heart was now suddenly gleaming in red as it suddenly started to become apparent. Jacob could feel something rising within him like a raging tide, and he was very close to losing his conciseness because of the sheer pain and temperature he was feeling. Don't lose consciousness, you're awakening an ability. If you lose consciousness, you'll regret it, ha 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 ha. An eerie voice reverberated in his head which was none other than Immortaka's. He can never forget that eerie, overlapping voice. Although he didn't know how it could speak right now. He didn't have time to mull over it because he now had to do everything to stay awake. He even bit his tongue to not fall unconscious while he had to endure the feeling of his heart being slowly ripped apart. Outside, the Starker didn't have any idea Jacob was in his most vulnerable state as he looked at the closed save with complicated emotions. He had long thrown the idea of attacking Jacob after he saw him lifting that over 1,000 kg boulder like it was nothing. He now felt extremely glad that he didn't attack Jacob, or he might don't have a life to regret it right now. Now, he understood why he was only given the mission to just tail him, but not act against him. Well, geezer, I'll report about Treasure and his location, but I won't tell you about his strength. If you two battle, you'll probably destroy each other, and then I can easily reap huge benefits. His scheming eyes shone with coldness, but I have to make sure that Geezer leaves his cave, or if he didn't come, it would be for nothing, and he might sense something and turn hostile to me. With that in mind, he took out a small divide. If Jacob were here, he would instantly recognize this because it was a pager. Fuck, there is no single in this shithole. I have to be close to the Dark City to use it. Well, since he put such a huge boulder around that cave. He won't leave anytime soon, and it would be easier to draw the geezer out if I sound desperate and let him here. After taking another glimpse, he left quickly toward the Dark City. He was over 80 miles away, and it would take him 2 days to come back with help if things go smoothly. Inside the cave, Jacob was groaning and whimpering on the ground as he was on the verge of going insane with that extreme pain running amok in his entire being. His entire body was in the shade of deep red as his cutaneous veins could be seen clearly, while traces of black blood were on his orifices. The dark mark inside his heart was now quite apparent as it was covered in a dark sheen at this moment. It was the symbol of infinity as his infinity pendant. Furthermore, the gap between this infinity symbol wasn't empty, but they were still quite hazy to see for the moment. Suddenly, dark roots started to spread from this infinity symbol before they covered the entirety of Jacob's heart, making it pitch black. Outside, Jacob suddenly felt like something just exploded in his heart, and all of a sudden it stopped beating. No matter how strong-willed Jacob was, he can't stay awake while his heart got stopped suddenly, while he was mentally and physically tortured and exhausted. His eyes rolled upward, and he fell to the ground without breathing. Half an hour passed since Jacob's heart stopped, and he was virtually dead. Suddenly, the darkness covering his heart started to disappear before only the vague infinity mark was left. His heart suddenly trembled before it beat unexpectedly, and slowly it started to beat in a particular rhythm while a strange chill was released in Jacob's body. He started breathing again, but he was still unconscious. At this time, a white book appeared from thin air as it hovered on top of Jacob. Immortaka's eerie voice sounded at this moment, filled with delight. Ha 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 ha, I don't know if he's lucky to awake this ability or unlucky. At least I won't be bored anytime soon. Ha ha ha. Chapter 108, A Dangerous Ability. Child, you seemed lost. A benevolent voice said to a young man with tattered clothes and his face filled with bruises and scars sitting on a clean staircase, panting. The young man looked behind and saw a smiling old priest, and then he noticed the building behind him. It was a temple. I'll leave, said the young man in his weak yet cold voice as he tried to stand but failed. Because of his exhausted state, he grumbled because of the pain he felt from the wounds. I didn't mean to chase you away. You're in the temple of God and he would never chase away pitiful. The priest replied as he moved toward the young man to support him. But the young man didn't let the old priest approach him and with great difficulty stood up. I'm not pitiful, nor do I believe in any God. Finished saying, the young man tried to walk away, but just as he took a step, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, he felt a skinny yet firm hand struggle to ell him up. Young man, we all are pitiful to be born in this world of trials, the priest softly said as he lifted the young man. You didn't need to be a believer until you find it in your heart, nor did I ask you to believe. The priest smiled as he strongly held the young man. I just want to help you, there's no other reason. Now let's go inside. It's going to be a rainy night. The young man looked at the priest with a hint of disbelief and shame, but he didn't reject the help anymore as he slowly walked toward the temple entrance with a slight warmth in his stone-cold heart. Rumbled, the sound of thunder rumbling rang in the rainy mountain ranges as the dark clouds covered the sky. At this moment, suddenly, a powerful groan reverberated in the silent cavern as Jacob's fingers start twitching. With dizziness, Jacob pulled himself off the dirty floor. I'm still alive. He was bewildered as see the same surrounding. A complicated glint flashed past his eyes. Why do I dream of that senile old man? I even saw his annoying smiling face clearly, which I had almost forgotten in all these years. A melancholic sigh escaped his mouth as he mumbled, It's been a long time, hasn't it? Pops, however, before Jacob could indulge in the past, his stomach rumbled loudly. Jacob's expression was horrified because he felt a sudden hunger of the same level as he felt the very first time, or even worse. Without having any time to think, he quickly dashed toward the bags, which were filled with slabs of rare meats. Although he doesn't know how long he has been unconscious, he heard the rare meat won't go rotten for 5 or 6 days even if you didn't preserve it. The meat was really fine, but even if it wasn't, Jacob wouldn't care about it since he was feeling goosebumps as his hunger kept rising without any sign of stopping. If he didn't eat anything, he might really die. Without caring about if it was uncooked, he started eating it raw, and to his surprise, his teeth were biting this hard meat like it was tofu. He understood he had again because strong, far stronger than he was before. So he ate even faster. As he consumed the meat, it instantly turned into warm yet cold energy as he visually felt this energy spreading in his whole body at an alarming rate. His digestive system was working 20 times faster than before he ate the entire tiger bull. Furthermore, as he ate, he didn't see any kind of change in his muscle mass like the last time. He wasn't even masculine anymore, but skinny. In 15 minutes, Jacob had consumed all the rare meat he had bought with him here, and to his horror, it was only enough to help him not go crazy. But he had this feeling that it won't last long before it would return. But for now, he wasn't hungry enough to not even think straight. As for how long it lasted, he didn't want to find out and was ready to hunt anything out there. However, first he had some doubts which can be only answered by a certain book. Cursed Immortality, he menacingly uttered. Jacob first glanced at his progress and his eyes contracted when he saw the percentage. Second level. Turn immortal mark into cursed mark completion. 30.01%. How the fuck did this happen? Explain. Jacob couldn't help but gnashed his teeth. He didn't take the gnome's heart essence before the mutants for exactly this reason. He didn't want to cross 2 limits at the same time, but somehow it happened. Furthermore, he was misguided about this as well. Immortica only told him a matured mutant would probably provide a 10% increase in his completion rate. But it provided over 12%, and now he was suffering the consequences. If he had a vast reserve of rare meat, he didn't mind. But he didn't, and he was still in the uncommon region, which put him into a very perilous situation. And it was all because that damn book told him it would be fine and he would even awaken ability which he literally died awakening, and he knew he had failed. Immortica wrote, "What are you yelling about? I never told you the exact percentage the mutant heart will provide. Besides, you should have thought that you also had a mutant heart. This means the final result of this injection was also random, but I had to say it went pretty well for you. Not only you got a huge percentage because of your mutant heart, but you also successfully awakened an innate ability." Jacob, who was about to lose his temper because of Immortica's nonchalant bullshit, was instantly startled when he read the last part. "I awaken innate ability," Jacob quickly asked, completely forgetting about his previous resentment, "but you said, wait, why did you speak at that time but not now?" It was also what he was most mad about. Immortica had told him the strict rules of their communication, but those rules also seemed to be a facade. "Heh, I'm still bound by the rules, but do you know all the rules?" Immortica questioned. Jacob frowned. He really didn't know all the rules because he only knew what Immortica revealed. P alpha pedi alpha nanujan som, don't become suspicious of me, I'm bound to you. Do you think I'll harm you and then wait in some damn place for hundreds or thousands of years again until some other inheritor appeared? Let me tell you, I could speak at that time because just like you can summon me, I can also summon myself as well. However, unlike you, the time limit is only 1 minute and the cooldown period is 1 year. I can freely speak in your mind if I summon myself, and you don't need to about this since this was irrelevant to you. Now that you know, what can you do about it? Ahahaha. Jacob felt more at ease when he heard this, but his expression darkened when he saw that mocking laugh. He knew this detail was irrelevant to him, and he had no use for such information besides knowing that this annoying book had such a capability. Not wanting to continue this topic after getting a satisfactory answer, he quickly returned to the main topic. What about that innate ability you spoke of? What is it? Since this question is related to your progress, I'll answer it. Hehe, do you know how your heart mutated? It didn't answer but posse a question instead. Jacob rolled his eyes at the first line, but he didn't really know about the answer to the latter. Why are you playing riddles? Just tell me, remember that little gray bug which never left your heart that day? Jacob's eyes narrowed with a hint of fear. How could he forget about the bloodstorming bug that bastard used to test his heart that day? It was because of bloodstorming bug, he questioned in astonishment. Hee exactly. That bug died after taking a few bites off your heart because you were already on the verge of creating the immortal mark at that time, and its carcass was left there before it melted into your heart when the immortal mark was formed. Jacob suddenly had a terrible feeling about this. Don't tell me, ha ha ha, you awaken that bug's fluid acceleration ability, which is extremely hard to control. You can say your heart is now an accelerator that can accelerate your blood at an extremely high speed. Although this ability is quite useful for many reasons as long as you can control it, but it's much more difficult said than done. To control it, you have to learn how to control your heart rate, which can now increase infinitely as you grow stronger and stronger. Because if you can't, your heart will blow up your entire body before blowing itself. Chapter 109 Prey or Hunter, Part 1. Jacob's expression was ashen when he read about this ability because it was more like a suicidal ability than helpful. How would I know it has activated or not? Jacob asked quickly because he suddenly felt like something was extremely wrong. Ha 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 ha, didn't I tell you it's your heartbeat? It's the key to fluid acceleration. If you want to activate it, your heartbeat rate should be around 10 heartbeats per second (bps). Let's call 1x acceleration. However, it's where your real problem lies because once you enter 1x acceleration, you'll have to learn how to keep it that way. Because it would only increase, not decrease. Right now, your current heart can handle 3x acceleration or 4x for a few seconds. As for your body, it would explode at 2x because it is still not balanced with your heart's progress yet. Not only do you have to learn how to maintain the exact acceleration speed and control it, but you have to learn how to reduce it as well because once it's started, it won't reduce on its own. You're not like those bugs that can only use fluid acceleration on others and didn't care about stopping it afterward, nor they can. But your plight is you can start it on yourself and have to learn how to stop it. Jacob smiled wryly when he read this. He had to admit this ability was as useful as it was dangerous. Because with this fluid acceleration, he can make his blood circulation at an extremely high rate, and blood circulation fueled the human body. If Jacob can accelerate it at will, not only will it increase his sensory reactions and physical performance, it can help to heal his wounds faster, it can make his brain sharper and his senses extremely high, and it can help him digest nutrition at an alarming rate. However, this was also a double-edged sword, just as Immortality disclosed. If he accelerates his blood circulation over his heart and body limit, he would really explode. But this wasn't the only danger. He would burn his body energy extremely fast, which means he is required to keep a high energy source ready all the time. But first, he had to learn how to decrease and increase his heart rate like breathing, but he was afraid to activate it and then not be able to handle it. While he can't just let it as it is as well because if he didn't learn how to control his heart rate, he might accidentally activate it when he experiences some perilous situation, and he knew he will. This world wasn't peaceful, and he also required strength to achieve immortality. So it was only a pipe dream if he thought he can achieve it without experiencing any dangerous situations. I guess you don't have any excellent suggestions to master this fluid acceleration, do you? Jacob inquired with narrowed eyes. Although he still resents Immortality, he knew when it comes to knowledge, it was the only thing he could count on. I can't answer that. Immortality playfully rejected. Jacob pulled a long face, but he knew the information about the fluid acceleration was the only thing he would get from Immortality. So he didn't waste his breath on persuading it since it was meaningless. But, you'll find it on your own, I have faith, ha ha ha. Jacob's eyes shimmered when he read this subtle line. But before he could mull over it, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the cave entrance. He only noticed that his hearing had become even stronger than before. Although those footsteps weren't exactly outside the cave, they were closing in and quickly at that. Are they coming for me or simply passerby? Jacob mused. What are the tears of those people? Jacob quickly asked Mordecai with a hint of anticipation and killing intent. The Dark City was only a couple of miles away from this area. If there's some rare species, he didn't mind killing them. He direly needed nutrition right now, as his hunger was nowhere near sustainable. Since those guys delivered themselves, he didn't mind eating them and collecting more hearts and blood in the process. Oh, ha 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 ha, you won't believe it. There's 3 of them you even know between these prey, and one of them is even your old acquainted. When Jacob read the entire writing, he was astonished before a murderous glint flashed past his rancor eyes. So that's how it is, huh? I never thought they'll send someone after me, and I even failed to notice it. But to think it that motherfucker again. Well, since they're courting death, I don't mind harvesting some high-quality meat and collecting some dead in the process as well. Jacob's lips rose into an icy smile. If they came before the absorption of the mutant's heart, he might have decided to run, but now he was confident in handling them. They simply pray for him right now, not enemies. Although Jacob looked skinny right now, he was laden with power, and as long as he didn't go overboard, his body would not break, and his heart rate will remain under the 1x acceleration limit. He quickly donned his clothes and mask before he sat down on the corner and waited for the prey's arrival. Thereupon, Jacob heard the voice of the boulder moving as his lips curled. He's probably stronger than the mutant. Well, this also means he can probably make my body 50% adaptable with my current heart if I ate him. He licked his lips like a hungry wolf. Mr. Jack, how about you grace us with your presence? A sarcastic voice rang in the cave without any hint of urgency. Jacob finally stood up and walked unhurriedly with both hands in his pocket. At the mouth of the cavern, Jacob saw 3 figures. One was 2 meters tall and burly, while the other 2 were half of its size. One of them was even wearing a cape. Jacob sounded surprised and fearful. You're quite far from home, Boss Jerry and Mr. Observer, and your friend, I guess. Yes, the 2 of them were indeed Jerry and Mr. Observer from Jerry Pawn Shop. Jacob didn't know they would put a tail on him just because of Titan iron bricks, and they probably came here after learning he had more and to make sure he won't escape. Jacob had to admit Jerry was extremely strong, while the capped person also gave off a powerful feeling. He was probably in a grade, while Mr. Observer was as strong as that hob troll of Killer Skull Society. This lineup was enough to destroy the entire uncommon region, and they're here just for uncommon Titan iron. Jacob was now even more interested in why they wanted this Titan iron so badly to even leave the protection of Dark City and came all the way here to retrieve it. Jerry smiled coldly as he said, Mr. Jack, you deserved this treatment. Since we're done with the pleasantries, how about we talk business? What kind of business, if I may ask? Jacob's voice was filled with trepidation. Nothing much, we just want to buy the Titan iron you have and also want to know your source. In return, we'll let you live. Jerry pulled a sinister smile at this moment while he excluded a powerful killing intent. Although they were told Jacob had buried some bags in the wilderness, they weren't sure if they were filled with Titan iron. But just the chance was enough to make Jerry leave his turtle shell. He was extremely confident in taking care of Jacob before returning, and with his allies there was nothing that could go wrong. Even if Jacob had an rank strength, he can't do anything but submit. As for letting him live, it was the question of whether they needed Jacob alive or not after they learned about his Titan iron source. Jerry even prepared a high-level parasite gem to enslave Jacob if they deemed him valuable. In exchange for my life, I'll naturally tell you everything. But can you at least tell me why you're so interested in uncommon Titan iron? Jacob asked sheepishly. Jerry was even more at ease when he sensed Jacob's fear and merely chuckled. Heh, if I tell you I have to kill you. But since just made it apparent that you do possess a Titan iron source, I'll tell you a little. You see, the Titan iron can be turned into a special elixir that can help us grow stronger without any consequences. It is the extent of information I can give you. Jacob's eyes dilated when he heard this. All right, now that you know, I required you to place this gem on your forehead. Who knows, I might even let you enjoy the elixir if you serve me well. Jerry suddenly tossed a small black pouch toward Jacob and gave an absolute demand. Jacob caught the small pouch when he opened it. It was a parasite gem, but it was slightly different from the parasite gem Decker used on him. Chapter 110 Prey or Hunter, Part 2. Jacob looked at the crimson diamond-shaped parasite gem with 2 long needles on one side and a very tiny black symbol within. Although this parasite gem looked the same as the one in his possession, the symbol on this wasn't the same. Nevertheless, it was the least of his worry. He looked at Jerry while his eyes suddenly turned icy. You want to coerce me to be your slave? Jerry coldly smirked. So what if I am? You can choose to do it the hard way as well. But I don't like to get my hands dirty, but I don't mind it either. Mr. Observer also had a complicated look on his face as he looked at Jacob, as if he was looking at his own reflection of the past. He knew the parasite gem in Jacob's hand was an intermediate grade, one which was completely different from any uncommon grade. The items like parasite gems, slaves, firearms, potions, and so on were all divided into common, uncommon, rare, rarer, and epic grades, and each grade has 3 subgrades: low, intermediate, and advance. The parasite gem decker used on Jacob was a low uncommon grade, which can restrain and control even rare rank species like Decker. But the uncommon parasite gems were useless against powerhouses like B rank or even some extremely strong-willed C ranks. Only a low-rare grade parasite gem can enslave the aforementioned species, while an intermediate-rare grade parasite gem was extremely rare in the rare region because it can control someone with a rank strength. But the most dreadful thing about the rare parasite gems was they weren't like the uncommon parasite gems that can only restrain movement, but can't make them talk against their will. Not only the enslaved person lost the ability to move freely without orders, but their thoughts were also like an open book, and as long as they were asked a question, they will instantly answer. The only way to free oneself was to become stronger, which the owner would never allow unless he had a higher quality gem at his disposal. As for taking out those intermediate parasite gems by force, it was simply a pipe dream. Because these gems take root directly into the brain, not just the skull, and if someone tries to force them out, they will suffer serious brain damage. Even if they somehow manage to pull it off, they won't be sane anymore to enjoy their freedom or die of brain damage or by their owners. Mr. Observer was such a case. He can't even have thought of rebelling because Jerry would torture him to end if he found out. He had long resigned to his fate and was completely loyal to Jerry now, and he let him do as he pleased as long as he didn't cross his bottom line. But who wouldn't like their freedom? A slave is still a slave. Slavery is a common occasion in the rare region where slavery was common, and even in the Dark City you could find slaves if you knew where to look. When Mr. Observer thought Jacob would also become a slave like him and accept his fate, which was far better than death, his next action shocked everyone. Jacob simply put the parasite gem in his pocket before he drew his 2 crescent short swords, which were giving off a cold, sharp sheen. His index fingers wore the metal bearings in the center of 2 hits like rings as he started to rotate them closewise and coldly said, "Let's see if you can back your own words. Let's decide who is prey and who is hunter." Jacob's perfunctory riposte made Jerry's killing intent sore. "Since you want to be valiant, I'll beat you into submission." He suddenly showed his black gauntlets as he moved forward. The capped figure, which was silent all this time, suddenly took out a jet-black revolving rifle and aimed at Jacob. "Don't worry, he won't shoot." But before Jerry could express his intentions, his eyes contracted because Jacob suddenly moved and his speed was extremely fast, so fast that he was already a meter away from him, and his sword was coming right toward his head. Shocked, his heart jumped as he never expected Jacob's speed to be this fast, even faster than him. But he was also a combat master, and his reflexes weren't any lower than Jacob's, and he used the thick metal plate behind his gauntlet to block the strike while using his second hand to punch Jacob in the face. He thought Jacob was only proficient in speed, and he won't be able to take his punch. However, what happened next made everyone startled. Jacob's speed suddenly spiked before he twisted around the incoming punch while he changed the trajectory of his sword with a rotation, and before Jerry could react, the sword was already stabbed in his forearm. When Jacob moved the chisel blade, Jerry's entire arm was torn. Ag, Jerry felt blood-curdling pain. Boom, the capped figure finally snapped out with Jerry's shrill scream and pulled the trigger hastily. But to his terror, Jacob was ready for this, and he covered himself with Jerry's massive body and the shot was missed. Jerry wanted to punch Jacob away, but Jacob simply ducked it with his superhuman reflex, and Jerry wasn't even focusing because of the pain of his torn forearm. The next moment, another shrill rang in the vicinity when Jacob tore Jerry's knees. "Ah, bastard, cog." Before he could say another word, the sword was already pierced through his larynx, and when Jacob retrieved the blade back, a fountain of blood bloomed. In less than 10 seconds, he had killed Jerry. Boom, boom. The capped person naturally panicked with this unbelievable situation as he started shooting maniacally. But Jacob was ready, and he shielded himself with Jerry's body. Click, click, click. The sound of the trigger being pulled forcefully rang in the cave at this moment, which meant there were no bullets. Jacob finally appeared filled with blood like a bloody ghost and instantly closed in the distance between him and capped person. "Spare me," a panicked feminine voice rang, filled with appalling. However, Jacob didn't even blink as he rooted his blade, and without holding back he hammered the hilt directly on the capped head, and the next moment the person dropped to the ground unconscious. Since even Jerry couldn't put in a fight with Jacob, this guy wasn't his match either. As for Mr. Observer, he was petrified on his spot as if he had seen the most horrifying sight of his life. When Jacob knocked him unconscious, he simply fell without making any groan as if he was already scared silly and lost consciousness. However, Jacob didn't stop there. He completely ignored the three and darted toward the forest with a murderous look in his eyes. Right at this moment, something suddenly moved, bolted between trees when it saw Jacob closing in. How did they all lose? NOOO. How did he know I was hiding right in this place? Even that geezer can't tell when I try to hide from him. This guy was probably pretending to be a pig all this time. The shadow kept darting between trees in a pall, trying to get rid of Jacob's hot pursuit. Why, this guy can't just give up. Bang, a gunshot sounded, it landed right on the shadow's leg and it lost its balance. After clashing in some branches, a small cloaked body fell to the ground. A bronze-skinned ugly face was groaning in pain, but when it saw Jacob sauntering toward him with menacing eyes, he quickly dissuaded as he moved back on his limbs. Don't kill me, I can be your slave. I know many things, Jacob suddenly sneered. Then tell me, do you remember over 2 years ago you led two giants toward a hideout? Jacob was so adamant about hunting this bastard down because this was the same bronze goblin, Chad, that screwed him over and made him flee Decker's hideout, and this time he again led Jerry's group to his hiding place. Chad's eyes contracted when he heard this, as disbelief surfaced in his eyes. How could he forget the event that led him to his current predicament? That day, they didn't find anyone in that hideout except some tools and dry bones, even after ransacking the entire hideout. They even waited for 2 days, but no one appeared. However, those bones they found made the giants agitate, and they wanted to test their origin, and when they did, they nearly went berserk in Dark City, especially Montel, who razed an entire building to rubble. It was all because those bones belonged to an imp goblin who was probably their target of interest. As for the killer, they had no idea, but this also put an end to their search, and those giants were blacklisted for 10 years in the Uncommon City as well. Chad also suffered because of those giants' actions, and he got the short side of the stick. Chapter 111, A Devil. Chad was the most miserable because he was with the giants. He also got blacklisted for 1 year. Most importantly, he nearly died after taking a rageful punch from Montel. How he survived was a miracle, but afterward he had to spend his entire saving to recover and survived in the wilderness for a year. It was also that time when this mysterious person approached him and offered him a job for protection because he was famous for his tracking skills. But he had to sign a loyalty contract which was as good as a slave contract, and as long as he remained in the uncommon Dark City, he can't hide or broke the contract. In the end, Chad had no choice since he was in dire need of help, and most of the residents of the Dark City weren't willing to do business with him because of the giants and his blacklisted status. From that day on, he was working for this mysterious person, while he hated the giants and Decker's killer to the bone, since they were the ones who were the main reason for his miserable life. However, not even in his dreams, he thought that the mysterious killer would appear again, and the killer even knew him. Why will you killed Decker? He was gobsmacked and appalled as he looked at the masked figure stained in blood. This was simply ironic that he finally met the culprit for his sufferings, and he was completely helpless to resist. Although he dreamed of meeting the bastard who ruined everything, now that dream has come true, it turned out to be a nightmare instead. Jacob coldly replied, I even ate him, it seemed you knew that bastard. A chill ran down Chad's spine when he heard this and his throat got dry. He hoarsely spoke, it was because of his tribe that I was exiled from my tribe and had to run in this barren place. But I didn't mean to ruin your peace, it was those giants. He gritted his teeth in hatred. They destroyed your place forcefully and then took everything. I even got wounded without getting anything in return except suffering and regret. If you spare Kaug. Before he could finish his deceitful speech, Jacob's blade was already flashed past his neck, and the next moment with widely open eyes his head was rolling on the ground. Jacob scoffed at dismembered Chad. I'll send those giants to accompany you soon. He never even thought of sparing Chad for a moment because this guy put his life in danger 2 times already, and it was unforgivable. Tap, tap. Suddenly, raindrops started to fall before it poured hard within a few moments. Jacob looked impassive as the blood washed away with rain, but actually he was closely hearing his heartbeat at this moment. Even after all this combat and running, my heartbeat is still stable, and only my hunger is rising. It seemed the fluid acceleration is going to be hard to master. But I also don't have to worry about accidentally activating it now as long as I didn't encounter real danger. He merely smirked at the end because he knew after raising his body equal to his heart progress of 30%, he might not need to worry about the rare region at all. Nevertheless, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe this delusion. He picked up the headless body and head and hurried back toward the cave. He was going to have a goblin feast tonight. Ag. An anguish shrilled rang in the cavern before Mr. Observer opened his eyes, filled with pain, and with great difficulty he lifted himself from the stone floor. However, he nearly fell down with a daunted expression when he saw a small humanoid body skewered on top of a large fire. But he was completely scared out of his wits when he saw a pile of bones beside a long silver hair person who still had a large crispy and charred leg piece in his hand, and gobbling it down like a wolf. Although he looked pleasing to the eyes, in Mr. Observer's eyes he looked like a devil at the moment. So you finally decided to wake up, huh? When Jacob's cold amber eyes fell on Mr. Observer, he felt an icy chill in his spine and instantly crawled backward. You, Tithos B-Bone, heh, that's your boss. Although he was an ugly swine outside, he's much better from the inside. Jacob's lips curled up into a devilish smile as he confirmed Mr. Observer's guess. Mr. Observer's eyes were wide opened in horror as his back was now facing the wall, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. He was afraid that the devil will eat him as well. P alpha pedi alpha nanuyon som. Although he heard of some vicious species that ate intelligent species without caring about anything, but seeing them with his own eyes was another experience. What? Feeling noxious just because I'm eating someone you know, heh? Jacob sneered as he took a chunk of a mouthful of meat before he said, "In my eyes, you all are nothing but high-quality livestock. Like you would think of any livestock." Mr. Observer felt like fainting again as he was terrified of Jacob now. "Why you, obscene devil?" An appalled shrill rang at this moment from the other side of the cavern. It was the capped person, but now his face was fully revealed. Although its voice sounded famine, it was actually a green-faced, wizened old monster with a face full of wrinkles, sharp teeth, and a pointy nose. But the most noticeable thing about this person was a small horn on its bald head. "You're from the orc race, right? A pine orc?" Jacob questioned without caring about the dreadful expression of pine orc. "Just who are you? What are you doing in the uncommon region?" The pin orc was completely frightened of Jacob right now. He didn't understand why someone like Jacob would appear in the uncommon region-level dark city. With his horrifying strength, he should have no problem staying in the rare dark city, even with a wanted title. If they knew Jacob was a hidden monster, they would never even consider approaching him, much less coming after his wealth. But they weren't to be blamed for this because Jerry failed to sense Jacob's danger with his unique danger sense, or nothing like this would have happened. He also didn't recognize Jacob's kind, despite wrecking his brain, but one thing was clear now: Jacob's strength was on top of the food chain. He also had some unique ability to hide his true strength even from a hobgoblin danger sense. Livestock won't ask questions. Jacob chuckled coldly before he threw the last bone on the pile. After eating the entire hobgoblin's meat, he could feel his hunger was half subdued. And his body had returned to its masculine shape as well, and he wasn't feeling any crazing hunger like before, but pure strength. If he fought with Jerry again, he can now manhandle him like a raged doll. "Now answer some of my questions. What is this?" From the side, Jacob suddenly picked up a small glass vial, half filled with crystalline black liquid. He found it on Pine Orc's neck hanging with a chain as if it was extremely precious to him. So this aroused his interest the most of all things he looted from the three. The Pine Orc's eyes contracted, and his expression contorted when he saw the small vial in Jacob's hand as if his heart had torn apart. But he didn't want to answer the question. However, his lips moved on their own at this moment. It's advanced uncommon grade Titan Tears. It's an ancient elixir that can help any species below epic rank to break their limits with no hidden side effects. I was planning to take them after dealing with your matter. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he heard this unexpected answer. While Pine Orc's eyes went wide in horror as he touched his forehead, which now had a deep wound. He suddenly thought of the parasite gem they bring to enslave Jacob. He bellowed, "Why you enslaved me?" Jacob was quite satisfied with this parasite gem, which made them talk as long as he used them with the bracelet on his wrist. He now owns both Pine Orc and Mr. Observer, so this can help you break the limit, huh, like a power upgrade. Jacob looked at the small vial in Pine Orc's torn expression. He suddenly had a bold thought and opened the vial before taking a tiny drop. The moment the drop melted in his mouth, he suddenly felt a warm energy bomb explode on his tongue before it spread throughout his entire body. Within a few seconds, Jacob felt his hunger decrease by 5%, and his eyes went wide as he looked at the small vial and the little liquid in it with disbelief. Without caring about Pine Orc's appalled expression, he hurriedly asked with ecstasy, "This Titan Tears, explain how you come in contact with it and where is the recipe?" Chapter 112 Titan Tears. This Titan Tears. Explain how you come in contact with it and where is the recipe? Jacob's reaction was only natural because this one small drop had made his hunger subdue by 5%, and it wasn't temporary either. He could feel the strength of his body increase. He clearly remembered Immortality told him that he required an exorbitant amount of aliment, but it never said it would have to be from the flesh. Although he knew he might find some other sources like special fruits, plants, or herbs in the rare region. But he never expected to find this so-called elixir, and it would be even more potent than a rarer species meat. He only tested it because he was curious when he heard the pine orc's description and effect of these titan tears. Furthermore, he could tell these titan tears were probably the same elixir Jerry was talking about. So he wanted to see why these guys had taken such a risk just to make these titan tears, and now he understands. The pine orc didn't want to tell his biggest secret to Jacob, but since he was enslaved, he had no choice in this matter. He told, "I belong to the Potion Alchemy Guild in the Rare region, and Jerry privately approached me 12 years ago. He had this map of a ruin, and he required an intermediate potion alchemist's assistance, so I agree. At that time, I didn't know Jerry had stolen that old map from the Hobgoblin clan and a secret organization. I don't know their name, and Jerry always kept it to himself. But when we reached that ruin and found a metal box. In that box was an old box called Titan Tears. It was a set of elixir formula from uncommon grade to epic grade. As I said before, it was an ancient elixir that could help any species break something called bloodline limiter, and breaking through the Fable epic rank was also a possibility as long as we could concoct the epic grade Titan Tears. However, just the ingredients required for the low rare grade Titan Tears were almost impossible to gather, much less the epic grade. Nevertheless, just the uncommon grade Titan Tears were enough to raise our strength at the peak of rarer species. But before we could celebrate, we were ambushed by both the Hobgoblin clan and that secret organization. They somehow tracked Jerry down and were waiting for him to find that box before taking it from him. However, Jerry was also prepared, and he used an extremely rare black poison bomb and killed everyone. If he hadn't given me the antidote, I would have also been dead. But he required an intermediate potion alchemist to make this elixir for him, and it also ties us together from then on. Albeit, it was worth being a fugitive with Jerry for this elixir. Yet we still underestimated that secret organization. They somehow found out that we were buying the Titan iron in secret and tracked us down again. But because of the increase in Jerry's strength after taking the elixir, we had a close shave that time, and directly escaped to the uncommon Dark City and lie low for 5 years. Only after making sure there wasn't anyone chasing us did we surface again, but didn't dare to leave the Dark City anymore. Jacob stopped him at this moment. "All right, I didn't want your entire adventure story. Where is this formula right now?" Gritting his teeth, the pin orc unwillingly spoke. To not draw any unwanted attention, Jerry opened the pawn shop while I became a potion maker at the potion tower. We only contact each other when Titan Tears were involved, and the formula is in my workshop. Jacob's eyes shimmered sharply. This is simply a windfall for me. If I could make the Titan Tears in large batches, I could make progress without being worried about any consequences. Maybe there are more such potions in the Potion Alchemy Guild. Decker also wrote there were many alchemy formulas. They were top secrets of his Apothecary Alchemy Guild, and even he didn't dare to write them in his journal. Jacob never thought he would take such a keen interest in this alchemy all of a sudden. There were many branches of this alchemy guild, and it was hard to tell which one was the most prominent. However, it wasn't the time or place for him to learn. Jacob sharply looked at the listless pine orc and said, "We'll be leaving for the Dark City the moment the rain stops. You'll fetch this Titan Tears formula for me, and since you're a potion alchemist, you would be quite rich. I want everything in your name into my account and any gold you have in stash. Also, pack your staff and move to Jerry's shop. You're going to work for me like a good little slave there." "You devil!" Pine Orc felt his heart going to explode when he heard this and almost lunged at Jacob. "Steal down," Jacob coldly ordered, and Pine Orc was glued to his place with an expressionless face while his eyes were bloodshot. Then Jacob looked at Mr. Observer, who was silently listening with an ashen expression. He questioned sharply, "How many assets does Jerry have?" Mr. Observer was the same as the Pine Orc. He replied without hiding anything, "The Jerry pawn shop and all the things within. There is a secret safe on the top floor where he keeps his money, and the deed of the shop is also there. As for his bank account, I have no idea, but his information would be saved in the Zodiac money transfer device in that safe as well. If you have his fingerprint and blood, you can transfer all the wealth to your account." Jacob's eyes shimmered with a hint of delight. It was the real reason he spared these two. He knew Jerry was extremely rich in the Dark City. It would have been a waste to leave his wealth like this. He needed money, and Mr. Observer should know where Jerry kept all his wealth since he was his slave. As for the Pine Orc, he didn't know what relation he had with Jerry, but since his strength was also a rank, he didn't want to kill him and wanted to see if he could reap more benefits as well as find the secret of the Titan Iron. Now he was extremely glad he spared these two, or he might never know about the Titan Tears formula and its miraculous effects. "We'll do as you suggest. When we return, start selling everything in the shop and clean the warehouse and logs." "How much time will it take?" Jacob asked. He wasn't interested in taking over Jerry's business since it would be too cumbersome, and he had other plans for now after knowing about the Titan Tears. Mr. Observer pondered for a moment before he answered, If we bought nothing and sold all the reserves, it would only take 5 or 6 months since we have many buyers. But we can also sell everything to other stores around us. It will take less time, but the profit won't be much. Jacob thought for a moment. I'm giving you 7 months to clean the entire warehouse. Except for the staff remuneration, everything will go into my account, your saving included. Do you understand? Mr. Observer felt his heart shattered when he heard the last part and listlessly nodded. Jacob again looked at the pine orc who seemed to have lost his soul and smiled coldly. How much uncommon Titan iron do you need to make 1 drop of Titan tears? He replied listlessly. As the main ingredient of the Titan tears, the final quantity depends on the Titan iron's purity. Like the Titan iron you sold Jerry, I could make only 2 tier-3 Titan tears drops with 3,000 grams of Titan iron with 89% purity. What is this tier-3 about? Jacob's eyes narrowed. There are 3 tiers of purity recorded in the book. Tier-1 uncommon Titan tears are made with 10% to 30% pure Titan iron, Tier-2 with 31% to 70% purity, and Tier-3 with 70% to 90%. There is another tier called Perfect Tier, but it was a mere theory since we required something called Titan Iron Essence which had purity above 90%. I never even heard of such material. Jacob thought for a moment before he chuckled. Since you never saw it, this doesn't mean it didn't exist. Nonetheless, I have over 120 kg Titan Iron, and I need you to turn it into the Titan Tears while teaching me the entire process. So much. Where do you get it from? Pine Orc couldn't help but question when he heard the Titan Iron amount. Jacob thought for a moment and replied with a subtle smile, you don't need to know this. Now let's shut up and let me eat. Without caring about the Pine Orc or Mr. Observer's appalled expression, he tore the crispy leg of the bronze goblin and starts eating it. Chapter 113. This was way easy. The top floor of Jerry Pawn Shop, Mr. Observer opened the locked door before he steps aside respectfully. Jacob unhurriedly steps inside the familiar lavishing floor with 2 bags in his hand. It's been 20 hours since he killed Jerry and Chad, after the rain stopped. As he planned, he took Mr. Observer and Tunny, that was the name of the Pine Orc, back to the uncommon Dark City, which he didn't plan to return so soon. This time he bought a year-long city pass and first head toward the Potion Tower to take care of Tunny's business. Since he was one of the best potion makers of the Potion Tower, the owner was extremely reluctant to let him go and tried almost everything, begging even to stop him from leaving. But how could Tunny tell him his plight, that he simply didn't have the choice since Jacob was controlling him, and he might get eaten by this devil at any moment? Jacob didn't mind Tunny's nauseous expression and took him straight to the pawnshop, which was still operating fine by the manager. The staff had no idea their generous boss was dead and replaced by the culprit. Even if they knew, as long as they were paid for their work, they didn't care who their boss was or what he did in his pastime. This place was the Dark City. Even a passerby could be a killer. Jacob seized Jerry's seat, looked at the 2 slaves, and said, sit. Mr. Observer sat down. He had already accepted his fate, and besides, he was a slave to begin with, so it didn't matter much to him. He was even more respectful and obedient toward Jacob because Jacob was extremely powerful. He was also afraid Jacob might eat him if he ticked him off. Tunny was new to being a slave. Even Jerry didn't enslave him because of his skills, and it was far better to have him as a partner than a slave. But Jacob simply didn't care about his skills or his importance at all. He looked at him indifferently like he was livestock. However, he knew his fate was now sealed unless someone can kill Jacob. That made him even more despaired. He sat down while placing a large bag aside. Put it here, Jacob coldly commanded when he saw this guy still didn't know how to read between the lines. He wondered if the orc race was filled with idiots. Tunny reluctantly put the bag on the table and sighed. It was inevitable. Jacob pulled the bag toward himself and opened it. There were many tools for potion making and books. He slowly put them on the table and arranged them. Which one is the Titan Tears? He asked as he looked at the small pile of books. Tunny pulled a dark gray book from the pile that appeared quite old and placed it before Jacob. Jacob curiously looked at the plain cover without any writing. If he weren't controlling Tunny, he would have thought he was messing with him. He opened it and saw the words of this book were completely unfamiliar to him and frowned. What language is this? This is the ancient philosopher's language. Every intermediate rank member of the Alchemy Guild comes in contact with this language since almost all the ancient alchemy texts are translated from the ancient philosopher's language. Tunny replied with a hint of pride. Intriguing, Jacob's lips curled up. Since you're so proud about it, then you definitely know this ancient philosopher's language, and you'll be going to teach me this with the potion alchemy. Tunny's expression turned dark when he heard this, but he didn't dare to retort. There were also 5 bundles of bills on the table with a small bag of coins which were Tunny's liquid savings. Jacob pocketed them without even blinking and then picked up the Zodiac money transfer (ZMT) device and put it in front of the vexed Tunny. He commanded, "Transfer every penny in account number 2245. Tunney's fingers trembled as he activated the ZMT device, which was like a phone. And when it was activated, he pressed his thumb on the thumb imprint, which had a small needle in its center. It was the activation method of the ZMT device. Not only did a person require the fingerprint, but a blood test as well to log into the Zodiac Taurus bank account. When Tunney was logged in successfully, the entire detail appeared with his bank balance, which was 32,984,090 gold coins. It was his life-saving, but after a few presses it turned into zero. Jacob had his own ZMT device activated, and when he received the notification about the transfer, his eyes flashed with delight. This was way easier than opening the business and starting from scratch, Jacob mused. At this moment, he received another notification that he can now upgrade his account from a G-tier account to F-tier, and this process can be done with ZMT device as well. Jacob was content with this bank's efficiency and quickly completed the process that required him to just press his thumb on the scanner, and he can now enjoy F-tier bank account benefits. I should be able to upgrade it up to E or D-tier with Jerry's account, he thought. He looked at listless Tunney, who seemed to lose his reason for living, and coolly said, "Set up your workshop in this place, and if you require any materials for Titan tiers or equipment, make a list. We're going to start after you take a 10-hour rest. You're dismissed." Tunney quietly packed his things and headed toward the other side of the spacious floor, which was more than enough to accumulate 100 potion workshops. Jacob finally looked at Mr. Observer, who was silently observing them. He wondered if that was why he had this code name. He said in a meaningful tone, "Compared to that guy, I like your demeanor more if you play your part well and do everything I told you. I might set you free before I leave." Mr. Observer was startled when he heard this, and an ecstatic glint flashed past his eyes as he quickly bowed. "I will not disappoint you, boss," before what happened between. "All right, stop here, I understand, it wasn't your fault." Jacob coldly cut him short. Mr. Observer quickly kept his mouth shut and bowed thankfully. Jacob continues, "Now that this is out of the way, show Jerry's secret safe." Motivated, Mr. Observer quickly led Jacob toward the back room. When they entered this room, it wasn't lavish as the exterior, but it was a simple room with some training equipment and a bed in the corner. Mr. Observer moves like he has been in this place many times, and quickly the only bookshelf beside the bed. He suddenly pulled a thin book, and a click sound rang from the bookshelf before a creaking sound of something opening sounded. Jacob smiled when he saw the shelf was just a door, and behind it was a 7x6 feet metal door with a combination lock. "So what's the combination?" He looked at Mr. Observer with uncertainty. From what he saw until now, Jerry seemed to be nothing but an idiot because Mr. Observer almost knew everything about him. He didn't know if that guy was lax because of the parasite gem, but he knew if it were him, he would never let anyone learn so much about him. And Jacob's doubt became even more apparent when Mr. Observer started spinning the combination lock with great familiarity. Yes, that guy was an absolute idiot. No wonder he even left the formula of the Titan tiers with that fool. If I were him, I would have escaped long ago. These guys were the perfect pair of suckers. I'm surprised just how they managed to survive this long with a hot potato, like Titan tiers formula in their hands. While Jacob was mulling over this, Mr. Observer had already opened the safe. "You did great. Tell me the combination and go ask that pine-faced clown about what he required and arrange everything. Also, start with the task I tell you about in the cave as well. If any problem arises that you can't handle, report it to me." Jacob gave instructions before excusing Mr. Observer. He didn't want him around when he was calculating his wealth. After Mr. Observer left, Jacob opened the safe's door with anticipation. When the safe opened, there were 10 brackets in total. 6 of them were filled with golden bills. There were about 10 million worth of golden banknotes or even more. Jacob's lips curled up as he saw some papers and the ZMT device with them. He activated it without any hesitation. When the familiar screen appeared, a dismembered thumb appeared in Jacob's hand, which was the only part Jacob didn't eat. It was still warm because it was inside the infinity pendant. Jacob pressed it on the scanner, and the next moment the bank account was flashed open. Chapter 114 Next move 61,400,812. A delightful spark flashed past Jacob's eyes when he saw this number, and without hesitation he transferred everything to his personal account. This guy's wealth was double that of the potion maker like Tunney because he had his own business in the Dark City. The next moment, Jacob received the notification of a successful transition, and the final amount in his account was 94.3 million. He was only over 5 million away from having a D-tier account. He promptly received another notification for an account upgrade from F-tier to E-tier. He completed it instantly. As someone who once stood at the pinnacle of wealth, this small wealth wasn't enough to shock him. This fleeting delight only lasted for a moment before he stowed his device away and crushed Jerry's ZMT device. Every person's ZMT device was registered with them, and if you want to change it, you have to visit the bank branch, which Jacob didn't require. After Jacob was done with the bank account matter, he finally looked at the other things in the safe. Besides money, there were some papers, and after skimming through them, he found the deed of this shop and some logs related to Jerry's business. What caught Jacob's eye were two folded parchments. One was an old map which Jacob mused must be of the ruin where they found Titan Tier's formula. The other was also a map, but the area recorded on it was extremely vast, and there were 3 words written on top of this map: Rarer Races Region. Jacob's eyes flashed as he examined the map more carefully. He didn't even have the map of the rare region, but now he got the map of the rarer region. He was naturally curious. However, he was fascinated when he saw a marked passage and his eyes narrowed. Could it be a secret passage toward the rarer region? Jacob presumed and decided to interrogate Tunney about it later. After Jacob found out about the Titan Tier's elixir, he knew now he could increase his strength at an extremely fast pace, which also meant he required powerful species hearts at some point. Right now, his hunger was 70% eliminated, and with his current wealth, he can buy more rare species meat and eliminate his hunger completely. Furthermore, he now had a rarer heart and 3 rare hearts. He might be able to cross the 40% progress with them soon. At that time, he could use the Titan Tier's tummy would create to subdue his hunger to a bearable level. I should be able to complete up to 50% of my heart progress with the Titan Tiers made with my current Titan Iron stash. In the meantime, I would learn potion making in that language. At that level, the rare region might not suit me anymore, but first I have to completely take advantage of Jerry's position. In 7 months, I have to reach the 50% progress rate. An astute light shone in Jacob's eyes. With his current power, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the Dark City, and he prepared a flawless plan for his advancement in these 7 months. Afterward, Jacob spotted a familiar yet unfamiliar device and picked it up. Bloodline scanning scale device. This one seemed to be of a higher grade. Jacob quickly turned on the 12x14 inches device. It has been a long time since he measured his strength with this device. One reason being the device in his possession no longer showed any date on him, and except for his species, sex, and age, all things were unknown. Jacob saw the familiar menu and pressed his thumb on the needle, and a countdown appeared on the black screen like the old device. A message appeared on the screen. The blood analysis has been completed. Please press the button to check the result. Jacob pressed the first button without any hesitation. Species, human uncommon, sex male, age 25, blood force 9000 plus. Note, please purchase a higher grade device to measure accurate blood force. Bloodline unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device to discover about this bloodline and more information. What is this blood force? Is it some kind of strength meter of the rarer region? Jacob mumbled with uncertainty and took a mental note to inquire about it from Tunney as well. He then pressed the next button. Blood analysis report. Unknown bloodline can't be masseur with the current device. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood analysis results and more information. Still unknown, huh? Jacob barely chuckled as he expected this and pressed the last button without any expectation. Blood lifespan, unknown. Note, please purchase a higher grade device for more accurate blood lifespan results and more accurate information. Shaking his head, he closed the device. He expected this much since his body has long been mutated and always changing. Just keeping his identity as a human was already a miracle, but he knew it might not be for long as well. After this device, he found a green ID card that belonged to Jerry, and he stowed it away since it might come in handy because it belonged to the rarer region. Other than these things, there wasn't anything interesting that caught Jerry's eye, and he closed the safe, locking it. He finally has room to breathe. Jacob walked toward the king-size bed and just lay there while staring at the ceiling. He was traveling for months, and it was the first time in a while that he didn't feel any danger or on edge. A strange relief washed over him before he unknowingly fell asleep. When Jacob killed Jerry, he didn't know a strange signal was released, and right after 24 hours, a meeting was being held between capped figures at an unknown location. Everyone, I summon you all here to announce 2 pieces of news. The capped person, who was the only one who was sitting in this room, spoke in a hoarse voice. There were 12 standing figures in front of him and 2 standing on each side. All of them were attentively listening to him without making any noises. The person continued, first, it seemed someone from the bank had interfered with our mission in the uncommon region. This time a manly voice sounded in disbelief. Did they find out about the cannibal plan? This we don't know for sure yet. But the person who intercepted us was assumed to have 1-star A-rank strength and possess at least Type 0 technology. So it could also be a coincidence that he was simply just a passerby, but we can't rule out the first possibility either. The sitting person impassively replied. What about the second announcement? someone asked in a grave tone. The second is the rogue skull no. Aminus 1,389,331's brain chip has gone offline yesterday, which means he is dead. Rogue skull no. Aminus 1,389,331, you mean that renegade hobgoblin we were deliberately keeping alive? Some asked with astonishment. Yes, the person nodded. He didn't know we deliberately let him escape with the Titan Tears formula and had our own plans for him in the cannibal plan, but it seemed someone had killed him as well. Could it be someone had leaked the information about the cannibal plan and now they're hunting our pawns one by one? Someone exclaimed in a grave tone. Rogue skull no. Aminus 1,389,331's current strength was at 3-star A rank, so it might not be the same person who killed him. And this could be a big unexpected coincidence, the person said impassively. But if the information leak really happened, then there is a traitor among us, since only the people in this room know about the cannibal plan and its details. But it's impossible. We all have a brain chip implanted in our brains. The moment we say something about the organization or even think of betraying it, our head would explode. Someone quickly refuted it, and everyone spotted this claim. The sitting person's voice turned icy at this moment. That's why I didn't take any action. But just to be sure, everyone will go through a throughout scanning. If you guys weren't guilty, there's no need to be afraid. No one retorted or even dared to reject it and quickly agreed. All right, go to the scanning room first and then we'll talk. Everyone quickly left the hall except the two on this person's side. What is your plan if they were all clean? A melodious voice rang from his left side. When the scanning was complete, I hope we won't find anything amiss. I'm planning on sending Skull No. Aminus 10,000 and Skull No. Aminus 9,999 to the uncommon region for investigation. If this is just a coincidence, they're going to oversee the cannibal plan until it reaches the initial stage, and it's time to retrieve the Titan Tears formula. We can't let it fall into someone else's hand. The leader impassively replied. Are you really going to send 5-digit and 4-digit skulls to that barren place? An elderly voice questioned from his right. I didn't want to show our true strength until the cannibal plan was initiated. But in these past 2 years, this wasn't the only time we were intercepted. I think there might be someone operating against us. Chapter 115 Danger in Progress. 6 months later, 2 towering capped men entered the uncommon Dark City, and without stopping they headed directly toward the City Hall, which was right beside the City Admin Manor, which was at the heart of Dark City. The Dark City Hall was the true operations center of the Dark City. As those 2 capped men entered the City Hall building, they were greeted by a masked receptionist. How may I help you? One of them pulled out a black ID card, which looked like an exquisite dark crystal. There were only 2 golden words written at the front, Dark Baron, and a golden capped insignia was imprinted on top center. When the receptionist saw them, her eyes went wide. However, before she could say anything, a deep voice rang, Don't cause a commotion. I want to activate my authority to find someone. The receptionist took a deep breath to calm down. Her excessive reaction was only natural because it was her first time seeing someone with a dark noble identity in uncommon Dark City. Having the identity of a dark noble didn't just represent status, but also strength. One had to know in the uncommon Dark City there was only one lower dark noble, but not a single upper dark noble despite its hundreds of years of history. It showed just how difficult it was to achieve the Dark Baron rank. I understand. The receptionist respectfully replied, Please follow me, I'll guide you to the manager's office. The Dark Baron stowed his identity card away before he followed the receptionist with his companion without arousing any unwanted attention. The manager's office was on the 2nd floor, and the receptionist reported the arrival of a Dark Baron. Even the usually cold manager lost her composure for a moment before she quickly invited them in respectfully. When only the 3 of them were left in the room, the manager asked in an edgy tone, I heard Milord wanted to activate your authority to find someone. The Dark Baron nodded behind his cap and spoke, It's indeed the reason for my visit. The manager took a deep breath before she solemnly nodded and said, I understand. Just to be clear, you do understand that once you activate your Dark Baron search authority, you won't be able to use it before 30 days cooldown period ends. You can only acquire information on one person, and that person's Dark City rank should not exceed the lower Dark Noble rank. In case the person isn't present in the Dark City, we'll give you the most recent information we have. In case that person never signed in within our database, your Dark Baron search authority would not be counted. The Dark Baron nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. She didn't dwell on another topic anymore and quickly took out a tab-sized device and activated it and capped symbol flash before a menu appeared. She started touching the screen as she opened a unique menu and put it in front of the Dark Baron and described, Please place your Dark Noble identity card on this scanner and then your unique Dark Noble pin. The Dark City was extremely careful with its dark nobles since they have certain privileges within the Dark City. So to make sure only the real person can use them, they had many security measures in place. The Dark Baron was familiar with the process and quickly put the Dark Crystal card on the device before he typed a long string of on the bottom. The next moment a new screen appeared. "Your handprint and blood sample, please," the manager instructed. The Dark Baron put away his ID card and then placed his hand on the can while pressing his thumb on the pin. When the scanning was complete, the manager took the device again. After she was done with the process, she said, "Please deposit 10 million gold coins to Dark City account, or would you like to pay here?" At this moment, the Dark Baron suddenly revealed a wristband, which made the Manger's eyes flutter with shock. He tapped on it and some glowing words appeared on it, and afterward he tapped a few times before he nodded. "Done." The manager looked at the tab, and when she saw a notification appeared, she nodded and completed the process. "Please tell me the ID name of the person you want to search," she inquired. The Dark Baron coldly replied, "Tunny Pines." Jacob currently sat on the top floor of the pawnshop with both Tunny and Mr. Observer behind him, standing respectfully. In front of him sat a short, fat person in a golden mask, while beside him was a masked woman browsing through some papers in her hand. "Mr. Jerry, I had to admit when I heard you were selling your establishment, I didn't believe it at first." The masked fatty chuckled at this moment. In these past 6 months, Mr. Observer had sold every valuable item in the pawnshop just as Jacob instructed him to, and earned Jacob 23.9 million gold coins. That was added to Jacob's account and finally made a D-tier account. Now, he was selling this shop as well because Jacob had already done with his own business as well. Not only he learned potion making and all the knowledge of Tunny in these past 6 months, shocking Tunny out of his wits. He raised his heart progress to 48%. He had already 10 prepared rare heart essence injections for his advancement to the 50%. As for how he does it in these short 6 months. But here you are, Mr. Gold. You appeared within half an hour after I put the shop on sale with your assistant. It didn't seem you weren't ready for this at all. Well, it doesn't matter, as you might have already known. I was emptying my warehouse in the past months as well as transferring my staff members back home. I'm simply done with this place. Jacob coolly replied. When Mr. Observer heard transferring, a ghastly chill ran down his spine as he thought how Jacob's home means literally his stomach. He knew all those staff members were lured out of the city every month in the sham of transferring to the rare region and a huge amount of gold coins. But the moment they left the Dark City, Jacob would butcher them before eating every last bite and then return with a large bag as if nothing happened. Mr. Observer knew all of this because he was the one who prepared those livestock for Jacob. What made him appalled was just how big Jacob's appetite was, and even devoured 32 staff members 3 months ago in 2 days. He clearly remembered to this day Jacob had devoured 218 staff members. Every time Jacob asked him to arrange the transfer, he always thought he might get eaten this time like everyone else if Jacob's hunger wasn't quenched. That's why he worked extra hard to do everything Jacob told him and show his value. This was also part of the reason everything was done in 6 months, and now only this shop was left. Mr. Gold had naturally heard about this, just as Jacob said. He was after Jerry's shop for a long time because of its position in the market area, but Jerry wasn't someone to trifle with. That was why he was paying attention when he received the report that Jerry had stopped buying and even shifting his staff out of the city. When he heard the news that Jerry had put his shop on sale in the city hall, he literally flew here to strike first. "It's all there, boss." The assistant nodded and put the shop's deed down after making sure it was real. Mr. Gold quickly said, "Mr. Jerry, I think you're a direct person, so I won't waste your time. I'm willing to pay you 50 million for this shop." Jacob's lips curled up as he said, "Mr. Observer, escort our guest out." It seemed they're not here with sincerity. Mr. Gold and his assistant were dumbfounded by Jerry's response, and when they saw Mr. Observer moved and was really about to chase him out. Mr. Gold quickly said, "Mr. Jerry, there's no need to burn all the bridges so quickly. That was just my price. If you're not content with it, please state your offer. We can negotiate. I sincerely wanted to buy this shop." Jacob nodded and said, "Very well. As you know, my shop is in the most prominent area of the Dark City. Furthermore, I won't take furniture in the shop, including this top floor. There's also a secret room behind me, and there are many of high-level training equipment and a high uncommon grade safe. That is all included within this shop." Mr. Gold's eyes shimmered. "If that's the case, then what price do you have in mind?" Jacob stated his last price. "I want 100 million, and this is no negotiable." Chapter 116 Monsters Have No Remorse. "I want 100 million, and this is no negotiable." Mr. Gold fell silent for a moment when he heard Jacob's response. He knew this shop's actual value was between 70 and 80 million gold coins, and his first price was just a probe. If Jacob hasn't included all the furniture and this whole lavish floor and all the things here, he wasn't willing to pay this much to acquire this shop. Jacob didn't hurry Mr. Gold. He knew this guy wasn't a refuge or criminal like most of the people in the uncommon dark city, but he was one of those rare normal people. He was a pure businessman who had a large chain of firms in many cities. He supplied parts of different firearms and sold some finished products. Jacob knew just how extensive a firearm business could be, and he didn't mind getting acquainted with Mr. Gold. It might come in handy at some point. That was why he agreed to meet with him first, or he didn't mind waiting for others and hearing their offers. Mr. Gold finally spoke with a nod. "All right, Mr. Jerry, let's sign the transfer papers." Jacob merely nodded and signed the papers with Jerry's name, and Mr. Gold transferred $100 million into Jacob's account. "Mr. Jerry, it's a pleasure to deal with you. According to the agreement, you have to vacate the shop in 3 days. Mr. Gold was in a good mood as he said, "If you require anything related to firearms in the rare region, please contact me using this pager number." Jacob had already known about the existence of pagers in the rare regions, and he already bought a new one for himself to make it convenient to contact Mr. Observer. Jacob received the pager number and nodded. "No problem, you can take over this place right now since I have packed my stuff." Mr. Gold was startled for a moment before he nodded without raising any further questions. He even liked Jerry's decisiveness. "Let's go." Jacob stood up and signaled Mr. Observer to pick up the 2 large bags on the corner. The 3 of them left the top floor, leaving Mr. Gold and his assistant. Mr. Gold couldn't help but ask with a sharp look in his eyes, "What a strange fellow, do you think it was the real Jerry?" The assistant shook her head. "No. Jerry was burly and taller than this Jerry, and he would have never sold his business he nurtured with his blood and sweat. Heh, it seemed that stubborn idiot moved on this guy, and we can only imagine his fate." Fear surfaced in his eyes when he thought of Jacob's icy eyes. It was indeed right to not take any drastic measure against this person and establish a connection. If he can get rid of Jerry, only the city admit can handle him. Mr. Gold was a businessman, and he had a deep information network. He had been eyeing this shop for many years but also knew just how scary Jerry was. He once probed him and paid a huge price for that. So he naturally would notice when a new Jerry would appear and when he thought of investigating this impersonator. He was stopped when he noticed what Jacob was doing with Jerry's shop, and he knew he might don't need to do anything and just wait for the chance. The thing that can be handled with money didn't need force. It was Mr. Gold's logic in doing business. Now he acquired this shop without offending Jacob, and after meeting him in person, he felt gladder he didn't take that route or he might not be alive to regret it. Jacob and his 2 slaves left Jerry's shop wearing capes. When they turned around, 2 capped figures passed them. Jacob's eyes widened slightly, but he continued to move as if he didn't sense that fleeting danger from one of those capped figures. Just who could they be to make even me feel the sense of danger for a moment? Jacob knew his improvement better than anyone else. Someone who could make him feel a sense of danger just by walking past him can't be just any random nobody. Nevertheless, that person wasn't here to mess with him and he was leaving this place. There might not even meet again, so he thought little about this and hailed a carriage. An astonishing grunt sounded from a capped figure as it turned around to look at the empty corner. "What?" the other man inquired in confusion. "Nothing, I felt danger for a moment," she replied with uncertainty. "Stop joking," the man retorted. He clearly didn't believe his companion. "Not even the city admit can make me feel danger, much less you. Now be serious, we still have another place to go before we deal with this nuisance that made me spend 10 million. Heh, you're right. It must be my imagination. Let me eat this fellow after retrieving that book. I'm feeling quite hungry after this long trip." The female chuckled and starts moving again. "HMPH, don't kill anyone in the dark city. Although we can raise this place to rubble, we can't handle the consequences. Besides, we were strictly ordered not to cause any trouble." The man quickly refuted. "You think I don't know? You're planning to enslave him before taking him out of the city to interrogate him. Just let me eat him afterward. Oh, and enslaved 10 more common tier -6 or higher tier species for me. How about we enslave the city admin as well? His common tier -9 meat will taste quite good, right?" she asked like a curious child. But her companion felt a chill in his spine and remained silent. He knew if they weren't together and from the same organization, she might have eaten him as well. Just like that, they entered the Jerry pawn shop. Jacob and his 2 slaves left the uncommon dark city and moved deep within the mountains before stopping. Mr. Observer and Tunney's hearts tightened when they were stopped by Jacob. They knew since Jacob had already done with his business with the Dark City and sold everything, it was finally their turn. Truth be told, Mr. Observer was still a little hopeful that Jacob might really set him since Jacob had yet to take his money despite him offering it to him multiple times. But Jacob simply rejected him. It gives him some hope. As for Tunney, he had spent far more time with Jacob than Mr. Observer in these past 6 months, and Jacob never showed any emotions and merely used him as a library to learn knowledge. Furthermore, he never thought Jacob would really learn potion making in 6 months and reach his level. Even someone as talented as him took decades to achieve this level. If news got out about this, the Alchemy Guild might do anything to recruit Jacob in their main branch. He wasn't just a monster who could eat anything and everything. He was also a monster who could learn anything and everything. This was the final conclusion Tunney reached, and he even felt somewhat gratified to teach such a person. Even if he died now, he really didn't have any regret, and he had made peace with it. But some part of him still hoped Jacob would spare him out of remorse. However, when Jacob's hand suddenly blurred and stabbed right into his chest, realization dawned upon him in his last movement. Monsters have no remorse. It was his last thought before Jacob gouged his beating heart out. Jacob merely looked at the still beating heart and then at Tunney's corpse. He then shifted his eyes at Mr. Observe, who took a step back as he felt stared at by a devil. "Take out an empty box, collect his blood, and dug out that parasite gem while you're at it," Jacob commanded. Mr. Observer controls the shutters and quickly does as he was told. He takes out a metal box, starts filling it with Tunney's warm blood and digs the parasite gem out. After collecting them, he handed them to Jacob with trembling hands. Jacob took them, placed the heart in the box, and put both of them in his pocket. Then he looked at Mr. Observer, making him shake controllably. He chuckles, "As I said before, you're free from now on. But your parasite controller will remain with him. You can try to dig it out in the future, or you could live it with that gem in your head. But as long as you live with that gem, you can't tell a word about me to anyone or write them or hint anything. If this much freedom is enough for you, you can leave, or I don't mind collecting your heart as well for my collection as well. I'm already suffering a huge loss to let you walk away with a rare-grade parasite gem." Mr. Observer nearly cried when he heard those words. He felt like they were words of salvation and quickly blurted, "Thank you. I won't try to destroy this gem ever, even if I got the chance." Chapter 117 50% completion. Jacob merely chuckled when he saw how grateful Mr. Observer was. "Don't flatter yourself. Even if you manage to get rid of that parasite gem, do you think you can get rid of me if I decide to hunt you down?" Mr. Observer felt a chill when he heard those words. Jacob's fear was deeply rooted in his heart now, and he won't dare to cross Jacob even if he had 10 lives. "Don't worry, boss, this gem will be proof of my loyalty. I can't ask for more." He quickly kneeled. "All right, now leave before I change my mind." Jacob waved his hand in annoyance. What about you? Aren't you coming with me?" Mr. Observer was confused. Jacob squinted his eyes coldly and said subtly, "Do you really want to know?" Mr. Observer cursed himself for being an idiot and not reading between the lines and whiffled his head. He quickly stood up. "Again, thank you, boss. You're the best." Done finishing, he ran away without stopping. He was clearly afraid Jacob would still lust after heart, literally. Jacob smirked when he saw Mr. Observer running away like a scaredy cat despite having a peak B-rank strength. He really meant what he said that day, and since Mr. Observer really did an excellent job in these past 6 months, he let him go. Truth be told, if not for Mr. Observer arranging those staff members every month, he won't be able to convert his body at the same level as his 40% completed heart or reach a 48% progress rate and close to 50%. Although Mr. Observer knows about Jacob's strange hobby of collecting the heart after killing his prey, but he didn't dare to question it, and even helped him sometimes to collect them despite being disgusted about it. Jacob shook his head. He was destined to be alone on this path, and there was no need for him to make relations with others. He glanced at Tunney's corpse and mumbled, "I never thought my learning abilities will reach such a level with my strength. You were the only one who knew besides me, so I can't let you walk away with this secret, but I bury your remains as a token of my appreciation toward you." In these last 6 months, Jacob had a far deeper understanding of himself. Not only his physical strength was rising with his heart, but his mind was becoming sharper, and his learning ability was already at the level where he learned complex potion making in 6 months. He knew this kind of ability could be a disaster and a blessing at the same time. From experience, he knew people in power tend to control those who can shake their position when they matured. If they can't control them, they would simply destroy them to get rid of future trouble. Especially if your talent lies in the field of intellect and has ambition. He was still a stranger to this world and its complex power structure. If he let his guard down and relaxed, he might be the next Mr. Observer and Tunney for another Jacob. That's why I was completely ruthless with Tunney. After he buried Tunney beside a tree, which only took him 5 minutes. Jacob picked up his bags and left the area in the completely opposite direction from the rare region at full speed, which was now over 300 mph. Strangely, he was moving in the Humane Kingdom's direction. After moving for 3 hours at his top speed, he finally started to exhaust himself. He didn't take the long, safe route back because he didn't require it any longer. He was even hoping that some rare animal would jump on him. Furthermore, he found a small water stream and a small natural cave. He decided to rest here for the night and absorb the 10 rare blood essences he had prepared beforehand. This should be enough to cross the 50% threshold, and I'm already prepared for this advancement, Jacob mused as he closed the cave entrance with a boulder. Cursed Immortality. Jacob summons the book and opens the progress page. Second level, turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark completion, 48%. He then took out the injection and injected it without any hesitation. Furthermore, this syringe was custom-made with Titan iron because those normal syringes weren't able to penetrate his skin when he crossed the 40% mark 4 months ago. After the heart essence entered his heart, it turned into a stream of warm energy before it vanished within a minute. It was completely absorbed. He glanced at the progress page. Second level. Turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark completion, 48.02%. Jacob had expected this. Tier -4 to Tier -6 heart essence only provides a 0.2 or 0.3% increase maximum in his heart progress now, and he can absorb them within a minute. He knew after reaching 50%, the rare species will be akin to uncommon species to him. That was one of the reasons he no longer cared about the farm. Uncommon Dark City. He mused after reaching 50%. Only if he consumed the entire Dark City could he cross the 60%, which was simply not worth making the organization behind the Dark City his enemy. Jacob didn't stop injecting another heart essence and then another. After injecting and absorbing the 9th heart essence, second level, turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark completion, 49.09%. However, he didn't take the last injection right away. Instead, he speaks, "There's no hidden surprise at the 50%, right?" After what happened at 20%, he was very careful whenever he was about to cross these thresholds. "Why are you such a worrywart? If didn't have any mutant heart essence, then there's no need to worry about anything. Besides, now that you have that potion, is there any need to be cautious anymore?" Immortica annoyingly wrote. "HMPH, do you think Titan iron grows on trees? Now quit your whining and let me advance in peace." Jacob berated and injected the last injection without caring about Immortica's reply. This time, the process didn't just over in a minute. The infinity cursed mark in Jacob's heart suddenly shimmered darkly before it grew inker, and from 1 min size, it suddenly started to expand. Jacob felt like something had just sewn deep within his heart as he clenched his teeth from the pain. Although this pain was at Jacob's bearable level, it was still not something Jacob enjoyed. If it was Jacob of the past, he might have gone insane already. The infinity cursed mark stopped when it expanded to 1 cm from 1, and the blurry pattern within the infinity symbol also became somewhat apparent, but it was still not clear. Nevertheless, Jacob did not know about it, and he was now feeling relief since the pain had ended and warmth replaced it. He knew he had successfully advanced, and when a sudden hunger rose, he was 100% sure. He glanced at the progress. Second level, turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark completion, 51.01%. The last injection gave me a whole percent, nice. Jacob was content with this progress. A small vial appeared in his hand, filled with black liquid. It was the Titan Tears. From the Titan iron in his possession, he acquired 85 drops of Titan Tears, and he used 20 drops when he reached the 40% completion rate to quench his hunger by 60%. Now he had 65 drops, and after he felt the hunger of the 50% completion rate, he knew it was a wise decision to move in this direction. He quickly gulped down the entire vial, which contained 30 drops. The hunger was greatly subdued as warm energy seeped into his body. But soon it completely vanished, and Jacob frowned. It seemed now 1 drop of Titan Tear can only quench my hunger 1%. He quickly took out another vial, which have 20 drops of Titan Tears, and consumed all of them. Jacob felt half of his hunger was now gone, and he was far more powerful than he was 15 minutes ago. I should keep the last 15 drops saved for now and try sustaining myself with animals until I reach the Earthen Kingdom and find their load of Titan iron. It was indeed the right choice to visit the Earthen Kingdom before heading to the higher region. In here, no one will be able to stop me from taking that Titan iron, and once I have a sufficient amount of Titan Tears, I'll leave them alone. Jacob's lips curled into a devious smile. He wasn't like Jerry and Tunny or anyone else in Dark City. They never bothered with the affairs of the barren, uncommon region. That's why they missed out on the only Titan iron lode in the uncommon region that exists in the Earthen Kingdom of Hob Troll. Now it benefits Jacob, and with his current prowess, those Hob Trolls would be courting death if they dared to stop him. Chapter 118, The Cannibal Plan. The Earthen Kingdom was right between the Humane Kingdom and the Oriate Kingdom, and it was the strongest kingdom among the three as well. Furthermore, the Earthen Kingdom had the most fertile lands in the Uncommon region. Even the Oriate Kingdom of Green Goblin, which had an allied relationship with the Earthen Kingdom, didn't dare to court the Earthen Kingdom's lands. The reason is extremely simple: strength. Not only the Hob Trolls were physically stronger than any intelligent race present in the Uncommon region, but they also had 15 B-rank mercenaries, as well as their army marshal was titled as the strongest warrior of the Uncommon region. That's why no one dares to mess with the Earthen Kingdom, especially the Humane Kingdom, which was the weakest of the three and had a poor history in comparison to these two kingdoms. The Earthen City was the capital city of the Earthen Kingdom, surrounded by thick, towering walls. The Earthen Castle was the most eye-catching structure of the entire city, and it could be seen from the city gates. Inside an office in the royal castle, a burly hob troll in lavishing clothes was currently kneeling in front of two sitting capped persons. "Tisk, so you were living in this lavishing castle uncovered all these years?" A melodious voice clicked her tongue with envy. The hob troll quickly answered, "It was all because of the organization. Without them I would still be a beggar." His voice was filled with gratitude. "HMPH, yet you still failed to protect our cause," a deep voice coldly retorted. The hob troll kept his head low and replied, "I won't deny it, and I'm ready to receive the death plenty." His voice didn't waver when he said those words. "Hee hee, look who's talking about failing." The woman behind the cape cackled. The man couldn't help but gnashed his teeth when he heard this and refuted, "We both know who is the expert in tracking here, so don't even think about going there." "Tusk, Tusk, if only I could eat you." The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. The hob troll was speechless by this strange exchange between these two terrifying existences, but he kept his mouth shut and pretended as if he was a statue. The man took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at the hob troll and sternly said, "Although the organization didn't hold you accountable for what happened last time. But a failure is still a failure, and if this happened again I let her eat you, and trust me, she didn't even leave bones." "Hey, bones are rather tasty and crispy, don't make them sound so bad," the woman instantly rebutted. A chill run down the hob troll's spine when he heard those words and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Stop interrupting me," the man was vexed. "Tell me, how long will it take for Cannibal Plan to enter the initial phase?" The hob troll thought for a moment before he replied, "After our last success, it would only take about 3 to 4 months to make another cannibal. But we required a huge supply of human blood, which is the most crucial ingredient of the cannibal formula. Without human blood, the cannibal won't have any growth potential, and from our research, the stronger a human, the more potential a cannibal has. The previous one was killed by that hidden expert. It was made with C-rank human's blood, and its potential was of a rarer species while it was born as a rare species." "Interesting." The man sounded intrigued. "Is the human you speak of the uncommon race which had the secret enzyme the organization has been searching for all these years?" "Yes. Although humans are considered uncommon without any special traits or abilities, but they're like a clean slate, and if they had means they can grow and adapt extremely fast. I had yet to see the extent of their bloodline. That's why the organization even bothered to enter this kind of place." The hob troll answered truthfully, "Heh, just some primitives who had some shit luck to catch the attention of our organization. If not for that enzyme, they might be already extinct by you guys." The man sneered coldly. The hob troll didn't retort since it was the truth. "Just start the mass production. Since we're here, there's no need to hesitate any longer. The uncommon region is our sanctuary, and it's time to utilize it," the man coldly ordered. The hob troll hesitated for a moment before he timidly said, "What about the 3 hegemonies? If we start a mass slaughter, those humans in the 3 hegemonies won't stay still. Especially the Black Knight Order and their marshal, who is a reserve Nightmare Knight. My lords already know about the antics of the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. Those guys are always looking for a platform to show off their fighter manual's prestige." The capped man seemed to expect this and chuckled darkly. "That group of lunatics are really akin to a hornet nest. But they would only involve themselves if they found a higher being's traces. If it's just an infight between locals, they won't care even if we slaughter some low-level seeds and a talentless reserve." "You mean?" The hob troll's eyes shimmered in astonishment. "Hess, start an all-out war with the humans." The woman giggled with a hint of excitement. The hob troll's lips curled slightly as a hint of ecstasy flashed past his eyes. "I'll arrange it right away. The army marshal is already our slave. It would only take a week to arrange the armies." "Good, we'll be hiding in the dark, and if someone dares to interfere, we'll deal with them, but don't even think for a second that we are your personal bodyguards. If you are killed by some primitives, this will prove your incompetence and someone will replace you," the capped man coldly warned. The hob troll wasn't the least bit discouraged by this. He knew better than anyone that only in a rank can threaten him in the uncommon region. "I understand." The hob troll solemnly nodded. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang from the outside. "Prime Minister, someone had plundered one of our warehouses of the Titan iron." "What?" The Hob Troll was astonished by this sudden news. He knew those Titan iron warehouses were the Earthen Kingdom's lifeline and they were heavily guarded. Furthermore, no one would be foolish enough to raid the Earthen Kingdom unless they lost their minds. But it seemed someone does lose their mind. The capped individuals couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. "Call him inside," the man suddenly commanded. The Hob Troll was confused by this sudden command, but he still does as he was told. "Come in." A Hob Troll in white robes entered the office with a face full of panic. He was about to say something when he saw the two capped persons sitting on the side. He shut his mouth. Furthermore, he can tell this kind of information in front of outsiders. "How much Titan iron was stolen?" the capped man asked at this moment with a hint of uncertainty. "Answer him without hiding anything." The Hob Troll coldly commanded as he was now sitting in his usual position. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanuyan SOM. After the Hob Troll got the confirmation, he quickly replied, "The whole warehouse was emptied. There was over 250 kg Titan iron and it was gone in a single night without any traces. It seemed those bandits are becoming bolder and bolder since we ignored them for long." The Prime Minister coldly uttered. "Do you think it's the same fish who got away?" The woman in the cape suddenly questioned her companion. "There's a 50% chance it's the same bastard who stole the formula and also killed that rogue skull. The key ingredient is Titan iron as well. If it's him, then he made it easier for us by coming here. We were told that the cannibal plan progress would be much smoother with Titan tears and ordered to bring it here in the first place since they had a Titan iron or load," the man solemnly stated. The Prime Minister was baffled by this strange conversation as well as the other troll. "How many Titan iron do you guys have in the warehouse and where is the load?" the man suddenly questioned sharply. The young Hob Troll was stumped by this question because it was a national secret and no one would tell this. Only the royal family and some upper echelons of the Earthen Kingdom know about this information. Even the location of the warehouses was a secret, and this could be said to be a terrible coincidence. However, the young Hob Troll was gobsmacked when the Prime Minister spilled the beans. "There are 33 warehouses, now 32 I guess. The load is a few miles away, deep within the Forbidden Forest. Why my lords are so interested in uncommon Titan iron? Is there anything I should know?" he couldn't help but question. This time the woman replied playfully, "It's just a slippery fish who got away before. Collect every piece of Titan iron in the mine. We'll be living in that place from now on." Chapter 119 Potion Alchemy. A few hundred miles away from the Earthen City is the Sunset Duchy under the Sunset family. Behind the Sunset Mansion, inside an underground warehouse, two men were standing in front of a capped man wearing a black mask. Only his piercing amber eyes were visible. "My lord, we just heard the news that the king ordered to move every piece of Titan iron from the warehouses and shift them back to the Forbidden Forest. The load is also in that place. If not for Duke's status, I won't be able to get my hands on this news." A burly troll with a thick beard respectfully told. If other trolls saw him, they would have instantly recognized this troll because he was one of 6 dukes of the Earthen Kingdom, Sunset Duke. But now he was standing respectfully in front of his masked man like he was standing in front of his king. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanuyan SOM. This masked man was naturally Jacob, who appeared in the Earthen Kingdom 2 weeks ago and directly enslaved the Sunset Duke and his eldest son. It was simply more convenient to have the locals working for him while he remained in the shadows. Furthermore, someone like the Sunset Duke would know the whereabouts of the Titan iron. His guess was right, and just 3 days ago, with Sunset Duke's help, he raided a Titan iron warehouse and gained over 250 kg Titan iron ores. He also didn't have to worry about hiding since the Sunset Mansion was quite huge, and he could use it as his backyard. No one would think the loyal Sunset Duke was hiding a national criminal in his home. The Sunset Duke was also his eyes and ears in the Earthen Kingdom. Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Why are they collecting all the Titan iron at the same place? Aren't they responding excessively? I just raided a low-level warehouse and they're already panicking. Well, since they're going into all this trouble to collect all the Titan iron in a place, I can simply intercept them and get a sufficient amount of Titan iron. I can't carry a large amount of Titan tears with me even if I want to. So, there's no point in showing myself. I never intended to take all the Titan iron in the first place. They can guard it as much as they want." Jacob's lips curled up into a mocking smile, although he wanted to empty the entire Titan iron vein of the Earthen Kingdom and convert everything into the Titan tears, but he knew it was impossible. First, there were 3 more auxiliary materials required to make the Titan tears: the golden grass, the vintage leaf, and the night dew. Although these materials weren't as rare as Titan iron, they were still rare in the uncommon region. There might not be enough to make even 2,000 drops of Titan tears. Second, Jacob can always get more uncommon Titan iron in higher regions. He wasn't like Jerry or Tunny, who were hunted by the rarer region. No one knows he had the Titan tears formula. Lastly, Jacob knew the more he progressed, the lesser the uncommon grade Titan tears affects him, and he would require either a large supply of uncommon Titan tears or a higher grade potion. That's why he only wanted to make enough Titan tears that could let him safely pass through 60% and 70% level hunger. In the meantime, he would search for the materials to make the higher level potion. Since Jerry and Tunny can't find those materials in the rare region, it doesn't mean Jacob won't be able to find them in the rarer region as well. He was completely confident in roaming unhindered in the rarer region after crossing the 50% mark. So there wasn't any need for him to bully those trolls so much. Alright, find out the convoy routes and the amount of Titan iron they were carrying. I need them before they reach the final destination. Now go, Jacob coldly ordered before he closed the door. The underground warehouse was quite large and there was an enormous pile of Titan iron ores. On the other side were 3 different piles of materials, which Jacob made the Sunset Duke purchase at any price. At the other corner of this warehouse was a large stone table with glass test tubes and other stuff required for potion making. It was like creating chemicals in a chemistry lab. From Tunny, Jacob had learned that the potion alchemy was just a minor branch of alchemy, like the Gunsmith Guild, Apothecary Guild, and the Apothecary Alchemy Guild. And these were just the branches that were in the rare and rarer regions. He also learned that if one wanted to learn true alchemy and entered the main alchemy guild, it was compulsory to be proficient in these branches. At least one had to be a grandmaster in at least 3 branches. There were 3 levels of apprentice rank, followed by basic, intermediate, advance. After these ranks were the master rank with the same 3 levels. Then there was the grandmaster rank, which was the pinnacle of any alchemy branch. There wasn't any single grandmaster rank present in any branch of the rare or rarer regions. So, to achieve a grandmaster rank in all these branches was nigh impossible, and many believed that it was just a hoax made by the Alchemy Guild to keep them in check. But what truly made Jacob fascinated and want to learn about alchemy was their knowledge. Although this knowledge wasn't as advanced as quantum physics, the physics of time and space, or algebraic number theories which he was familiar with. Yet he found their traces in the Gunsmith Guild library, and those low-level books made his foundation more refined. That was why he believed he might be surprised when he proceeded to the higher regions. Jacob now considers this world like an onion. He was just at the first layer of this world, and he had already experienced so much here. That's why he didn't dare to think of himself as superior anymore, just because he had more knowledge than the natives of the uncommon or rare region. His goal was immortality, and to reach that goal, he'll do anything as long as it made him come closer to that goal. Jacob turns on the furnace before he tosses Titan iron into it. It was the first step in making the Titan tears. He was required to melt the Titan iron in the furnace. After it was done, he was required to use the night dew, which was like dark mercury. The night dew would clear the impurity, turns the molten iron state into a pure liquid form, and make its melting point to room temperature. Then he was required to use a mixture of golden grass and vintage leaf. The moment he mixed those two, a huge reaction occurred. Deep black smoke rose from the bicker as if a cloud was being made. This black smoke didn't have any smell. However, Jacob didn't dare to touch it because this black smoke was acidic, and he had prepared a special vacuum to collect the smoke so he could release it in the air at night, or it might draw some attention. After the smoke stopped, only a tiny amount of black liquid was left, which was the Titan tears. Jacob was already at a 65% conversion rate of his body, and he was planning to make it 100% so he could achieve and use the full strength of 50%. Furthermore, he still hasn't activated his fluid acceleration. A part of being he was afraid, and a part was he didn't have any chance, or he didn't know how to accelerate his heart rate at 10 Hbps. It was quite risky if he tried a force method, and then had no power left to concentrate to control the fluid acceleration. He also hadn't had the chance to continue his water meditation since it wasn't required any longer after his body had no longer expanded. Nevertheless, he was planning to continue it when he was done with the Titan tears matter. Jacob then spent all day making Titan tears and used 100 kg from that pile. After consuming all the Titan tears he had made, his hunger was completely gone. He was laden with unimaginable strength. He mused he was twice stronger than he was at 40%, and his speed also increased by at least 50 kmph. At this moment, a knock rang on the door. Jacob's lips curled as anticipation appeared in his eyes. He opened the door and saw it was Sunset Duke. Sunset Duke respectfully handed over some paper to Jacob and said, "My lord, these are the convoy's routes. The largest of them is holding over 2 tons of Titan iron, while the smallest one is keeping 100 kg. Jacob didn't even look at the reports and coldly asked, "Where is the 2 tons convoy at this moment?" Chapter 120 Start of War. The Forbidden Forest of the Earthen Kingdom was the most guarded location after the royal castle. Not only this forest was filled with poisonous animals and apex predators, but a powerful army squad patrolled the central area as well, and they were far more vicious than anything present in the entire forest. The reason being there was an extremely precious Titan iron lode in this area, which was discovered a few hundred years ago when the Earthen Kingdom Foundation was established. It was the lifeline of the Earthen Kingdom's economy. But this lode was almost exhausted by the excessive mining. Nevertheless, the Hob Trolls still didn't vacant this place, and they were determined to undermine every piece of ore from this lode. There was a small stone building where the superintendent of this mine lived. At this moment, the superintendent was respectfully standing in front of a capped man with fear in his eyes. He said, My lord, last night too. 2 tons of Titan iron were stolen. His legs turned into jelly when he felt a ghastly aura from the capped figure. Useless thralls. A deep, icy voice sneered in anger, and the next moment thereafter, the Hob Troll's head suddenly blew into bits. It seemed we underestimated this fish. It's a cunning one. A melodious voice sounded with a hint of ecstasy before another capped woman entered the room. HMPH, the capped man grunted coldly. He had already got 2 tons of Titan iron, and we don't know about other materials of the Titan Tears formula. So we might have to wait before he runs out of the stolen Titan iron and approaches this place. Heh, do you think he'll come for more? The woman suddenly asked playfully. What do you mean? The man questioned. The woman catwalked into the room as she said, He's not coming back for more. Oh, how can you be so sure? He was uncertain. You're just a muscle brain, Sai, the woman lamented. Tell me in these 2 raids what was common. Titan iron, the man coldly replied. No, don't you read the reports that there weren't any traces of a carriage or any vehicle moving the Titan iron in the first raid on the warehouse? This time, the convoy was completely destroyed, and only the container was taken away. This means whoever stole the Titan iron had used no means to carry it. I can understand the 250 kg even though I can carry it with 1 finger. But 2 tones will take me at least 1 hand while you have to use your full strength to travel with this much weight. The woman's voice went serious in the end. So you're saying this person might be as strong as me? The man asked in disbelief. Maybe, but he's not far away. So tell me how much something made with a tier-3 common material can affect your strength. The woman asked another question. The man was startled before he blurted, It won't affect me at all, but if I took in a large quantity, then it might make some difference. But only once. Now I understand that motherfucker won't need this level of Titan iron anymore after consuming over 2 tons of it. Didn't this mean we'll let him escape again? His voice was filled with indignation and helplessness. Heh, you see, that's why I called you a muscle brain. The woman suddenly laughs in a mocking tone. A dark red light suddenly glowed between the cap as 2 crimson eyes glow with bloodlust. Now we just have to visit those people who know about the convoy's routes as well as to check their purchases in these past few days. We might catch our little troublemaker fish. I can't wait to eat this cunning fish. A chill ran down the man's spine when he heard this, and a scary proposition surfaced in his mind. Could it be all of this was just a trap set by this crazy bitch? It had been an entire week since Jacob had stolen the entire container of the Titan iron, and he was locked in the underground facility while making the Titan Tears. He was almost done, and only a little over 500 kg of Titan iron left. If not for the other 2 materials shortage, he won't take a break until he was done. Jacob exited the underground warehouse to get some fresh air. I have successfully made over 1,500 drops of Titan Tears, and with the remaining Titan iron, the grand total would be around 1,700 to 1,800 drops. Well, this much is enough for me to cross 2 more limits. Until then, I'll be able to acquire the materials for the higher level elixir. I can finally leave this place. Jacob looked at the cloudy sky with some expectation. Jacob also absorbed the heart essence of Tunny, who was a tier-7 pine orc, and it only raised his heart percentage from 51.01% to 52.06%, which made Jacob somewhat depressed because he was used to getting this much from a rare species. But now the rarer species were adding 1.5% to the heart's progress. This means by the time he reaches 60%, this number would further drop between 0.06 to 1. Jacob now had a deep understanding of how percentages would add to the progress rate as he grew stronger and stronger. It seemed I have to skip the rare region. Jacob thought deeply. At this moment he heard hurried steps and looked in the direction he was. The Sunset Duke's son was rushing toward him with a pale face. What is it? Jacob coolly questioned. The young Hob Troll answered while panting. War. Jacob's eyes narrowed. What war? An all-out war between our kingdom and Humane Kingdom. It was just announced and everyone was ordered to get ready for the invasion. The Hob Troll answered while catching his breath. All-out war invasion? Did they provoke you guys? Jacob asked curiously. The Hob Troll shook his head. I don't know, but father has to make a trip to the capital. The king summoned every noble to discuss the invasion plan. I was here to report it to you and deliver the materials Lord ordered. They have arrived. However, the supplier told me that this would be the last batch of these materials, and we have to wait a couple of months for a new batch, and it might even take longer because of this abrupt war. The young Hob Troll seemed quite excited when he spoke about the war. Not just him, but the entire Earthen Kingdom was in an uproar because of this sudden war declaration. The Hob Troll species were innately warmonger and savage. They even support this decision and shower their king with praise. However, the Humane Kingdom was completely baffled by this sudden declaration. They never provoked the two kingdoms and even pay taxes and tributes to the two kingdoms as a peace offering and always remained low-key. The king of the Humane Kingdom even sent a diplomatic envoy to inquire about why the trolls suddenly turned hostile and do anything to stop this madness. But on the same evening, the envoy's head was delivered back. It was a silent message: fight or die. Many human cities went into a state of war, and some noble and weak humans fled the kingdom toward the common region without any hesitation. The Earthen Kingdom was the strongest of the three kingdoms, and it would be akin to death by fighting this already lost war. So, fleeing seemed to be a better option. However, the trolls seemed to have gone completely mad, as they even sent 2/10 of their armies to the common region to hunt down every last human. It appeared they simply didn't want to let any humans live anymore. Jacob was astonished when he heard just how far trolls were going against humans. Something is not right with this war. Jacob thought with a frown, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Nevertheless, he didn't want to be involved in this mess, and he wasn't a hero either. The previous owner of this body was traded as a slave to Decker, so Jacob didn't have any goodwill toward humans as well. It's not like they're only humans as an intelligent species in this world. Jacob shook his head. He ordered the young troll to shift all the materials into the warehouse. He was planning to refine the remaining Titan iron if he could and then leave this place for good. Just like that, 2 more days pass. As expected, the humans were getting slaughtered by the trolls on the battlefield. Only those mercenaries and knights were putting up a fight, but the trolls seemed to be playing with them, as any of their B-rank experts had yet to join the battle. Jacob was completely oblivious to this. Right at this moment, 2 capped figures enter the Sunset Duke's mansion as if they were on a stroll. See, we caught our fish," the woman chuckled darkly. Chapter 121, Rare Tier. Jacob was refining the last batch of the Titan tiers. With this, he would have 1754 Titan tiers drops in total. After the smoke vanished, Jacob took out a large glass jar, which was almost filled with dark liquid, and he put those few drops into the jar and stowed it away in his pendant again. He then looked at the reaming pile of the Titan iron and shook his head in pity. All of this will be going to waste. Well, I'll let that trolls have it if he survived the extraction of the parasite gem, he thought. However, at this moment his eyes narrowed when he heard faint steps and calm heartbeats. His hearing now was extremely sensitive. He could listen to a sound within 100 meters radius, and the closer the sound was, the stronger his hearing. He could tell these heartbeats weren't from his slaves nor any of the members of the Sunset family, but these heartbeats were extremely calm as they moved toward his location. Did I get exposed? Jacob's eyes turned sharper. If there's someone with a brain, it wasn't hard to figure it out. They just have to investigate the people who know about convoy routes and then take out the suspects one by one. I don't know if Slave No One, Sunset Duke, is still alive or not, since these parasite gem controllers will remain the same even if the slave died or the gem shattered. If that's the case, then I would suffer an enormous loss if I lost that rare-grade parasite gem. Jacob frowned before he looked at the staircase with cold eyes. He wanted to see if this was just a coincidence or if these 2 strangers were really here for him and know about this place. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the uncommon region or even rarer region, so he didn't mind seeing how things were playing out. Furthermore, he was about to leave anyway, so he didn't mind creating some trouble for trolls. Thereupon, when the steps were finally at the door of the underground warehouse, boom, the door was blasted into bits. Jacob's lips curled slightly, so they knew what a drag. Footsteps rang as the intruders were slowly descending the staircase, as if they weren't in the least bit worried about whoever was hiding in this place. Jacob was the same. He remained static while looking at the staircase. The warehouse was illuminated with lamps, so it wasn't difficult to see each other. 2 capped persons appeared in Jacob's view at this moment, while the same could be said to be for the other 2. Both sides looked at each other. Jacob suddenly frowned before his calm expression suddenly crumbled when he felt a strange sensation from one of the capped figures, which made his fine hair stand. "I'm feeling danger," Jacob was flabbergasted as his expression turned grave. He knew better than anyone that if someone could make him feel danger right now, that person had to be at least an epic or even stronger. Furthermore, there was a helper as well. He couldn't help but cuss at his bad luck. Just what the hell are these guys doing here? Jacob was no longer confident in killing them. Even his escape route was blocked by those 2 right now. Cursed Immortality, Jacob quickly summoned the book. He wanted to know what tier they were and if he could bluff his way out of this mess. While Jacob felt the hidden danger, he remained static without showing anything, while the other party was the same as well. Why is there someone like this doing in this place? Could it be the organization plan has leaked between the upper echelons of one of the three hegemonies? It might be this person deliberately killed the rogue skull so he could lure us here and then get rid of all of us in a fell swoop. Or this is just one terrible coincidence. No. The woman's mind was also working like lightning as my speculation appeared. She never thought the fish she wanted to eat turned out to be just the tip of the tail of a shark. If she knew, she could have at least brought her weapon with her and her fighting gear. But she appeared unarmed since she also didn't think there would be someone who could threaten her life in this kind of place. While she sensed the danger from Jacob, her partner didn't have their strength level and developed that danger instinct. He coldly sneered, "So, you were the one who killed Rogue Skull and stole something that belonged to the organization. You lowly thrall, you really have guts." The woman trembled when she heard this. "This muscle brain would be the death of both of us. If I knew, I would have eaten him long ago." Jacob, on the other hand, had an extremely sharp hearing. Why is the other one's heart rate increased so much while this guy is as calm as ever? Could it be the other guy can also sense that sensation as well and is now wary of me while this one can't? He quickly reached this conclusion since he was also surprised by the enemy's strength, so this might have been the case for the enemy as well. But it still didn't mean it was enough to make the enemy back off. There are still two of them while he was alone. Wait a minute, if they also think like me, then they're unprepared like me as well. Jacob's eyes shone with a thoughtful light. The Immortica finally replied about the information he asked for as well. Ha 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 ha, this is really a godsend. Would could have thought you would encounter a rare species so soon. Ha 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 ha, the fuck you're talking about? That guy is nowhere near a rare species. Now give me the information I need without messing around. Jacob tutted the moment he saw those words. Bastard, you dare to ignore. Shut up. Before the other guy could complete his sentence, the woman bellowed at him furiously, which startled him greatly. He could feel the extremely icy feeling from her and he shuddered. He didn't dare to utter another word anymore. I was right. Jacob quickly caught the strangeness between their wording, and this was just enough to make him even more assured about this previous speculation. While Immortica also finished writing, "You idiot, I said rare species, not tier, which means literally what it means. Didn't I already tell you that common, rare, rarer? Bullshit was just these natives have created themselves so they could feel better and hide their inferiority from others. Let me tell you, the tier -1 to tier -12 ranks were actually called the common tier ranks. I can't tell you that at the time because you hadn't contacted a higher tier being. But now that you did, I can tell you that the common tier ranks are the bottom feeders of the evolution chain and are as irrelevant as ants. Above 12 common tier are the 9 rare tiers, and any rare tier -1 creature can stomp 1,000 common tier 12s like ants. From 2 creatures in front of you, one is a common tier -12 lionhead orc, while the other is a rare tier -1 dark elf. You're also at the rare tier -1. Oh, and a dark elf can use initial level element power as well, which in your term means magic. Ha ha ha. When Jacob read all the information at a lightning speed, he nearly lost his footing when he saw the word magic, which was the last thing he was expecting to come in contact with in this place. Magic was a fabled concept to him even now, and he had no idea just how deadly magic was or how it worked. He was simply clueless about it. Although he felt much better when Immortica told him he was also a level of the rare tier -1, that means he could put up a fight. But the word magic made his heart waver a little and completely tossed the idea of even trying to kill the other party. You could have kept the last part to yourself, right? But you deliberately reveal it to me to make things worse, Jacob tutted coldly. He clearly knew just how sinister this book's mentality was, and it wanted nothing but to watch Jacob burn the world down while enjoying itself from the sidelines. May I know why are you in the common plains? The woman suddenly spoke politely, without any hint of emotion. Jacob had yet to utter even a word as he was just staring at them without any expressions. Common plains, Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. But now that he knew what kind of existence the other party was, he didn't want to appear ignorant or he might lose the element of mystery. He coldly said, "Oh, you want to know? Then how about you told me what a lionhead orc and a dark elf are doing in this place?" How did he know? They both thought at the same time. Since they were wearing masks that could easily hide their racial features beneath their capes, someone couldn't know their exact race. But this mysterious man knew. Chapter 122, Birth of Faceless Ancient. The orc was instantly on high alert and finally understood why his companion shut him down. This is terrible. If he's as strong as this crazy bitch, we'll be at a disadvantage since we didn't bring our battle gears and weapons. Fuck my luck. He cussed inwardly, should I make an escape? I will only get in her way, but she might kill me if she takes it the wrong way, and the organization won't hold her accountable as well. The dark elf, on the other hand, was much more composed than the panicking orc. Although she was also apprehensive of this mysterious man now, she couldn't escape as long as her life wasn't threatened. Furthermore, with the start of the cannibal plan, she couldn't retreat now. She even regretted starting the war so soon without investigating this variable thoroughly. She was at fault this time, and she might suffer a terrible backlash from the organization for this. If she escaped without even trying, she would be dealt with no matter how good reason she had. It's indeed impolite to not introduce ourselves. She finally spoke. I'm Skull No. Aminus 9999, this is my boorish companion Skull No. Aminus 10,000. I apologize for his unsophisticated speech and for barging in like this. We'll compensate for this if you don't mind. It's these guys again, Jacob tutted inwardly when he heard the introduction, but he was as shocked as he was vexed by the Killer Skull Society's prowess and their members. He finally understood why that guy told him that strength doesn't matter in this organization and that the lower the number of members, the stronger they were. There are even 9998 below her, and she's already at my level. It seemed I can't mess with the Killer Skull Society openly. He grimaced, but he didn't lose his composure. He could feel their heart rates were hurried, especially the orc. It also proved that they didn't know about his strength and came unprepared, and they wanted to avoid a conflict that was aligned with his thoughts. But he had an upper hand when it comes to the element of mystery, so he doesn't want to appear too obvious. He coldly sneered, the Clown Society really knows how to act arrogantly when the odds are in their favor while also knowing when to retreat when kicked in an iron plate. Skull No. Aminus 10,000 clenched his fists when he heard ridicule in Jacob's tone and called their organization Clown Society without any fear. The dark elf was also displeased with this remark, but she knew they were at fault, and from Jacob's confident tone, he wasn't afraid of them as well. She didn't want to fight when she wasn't even had her weapon, so she endured the urge to curse back. We didn't know about Sir's presence in this place, or we would come bearing gifts. It was just a terrible misunderstanding. But I think Sir just went a little excessive with your words. You took something from our agent, but we don't want any conflicts, so we would like to buy it back at the right price. What do you think? I hope you would consider the goodwill of the Killer Skull Society. Skull No. Aminus 9999 calmly offered. Since Jacob hadn't attacked, this also put her mind at ease, and now she just has to negotiate with him. Once she acquired the Titan Tears, she will alert society about Jacob's presence here and let them decide what to do next. She just wanted to complete this task and get out of there now. Jacob squinted his eyes. Are they talking about the mutant? No, that thing isn't worth sending someone like Skull No. Aminus 9999 here. His eyes suddenly shimmered with surprise as he glanced at Titan Iron. Could it be? I pick many things from here and there, so be specific about what you want, Jacob coolly stated. Skull No. Aminus 9999 replied without any hesitation. You might have come in contact with a rogue skull of our society. He was a traitor and took a precious potion formula and ran away with it many years ago. It seemed he had offended you and we're glad you took him out, but that formula belongs to society and we would very much like to buy it back from you. It is called the Titan Tears and society knows you have it. She deliberately highlighted society's name to make Jacob apprehensive, while society didn't know at all. So the secret organization after that idiot was the Clown Society, I might have thought, Jacob smiled wryly. I have 2 copies of Titan Tears. One is translated and only has 2 formulas, while the original one is still not completely translated. Even Tunney wasn't able to decipher more than 6 pages despite knowing the philosopher's language. He said that there were levels of philosopher's language available to different ranks. There should be 6 levels of philosopher's language, and Tunney only mastered the first one, and he was required to be a master potion alchemist to get the information for level 2. Jacob mused. In these 6 months he learned the philosopher's language, but he found out that it wasn't complete and Tunney told him the truth about it. Furthermore, the Titan Tears formula was quite complex. So Tunney could only decipher the first 6 pages accurately, which recorded the formula of uncommon Titan Tears and rare Titan Tears. But when Jacob tried to read it, he found that the first page was filled with unfamiliar words, and only some of them were familiar, which made him speculate that the introduction part wasn't clearly translated and Tunney might have made mistakes. Nevertheless, just the 2 formulas were enough for Tunney and Jerry to reach the peak of common rank, so they didn't care. While Jacob was different, he was planning on completely deciphering the book. The Titan Tears were very useful to him, and he didn't want to search for a substitute. He was afraid he might not even find a substitute as good as Titan Tears. So he was planning to research the philosopher's language when the time came. However, he never thought the Killer Skull Society knew about this formula as well and after it, and even tracked him down. Tunney told me Jerry found this book in ruin, and he never let anyone see it all these years, so they might only know the name but not the contents of the book. Jacob thought sharply. He decided to test it and said, if that's the case, I don't mind giving it back since there are only 2 potions formulas which would be quite useless to me after some time. Your society doesn't mind me using it, right? Skull no. Aminus 9999 had a silent sigh of relief when she heard this. If Jacob didn't agree, then she might really have to test his strength. But now that he spoke like this, it means he was willing to give it back at the expense of continue using it for himself until he deemed it useless. It also means he was afraid of society. Completely at ease, she chuckled and said, we're not that mulish. Since you do us a favor by getting rid of a traitor, we won't inflict any rules. But please keep this formula to yourself for 20 years and afterward you can release it publicly if you want. You can do that, right? Jacob pulled a snide smile and nodded. Of course, since you guys cooperating, I can't reject your goodwill, right? Inwardly, Jacob sneered, heh, I'm profiting big time. Now that his mind was at complete ease, he said, let's discuss the price. What is your offer? Jacob knew the Killer Skull Society's roots runs deep, and money might be just a number for them. So he wanted something that only someone in their position could offer, but he had no idea what to ask for. He felt exasperated when he thought about his shallow knowledge. That's why he let them decide first and see what they're willing to offer. Skull no. Aminus 9999 had no idea about Jacob's ignorance, so she only thought it was Jacob's way to see their goodwill. She pondered a bit before she said, first, can you tell me what were you doing here and your name? She asked this because of the cannibal plan, and if Jacob wasn't here to mess with them and only here for the Titan iron, then there was no need to turn hostile to him. But if he was investigating them, then it means the 3 hegemonies knew about their plan, which changed their entire plan. Jacob squinted his eyes and suddenly asked, the war was startled by you guys, right? Skull no. Aminus 9999 thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, are you intending to stop it? She probed. Jacob chuckled and shook his head. I have nothing to do with anyone in the uncommon region. Don't worry. I won't get in your way as long as you stay out of mine. I was only here for Titan Iron, as you had already guessed. As for my name, call me Faceless Ancient. Chapter 123. Star Watch. When Jacob was about to give his alias, Jack, his eyes suddenly landed on Immortality's newly written words. Call yourself Faceless Ancient, you'll thank me later, although he didn't know why he went with Immortality's suggestion at that moment. As for my name, call me Faceless Ancient. Why did you want me to use this name? Jacob then asked with uncertainty, although he didn't mind using this alias, but it came from Immortality. He was curious about it as well as slightly wary. I can't answer that, ha 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 ha. Jacob's expression darkened and he directly closed the book in exasperation. He knew Immortality's antics very well. Even though it liked to mess around, it never lied to Jacob, and its words always have some kind of mystery behind them. What an arrogant way to call yourself, Skull no. Aminus 10,000 finally couldn't help but sneer. He has been suppressing his emotions and was on high alert for quite a while now, and since Jacob turned out to be non-hostile, he finally opened his mouth. Can you keep your mouth closed for a moment, or would you like your tongue to rip out? Skull no. Aminus 9999 coldly berated in a threatening tone. Although Jacob appeared to be unhostile at the moment, he might turn hostile if he felt offended because Skull no. Aminus 9999 would. She would want to rip apart an idiot orc if he dared to talk with her in this tone. Jacob coldly looked at the lion-headed orc and spoke, I want his life as a part of this deal now. Skull no. Aminus 10,000's eyes contracted when he heard this, and he took a step back. He suddenly felt a murderous pressure on him when Jacob looked at him. He even felt Skull no. Aminus 9999 would take this chance to get rid of him, and he was ready to flee. Skull no. Aminus 9999, however, shook her head. I know he's annoying and disrespectful, but this isn't called for a death sentence. Besides, we'll deal with our own people. I'll raise your compensation for this offense. Jacob was startled. He didn't expect this decisive woman would take this stance. He was simply testing the waters to see just how united they were, but he never thought she would risk turning adverse for that idiot. Either she's extremely loyal to the society, or she's bonded by something like a parasite gem that won't allow her to take certain actions. Jacob mused with a sharp light in his eyes. Killer Skull Society, huh? I'll see more of them in the future. All right, let's hear it. Jacob nodded without forcing Skull no. Aminus 9999 Skull no. Aminus 10,000 had a massive sigh of relief when he saw the situation was subdued, and he didn't dare to open his mouth again. The opponent wasn't someone who he could mess with or poke remarks at. Skull no. Aminus 9999 also felt this person was quite sensitive like her, and this kind of opponent she hated the most. Because they were too hard to deal with. She spoke in her charming voice. 500 million gold coins for your inconvenience, and a rare tier -1 technology of light orb shield for the Titan tiers as goodwill from our organization. Furthermore, if you're willing to leave the common plains, I'll add a common tier -12 haste potion formula, although Skull no. Aminus 9999 didn't have the authority to make this offer. But she knew when the higher-ups of the society heard that someone like Jacob was lurking under their noses, and this endangered their entire plan, they will pay even more to make Jacob leave the Three Kingdoms. Jacob's eyes dilated when he heard this unusual offer. Could this be the normal means of trading between the rare kind? A rare tier technology seems quite nice, and I've heard of this haste potion. It can raise someone's speed by 5% in those books, and this potion is quite rare. But she's willing to give me the entire formula just to make me leave this common plains. It's quite generous. Well, it's a good deal for me. If she had told me to wait here so she could fetch those things, I would rather leave than wait for her to bring her weapons or some helpers. But how is she going to give me all this? She didn't even carry a bag. He suppressed his curiosity, nodded, and said subtly, "All right, I won't appear unjust, but I want the complete map. Mine was destroyed, that's why I wandered here in this shithole. I also wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible." Jacob ambiguously demands a map. As to what kind of map, he'll let them decide for themselves. But he was sure that after observing the scale of his power, they would definitely give him a map suitable for someone like him. Furthermore, he never planned on staying here. He would put a target on himself since society would see him as a threat. He also didn't know if they have more people like the Dark Elf, so he won't give them time to call for reinforcement. So he would leave the moment this deal was finalized. He was now truly scared for his life and was determined to remain low-key unless it was necessary. Jacob also knew as long as he held the Titan Tears formula, they won't make a move on him, but the moment the formula left his hands, they will try to hunt him down. After all, in their eyes, Jacob now knew whatever they were doing, and they won't let him spread the news for the secrecy's sake. They were only friends and backed down for a moment. Skull no 9999 eyes shone in understanding when she heard this, so he appeared here by chance. Well, it does make sense since it would be far more dangerous to cross to this side without a clear route, she mused. She even felt relief. It also gave her some hints about Jacob's background. Furthermore, Jacob didn't seem to be aware of their cannibal plane, or he won't make a deal like this by handing over the Titan Tears formula. Nevertheless, she knew the moment Jacob left this place he will be hunted down before he could cross to the other side. Killer Skull Society won't let a variable like Jacob leave this place under any circumstances when it comes to the cannibal plan. However, Skull no 9999 would be completely out of this situation since it won't be her problem anymore. She didn't want to fight with Jacob under these circumstances either, since this might alert that hidden protector of the Zodiac Taurus Bank. So, letting Jacob leave the Three Kingdoms territory first and then letting the society hunt him down would be a far better option. Alright, give me your account number. I'll transfer the gold coins, technology, potion formula, and map right away into your Star Watch, but I need access to my Star Watch for this. Can I? Skull no 9999 showed a silver wristband on her ebony wrist. Jacob squinted his eyes when he saw the wristband. Now, what is this Star Watch? Is this an advanced mobile technology? Now, he was really in a dilemma. He didn't know there was something like this and that these methods of exchange would be entirely virtual. This place was just far behind in technology from the place these two were. But he can't tell them he only has a pager which didn't even have any signal here. So he made an ambiguous excuse. Do I look like I'm wearing one? He coolly showed his wrists. Skull no 9999 eyes squinted behind the cape when she heard it. It seemed he was telling the truth. Nonetheless, she then looked at Skull no 10,000 and said, "Give him yours." Skull no 10,000 was baffled by this command. Fuck, I spent 50 million to buy this watch and now she wanted to give it away. But he still reluctantly took off the black wristband from his wrist. He said unbound reset after pressing a button on the side. The next moment, a screen lit up on the wristband before he tossed it toward Jacob with a resentful grunt. Jacob caught the 4 inches wide wristband. It was extremely smooth and slick. It was like a rubber band. If he hadn't seen the screen with his eyes and a slim button on the side, he would think it was just an ordinary rubber band. This is my account number. To distract Skull no 9999, he gave his account number. He didn't think she would give him the Star Watch, and now he didn't know how to activate it. But he still wore it as if he knew precisely what he was doing and pressed the button like the Skull no 10,000. Skull no 9999 nodded and suspected nothing and thought Jacob was just activating the Star Watch, so she also started pressing on the silver wristband on her wrist, which differed greatly from the one on Jacob's wrist. Jacob saw a screen appear on his Star Watch which made his eyes contract. Welcome to Star Network, Chapter 124 Star Network. Welcome to Star Network. Jacobs cocked an eyebrow when he saw the color screen and familiar white color words. The words change into another after the introduction, starting the bidding process of Star Watch Model Afiv with the user. Please speak continue for voice recognition. Jacob coldly does as it was written continue. A blue scanner suddenly lit on the screen before new words appeared. Voice recognition has been successful. Start the DNA binding. Yes/no. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he touched the yes. He was monitoring Skull No 9999 as he saw her also tapping on the lit screen. The next moment thereafter, he felt a sharp perk on his wrist, right below the Star Watch screen. This thing can pierce through my skin, and where did that pin was hidden? Jacob was astonished when he felt the pin perking on his skin and then vanishing just like that. He looked at the Star Watch profoundly. Another red scanner appeared at this moment. DNA has been collected to Star Network. New user detected. Please select a Star Network username. A small keyboard appeared with an empty name box. Jacob thought for a moment and then looked at the other two. He typed, Faceless Ancient. If not that he had already given this name to them, he hadn't chosen it. He didn't know if they would be able to see his name or not. Just to be safe, he decided to change it after his deal was done with those two. However, he nearly cursed when he saw the next words, the username is available. The username has been selected and unchangeable for 20 years. Select privacy. Public-private. Jacob chose private without even looking at the details below. Collecting data on user. Profile, name Jacob Steve race, human sex, male affiliations, Zodiac Taurus Bank. Common C-rank mercenary, Alchemy Guild. Basic gunsmith. Jacob's eyes went wide as saw his information appearing one after another. This information was all that was recorded in the uncommon branches of these two organizations. However, this wasn't the end. The scanning was still active and the screen changed again. A D-tier Zodiac personal account has been detected. Do you want to connect the bank account with Star Watch Model Afiv? Just what the fuck is this Star Network? It got everything just by a DNA scan. It is probably even more advanced than the internet. Jacob was vigilant as he tapped on yes again. Although this Star Watch has access to his data, it revealed nothing about his special circumstances. So he wasn't a concern anymore. The account has been connected with the Star Watch Model Afiv. After that, the menu was finally open, and there were only 5 icons with their names. Profile, bank, files, date transfer, start network. However, before he could explore any further, a notification appeared as his bank icon flashed. Picky Eater, transfer 500 million gold coins into your account. Jacob looked at Skull No 9999 as she was now looking at him as well. Do you receive it? She asked. Picky Eater, really? Jacob looked at her strangely, but he nodded his head. Picky Eater, I presumed. Jacob clicked on the bank icon and he saw his bank balance had increased by 500 million. Current balance, 723,890,130. Another notification appeared on the screen. Your D-tier account is eligible for C-tier upgrade. Upgrade/later. Jacob upgrades it without any hesitation. This thing is far more convenient than that ZMTD. Skull No 9999 looked at Jacob's profile sneakily as well, Faceless Ancient. Private account. She coldly grunted when she saw this and closed it. All right. I need to look at the formula of Titan tiers first before I'll transfer the date. Skull No 9999 coldly told. In this short time, she had already alerted the higher-ups of Jacob's presence, and when she told them he was willing to hand over the Titan tiers formula and willing to leave this place, they instantly agreed with the compensation. Not only that, but they sent her a new map so she could give it to Jacob. She knew the society has already on the move and Jacob would be dealt with as long as he followed this exact map. Furthermore, she wasn't worried that Jacob would not follow the map because as long as Jacob stayed in Common Plains, he won't be able to hide from society's eye. She even used the picture function, which was unique to her Star Watch, which was of a higher model. She took Jacob's pictures without even him knowing and sent them back. You could only blame yourself for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. A cold glint flashed past her eyes. She almost believed that Jacob was likely telling the truth about how he appeared here. But for the greater good of their cause, they can't let Jacob leave the Common Plains. Even if he had that Star Watch, he could only make bank transitions, use Star Network search engine, or buy some virtual staff. He can't contact anyone with that old model or send messages. She thought Jacob wasn't aware of such a function after she saw he wasn't demanding her Star Watch. Even Aminus 99,999 got that model after spending a fortune in the society member shop. Jacob thought it made sense, so he took out a book from his pocket. Although Tunney only translated 2 formulas, they still filled this 100-page book. Jacob opened the book in his hand and let Skull No 9999 have a look at the contents. He knew she can easily see every word from this distance. After the 30th page, he closed the book and coldly said, "You have already seen the first formula. After the transaction is complete, this book is yours." Skull No 9999 nodded. She had some understanding of potions, so when she saw diagrams and complex algorithms of materials and their components, she knew it was indeed the real deal. She tapped the Transfer Files app on her watch and placed 2 files in the transfer tray. Jacob felt the vibration from his star watch. He saw the notification of the transfer and accepted it. The next moment, within 2 seconds, 3 files appear. 2 were complex, while the last one was a virtual map that was extremely large, and his lips curled up when he saw the details. What a fucking big world. He thought with exasperation. This map covered the entire Common Plains, which was divided into epic, rarer, rare, uncommon, and common regions by the natives. But actually, it was just the most insignificant region, and its area wasn't even a tenth of the rare plains, which was the place from where the Dark Elf came. That's why Jacob was shocked by the vastness of this world, and he was longer even thought about how huge this world was, and finally understood why it was called the Zodiac Plains, not Zodiac World. He closed the virtual map and decided to study it after no one was around. He then tossed the book towards Skull No 9999 and she caught it. She quickly opened the other half part, and after confirming it was all there, she put the book away. She was finally relaxed, and now even if Jacob turned hostile, she could easily escape. "It's nice doing business with you," she asked in a friendly tone. Now her entire tone was changed. Likewise, Jacob nodded without any emotions. She then posed another question in a gentle tone. "So when will you leave?" Jacob coldly replied, "In 1 day. I still have this Titan iron to refine. I can't waste it, right? So please, if you will." Tusk, all right, I was just being friendly. Let's go, there is no place for warmth in this world." She lamented, but her steps were swift. "This two-faced bitch, she's leaving me behind." Skull No 10,000 cursed as he fled at full speed. He didn't dare to stay with Jacob alone. Dark elf of elf race, there are thousands of folktales about them in my old world. I never thought I would encounter one in such a situation. Well, she was a dark elf, so I still didn't encounter a real elf yet. Jacob couldn't help but think like this since now he wasn't under pressure. When he was in peril, he didn't care about anything except his life, even if he met a fabled dragon. He would not let his thought wander in such a situation. However, now that he was out of danger, he was curious. Nevertheless, this didn't mean it was completely out of danger since Skull No 9999 left. He knew she might have already contacted them through her star watch. It was completely possible, so he wasn't planning on staying here for a second longer. Jacob told them he was going to leave in a day to buy himself some time. In fact, he was going to leave right now. Jacob had nothing to carry. He even abandoned his precious distillation equipment. In the deep shade of night, Jacob left like a phantom just like he appeared. Chapter 125. A mind game. Inside a large hall, a few cloaked figures were sitting around a round table while facing a cloaked figure's projection. "Do any of you find this faceless ancient background?" A grim voice sounded from the projection. One of the cloaked figures replied sulkily, "No, there's no record in Rare Plains about such a figure. He must be a nobody who was probably being chased by someone and accidentally crossed to the Common Plains, as Aminus 9999 reported." Another cloak spoke at this moment. "I found something interesting though." "Oh, let's hear it." The person in the projection coolly shifted his focus on this small figure as well as everyone else. "From this faceless ancient fellow's Star Network account, I found that he had never made a purchase and wasn't in any of the 3 hegemony's private star servers. Although no one can bypass Star Network security, this doesn't mean everyone is anonymous. However, this person is quite peculiar since it's out of the ordinary to not buy or have any contact with the Star Network, despite being a rare rank expert. So, according to you, this person isn't from the rare region, but the common region, and he somehow threatened and fooled Aminus 9999 into handing over everything he required to cross to this side." The person in the projection voice was filled with unspeakable danger. If this was true, then didn't this mean they were just fooled by a native of a common region? It would turn their killer skull societies prestigious into the mud. It's just my speculation. Although there's hardly any case of someone breaking into rare rank from common rank in the Common Plains, there's still a possibility, and we can't ignore it even if we didn't want to. The person sighed and continued. "If we look at the bright side, if he really is a native of Common Plains and somehow achieved this level of power that could threaten Aminus 9999, then there's only one possibility. What might that be?" "Titan tears," he said matter-of-factly. The entire room fell into silence after they heard it. After a few moments, the person in projection impassively said, "It seemed you found something which made you quite sure that this is the native of Common Plains, right?" "It's indeed true," the person nodded. "After I analyzed the Titan Tears 2 formulas acquired by Aminus 9999, I found they were written in a first-level philosopher's language. We never paid much attention to this formula unearthed in the common plains and let it rested in the hand of Rogue Skull for years as a keepsake. However, after this faceless ancient crawl out of nowhere, it made me think, what if Titan tiers weren't just a common rank formula, but a rare rank which would make it easier for common species to break into rare species? I have already tested the basic common grade formula, and trust me, with only 1,000 drops, a normal lab rat turned into tier-3 common species, and there's still an intermediate version that required Titan iron essence to make, and we'll have the results soon. What? Is that true? Everyone exclaimed when they heard this. Even the person in the projection trembled ever so slightly. Silence, he coldly uttered, making everyone shut their mouth. He then deeply spoke, sent me the data. P alpha pd alpha nanujon som I have already mailed you. The man chuckled as if he had already expected this. The person in the projection went silent and no one speak anymore. They knew he was seeing the test results and they wait eagerly for his reply. After a few minutes, the figure in the projection finally spoke with a hint of elation. This is indeed a magical potion. Your theory about that native might be true indeed. The Rogue Skull was simply incompetent. That's why we never found the true value of Titan tiers. Now I understand, you're suspecting that this native didn't hand over the whole formula because it might be written in a higher-level philosopher's language and given us a copy, right? He sharply questioned. Only one way to find out, the person said darkly, but if it's true, then we can't let him escape with such a potion in his possession. Even the 3 hegemonies would do anything to get their hand on Titan tiers if it can increase someone's chances of crossing the rare rank. Indeed, he must think we won't be able to find out about it just because he handed over a part of it. His thinking process is indeed like a typical Plains native who didn't know the vastness of this world. But he would know soon since he had Star Watch now, and this would make him desperate to hide. Yet it's to our advantage. The person in projection coldly declared, order Ammonus 9999 to chase after him and keep track of his whereabouts. She didn't need to engage until the reinforcements arrived. Even if this is all just a speculation, we can't ignore it and have to get rid of him. Sent 1 3-digit skull as well as 2 peak 4-digit skulls. This faceless ancient has to die for his disparaged view of us. A silhouette was moving between trees in the middle of the night at high speed. This person was none other than Jacob, who was already at the border of the Humane Kingdom after he left the Sunset Duke estate an hour ago. He was in a hurry to enter the Humane. He stowed away his Star Watch since he didn't know if it was traceable or not. If not for that virtual map on the watch, he might have destroyed it. So he decided to only activate it when he wanted to leave the common plains. Right now, he didn't have such a plan because he would be at the bottom of the food chain in rare plains, and he wasn't confident in crossing the boundary with no harm. Furthermore, since he was now invincible in common plains and only existences of the Dark Elf level could threaten him, he was going to hunt any species that could increase his prowess. One had to know Jacob was only 50% done with his heart conversion, and he was already at the level of a tier-1 rare being like a Dark Elf. The common plains were now like his hunting ground, where he could increase his prowess to an even higher level taking no risks. But he knew the Killer Skull Society will be going to hunt him, and this will make his life somewhat difficult. However, as long as he increased his heart percentage as well as learned how to control fluid acceleration, even Skullminus 9999 would not be his match. That's why he wanted to use his speed to increase the gap before changing his appearance and lying low in the Humane Kingdom. No one knew he was actually a human, and no one would have believed it either. So he was going to mix with humans, and in the meantime, learn fluid acceleration. The Killer Skull Society was doing something in the Humane Kingdom, and this would be the perfect time to act as a human and hide somewhere near a random town. If someone like Skullminus 10,000 came scouting the area, he would gladly welcome them with his swords. Now, this was a mind game, and Jacob was quite good at playing them. Jacob easily passed through the army barricade and headed toward the Rainy Mountain Ranges. He was going to choose a spot that was close to the Rainy Mountain Ranges so he could flee anytime. The Lionheart City was naturally the place that came to his mind, and that place was quite far away from the war as well. Some people even know him as a C-rank mercenary, so it would be a perfect mirage. Skull Ammonus 9999 naturally received the order to tail Jacob and didn't let him out of her sight. They even offer her enticing rewards to keep her motivated. HMPH. They are just afraid they will lose him, and I'm better at tracking. Ammonus 9999's eyes turn cold, but I really suffer a loss in that fellow's hands this time. I can monitor him, and when the reinforcements arrive, I'll see how he can remain composed and arrogant at that time. She easily held a grudge, and if she wasn't completely confident in killing Jacob, she won't make a move. Now that the orders were only to follow Jacob, she didn't mind, since it was her specialty to track others. She left the cannibal plan to Amanus 10,000, who is now much reserved, and left toward the Sunset Mansion. This time she brings her gear and weapon. It's only been an hour, so he was still making the Titan tears. Let's see where you can hide. She chose a spot 100 meters away from the underground facility where Jacob was brewing Titan tears, and she hid within a tree crown. When half the day passed, she felt something amiss. Is he an idiot or just too confident? He still dared to make Titan tears despite knowing that we are on to him. Chapter 126. Returning to Lionheart City. The Lionheart City was still the same as ever, lively. But the situation, because of the raging war between the Humane Kingdom and the Earthen Kingdom, had made it even livelier. The reason being it was far from the front line and closest to the vast rainy mountain ranges. Since trolls stopped the cowardly human route toward the common region, the only way left for them was the rainy mountain ranges. The Humane Kingdom was like a wall between the rainy mountain ranges and the two kingdoms. For decades, the Humane Kingdom had been blocking the stampedes of animals led by beasts for these two kingdoms like a sentry. Some humans even believed that these two kingdoms left them here for this exact reason, and it was nothing but a curse. However, now it had become a blessing, because the trolls couldn't block their retreat route toward the rainy mountain ranges even if they wanted to. Even though the rainy mountain ranges were extremely dangerous for common folks, it was still better than being slaughtered by the trolls. However, unlike the common region, humans weren't hastily to retreat into the rainy mountain ranges, especially those nobles. They were waiting for the news on the front line and hoping that the royals could negotiate with the trolls and stop this unjust war. So they don't have to leave their homes and wealth. That's why the barren and weakest Gloria country became almost congested. Those who couldn't enter any city or town made camps around them, and most of these people were the actual residents of Gloria country, who were forced out of their houses by powerful mercenaries or noblemen. Even the ruling family of the Gloria country, the Gloria family, was rumored to force out of their castle and live in a shed of their own territory, because a marquis-rank figure occupied their castle with his family and other high-ranking nobles. In the middle of the night, a silhouetted wearing a hood appeared on the Lionheart City's wall as his amber eyes were icy cold, as he looked at the brightly lit town even in the middle of the night. This person was none other than Jacob, who just reached here. Because the main gates were closed, he had no choice but to climb the wall, which was a piece of cake for him. There were many camps outside and some tatter camps with people living in famine. He could understand why they were in such shape. He had seen trolls in already conquered human cities, butchering humans, raping women, and abusing children. However, he didn't lend a helping hand since it would only make him expose himself, nor he would even if the Killer Skull Society wasn't on to him. War is part of every nation's history, and without the capability of war, a nation can never be called strong. Even those peace-loving nations are required to have the power to keep the peace, much less a warmongrel nation like Hob Trolls. Even without the involvement of the Killer Skull Society, the troll would have started this war because the humans were getting stronger at a terrifying rate, and this wasn't good for goblins as well. They would have done this kind of slaughter to decrease the human population and cut down their experts. But Jacob also noticed something strange on his way here. Those trolls were collecting the blood of every human they killed in large containers and then sending them somewhere. Jacob mused it might be related to the realistic goal of the Killer Skull Society to start this human slaughter. But he didn't want to get involved and looked the way. He knew since they could send someone as powerful as a dark elf here to oversee this propaganda, they would naturally not let anyone like Jacob interfere. However, Jacob also saw an opportunity in all this, but to grasp that opportunity he required much stronger power than he currently had, and that's why he came straight to this place to mix with the humans and stay far away from the war as long as possible. I wonder if my old house is occupied as well. Jacob looked in the direction of his luxurious mansion and squinted. He could hear many powerful heartbeats around the city, but instead of feeling flustered, his lips moved upward into a cold smirk. He jumped from the wall and landed on the ground. Without stopping, he headed toward Lion Street where his old mansion was. Soon, he reached the destination and saw the closed gate of many E-rank and D-rank mercenaries camping out the gates. It seemed someone powerful had taken over the place after my renting time was over, and they even hired so many mercenary guards. Jacob easily leaped over the 30-meter-tall wall and entered the familiar garden. He saw the lights of the mansion were still up, and without hesitation he headed toward it. Jacob also revealed his face, hid his hood within the collar, and knocked on the door. He didn't mind going from the window, but it would be meaningless since he couldn't remain hidden all the time. Since the new owner was still up, he decided to get it over with taking over this place. Soon the doors opened, and a middle-aged man in butler clothes appeared. Jacob knew this man. He was the butler of this mansion, Harrison. Harrison was shocked when he saw Jacob's appearance and instantly recognized him with his silver hair. "Sir, you," he was bewildered. Jacob has vanished for over a year now, and the new owner appeared recently after his renting contract was over. Even the head of the Gunsmith Guild once comes looking for Jacob, which shocked Harrison. But since he wasn't here, he left without saying anything. They even assumed Jacob was dead in the wilderness. Jacob had a good impression of Harrison and nodded. "Who is living here right now?" Harrison was snapped out of his stupor and sheepishly replied, "Sir, since you hadn't come back over a year, the landlord rented this house to a C-rank mercenary group, and now it's their garrison place." Jacob didn't even frown and merely nodded. "Take me to their leader." Harrison was baffled by this comment, but Jacob had already entered the house and walked toward the hall. Harrison hurriedly followed and blurted, "Sir, it might not be a good idea. This mercenary group belongs to the Tiger's Den, a B-rank mercenary group under a B-rank mercenary command. They won't take it happily that you barged in like this and might take it as a provocation. Furthermore, I heard them talking that because of the war, the Tiger's Den dominant team might come here with their leader to lie low. You should leave while you can." Jacob chuckled when he heard Harrison's concerning words. He knew this guy was kind and really wanted him no harm. "They're already here," Jacob said, as he looked at the hall filled with 8 people in their night clothes while holding different weapons and firearms. They were clearly not expecting some guests and were wary about the sudden knock on their door despite many guards outside. Those fellows were ordered to not allow anyone in, so whoever can break past their detection will not be anybody. 6 of them were women, all of them were city-toppling beauties, and 2 guys were also tall and handsome. Furthermore, they were all C-rank mercenaries. Seeing Jacob's handsome appearance, those women's eyes lit up while the 2 men frowned, watching this unknown fellow walking like he owned this place and their butler following behind him with a worried expression. "Harrison, is this your friend?" The dainty woman in a white nightgown questioned with her blue eyes affixed on Jacob's cold face. Harrison's heart palpitated when he saw those powerful figures gathering together at the same time. He was about to nod when Jacob spoke. "I'm not anyone's friend. I was living before you guys in this place and was away for some time, but instead of waiting for my return, the landlord rented this place out," Jacob coolly stated. The tall man with blonde hair frowned and coldly rebuked, "Punk, don't try this nonsense with us. You break into our house in the middle of the night, so you're not here to tell us your punk-ass story, right?" He suddenly pointed his rifle at Jacob while his finger was on the trigger. "Yellow, don't shoot in the house or I'll throw you out." A tall, brown-haired woman with an hourglass figure and a fierce look on her pale white face threatened the blonde guy named Yellow. Yellow trembled slightly and lowered his gun with an aggravated look on his face as he looked at Jacob. She then looked at Jacob, and her expression became icy. "Leave, or I'll kick your ass out of the Lionheart City." Everyone smiled wryly when they heard this as if they were accustomed to this woman's temper. However, Jacob looked the same and merely said one word laced with a ghastly intent, "Kneel." Chapter 127 What happened? "Kneel." The moment this one worded sounded, the 8 C-rank mercenaries' hearts palpitated as their expression went appalled. Because they felt death from the bottom of their hearts from the silver-hair man standing before them. Every sliver of their being was screaming in their head to do what they were told, or they will die horribly. Thud. The weapons in their trembling hands fell before their legs turned to jelly, and they fell on the floor, supporting themselves with their hands while their heads were down and their pale faces were filled with hazardousness. Harrison's eyes were as wide as they could get as he looked at this scene as if he was seeing a living dream. He didn't feel anything, but he could tell Jacob had used something to have made them kneel without putting any resistance. His entire view of Jacob upturned at this moment, and fear crept into his heart with reverence. Jacob coolly stated, "Now I'm going to rest in my room. You guys can live here, just don't disturb me. Harrison, prepare my meal and deliver it to my room." "Why, yes." Harrison quickly bowed with his back filled with perspiration. He didn't dare to voice out any of his opinions anymore. Jacob nodded before he left toward the master bedroom without caring about those 8 mercenaries, trembling as if they were in the middle of an icy lake. He merely showed his killing intent and a part of his strength, and they were all scared shitless. Even a common tier -12 orc was scared away by him, much less these common tier -3 humans. Jacob knew the fastest way to subdue them was to show his might, and it worked like a charm. As a human, he knew very well how a mind of a human in power worked, and they won't simply back off unless they knew the opposite party was far superior to them. Unless they were simpletons seeking their death. After Jacob left, the 8 of them felt like the looming death was left with him like a breeze. The woman with a fiery temper had an aghast expression. She looked at the space where Jacob just stood in befuddlement and mumbled hoarsely, "What just happened exactly?" It was a very fresh experience for them. Even their boss can't do what just Jacob does, and they can tell he didn't use any kind of poison either. What just they felt and still lingering in their hearts was nothing but pure fear. The other man with short hair and bronze skin panted heavily as if he was suffocating and stood up. His legs were still trembling slightly. He bellowed, "Jay, just run." He headed straight toward the door without even looking back for his companion. The others also looked at this back, and without thinking twice, they followed suit. Harrison, who was standing on the side, was shocked when he saw them fleeing without their luggage or weapons. He truly wondered what Jacob just did to make them like rats. A disgusting smell hit his nose all of a sudden as he looked at the spot where those 8 were sitting, and he squinted when he saw 8 wet spots on the carpet. "Ashen," he hollered. "Someone quickly threw this thing out before the Lord smells this abhorrence." On the south of the humane kingdom, a graceful silhouette was standing on top of a tall building with an indignant look in her crimson eyes. Aminus 9999, who finally figured it out that Jacob wasn't in the underground facility after wasting a day and a half, was now fuming with rage. She never thought that fellow would leave behind everything and run away the moment they left the area. Not only that, but he didn't leave behind any traces. Even someone like her, who took pride in tracking others, was completely clueless and failed to find Jacob's traces no matter how and where she looked. In the end, she decided to head in the rainy mountain ranges direction, since if he wanted to leave, he had to cross that place no matter what. But there was a possibility he was still hiding somewhere in the Three Kingdoms territory to lead them in circles. Perplexed, she had no choice but to scan through the entire humane kingdom just to make sure he wasn't there. Only then she would go back and search the other 2 kingdoms. If he wasn't here and left toward the rare region's direction, then the incoming members of the society will be able to intercept him. She just has to make sure he wasn't hiding anywhere near the 3 kingdoms, the common region even. Only then did they initiate the cannibal plan. It was also the order from higher-ups. At this moment, the star watch on her wrist vibrates, drawing her attention. There's no user in this area. She squinted her eyes with exasperation. She was using her star watch to find Jacob's star watch's corresponding signal. Since he was the only one with a star watch in this region, it was quite an effective method. Furthermore, she was confident that Jacob would not abandon the star watch with the map in it and the knowledge she transferred. Even if he did, she had to find the star watch to make it absolutely sure. As for the possibility of destroying it, everyone knew even if you burn a star watch to ashes, you can still find the last place it was activated before it got destroyed. That's what makes the star network scary and unfathomable. Nevertheless, she still took out another scanner, which was like a black box. Although this thing burns money, it was the most effective way to differentiate between species without them realizing it. Unless humans have set anti-radar systems in this place, no one will hide their species from this device. "Even if you grow wings, you can't hide from me." A ruthless glint flashed past her eyes as she activated it. The next morning, Jacob opened his eyes when the first ray of sun hit the world. He wasn't feeling any fatigue and was refreshed after he got to take a break from all that traveling and potion refining. He exited his room without wearing his shirt and headed directly toward the pool area. "I should be able to do it this time." Expectation shone in Jacob's eyes as he thought about the 2 hours limit of water meditation. The last he practiced the water meditation was exactly in this place, and never thought he would continue it in this place again. If he hadn't found the Dark City and crossed into the rare region, he might have never returned to this place. But it seemed he still had some kind of fate with this place, which just won't allow him to leave. Without caring about the water temperature, he dived straight into it and started the water meditation. He crossed the 1-hour threshold with little difficulty, and the 10G pressure on him now felt like normal gravity with his current prowess. As he reached the 2-hour point, he still had over half his breath remaining. The moment the 2 hours threshold was crossed, just as Jacob expected, the G-force increased the very moment and he finally felt the pressure. Even the floor below him began to crack. So this is 20 G-force. Jacob could still handle it, and it wasn't enough to make him alarmed, but it was enough to make him finally feel suffocation. Nevertheless, Jacob knew he could last 30 or 40 minutes more, even with this suffocation and pressure. However, when the 5 minutes passed, Jacob felt a strange, tingling sensation around his body. But this sensation only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it vanished, and the next moment the pressure on Jacob also vanished completely. Jacob's eyes snapped open with a hint of bewilderment. He stood up. What happened? Yet at this moment thereafter, the water in the pool suddenly started to turn into smoke and discharged into the air. Jacob instantly knew what caused this sudden change. The oxygen was completely removed from the water, and now hydrogen had nothing to bond it together, so it turned into its natural state. As for what caused this change, it might be that sensation I felt, and the G-force also broke because of the oxygen's exhaustion. I have already run some tests in my old life, and the oxygen indeed got exhausted every time we practiced water mediation. Or there's something more to it. Did this mean if I want to continue this technique, I need a vaster water body with every increase in gravity? That sensation made my cells cheer for a moment, which meant it was good for even someone like me. Just what kind of technique is this art of nature, and what is its end goal? Jacob mused with a grave expression. He no longer dared to belittle this unknown technique from his old world. However, his thought process stagnated with a deafening roar. Bastard, come out. Chapter 128 Tiger's Den. Samuel was one of 4 B-rank mercenaries of the Humane Kingdom and enjoyed status as high as a Duke of the Kingdom. Unlike most people, Samuel's family was an Earl-rank family, and with their support he joined Star Mercenary Agency. He was extremely talented and ambitious. In 3 decades, he finally broke into the ranks of B-rank mercenaries. After he was granted his own fief close to the royal capital like other B-rankers. He then made his mercenary group Tiger's Den into a self-sufficient company and started annexing talented mercenaries all around the kingdom into the company. Unlike other B-rank mercenaries who wanted to live a carefree life, Samuel wanted to leave the uncommon region and head to the rare region to see the other side. But he didn't want to join the Black Knights despite the Marshal's personal invitation. He likes freedom and the person being in control. So he started to nurture his own team and wanted to make them all B-rankers so their journey would become smoother. He was extremely cautious and didn't dare to underestimate the path toward the rare region. Everything was going great before this unjust war happened with the Earthen Kingdom, and after experiencing the Troll Kingdom's prowess himself. He knew it was hopeless for the Humane Kingdom. So like others, he retreated into the Gloria Contrary in the sham of a fake injury. Furthermore, from his company informers, he found one of the 4 C-rank mercenary team under him had a vast mansion in the Lionheart City, which was close to the Rainy Mountain ranges. So he instantly went there and summoned every C-rank team there as well. He was planning to bring everyone into the Rainy Mountain ranges to raise his own survival chances when he traveled toward the rare region. However, when he came this morning, he found out some punk used a strange trick to scare the mercenary team under his company and captured the mansion, which made him and other members of Tiger's Den's dominant team infuriated, and with over 100 members in tow, Samuel barged into the mansion with killing intent. He let loose a deafening roar. Bastard, come out. Every member behind him was holding cold weapons and firearms. Amid this group was a team of 8. Their expressions were filled with lingering fears as they looked at the mansion with uncertainty. These 8 were naturally the ones who Jacob scared silly into peeing in their pants and made them flee despite didn't want them to. They were called the Fiery Lake Mercenary Group, a famous C-rank mercenary group that joined the Tiger's Den a few years ago and become more famous. Their leader was a brown-haired woman with a fiery temper. Everyone called her Fiery Lake because of her enthralling beauty and fiery temper. But that bold, fiery look couldn't be seen in Fiery Lake's beautiful eyes anymore, as she vividly remembered what happened last night. However, she was still uncertain about what happened at that time, even though she believed that Silver Head Man tricked them and made a fool of themselves. But she was still fearful for some reason, and if not for Samuel's presence, she would never return here, even if she was uncertain about the last night's events. At the very front, a 6-foot-tall burly man donned skin-tight armor and 2 battle axes attached to his back were coldly looking at the mansion with his black eyes. His square bronze skin face with short black hair gives him a handsome look. He was Samuel, a B-rank mercenary and boss of Tiger's Den Company, whose dog is barking in the wee hours. A sulky voice rang at this moment before the mansion's door opened. Jacob appeared wearing an unbuttoned white shirt and black pants. When the ladies in the group saw Jacob's appearance and his tone-ripped pale body, their eyes lit up. He was hundreds of times more handsome than Samuel. A long black-hair woman was standing right behind Samuel. It was as if she was carved out of flawless snow-white jade. Her slim and supple waist was exposed slightly under her tight, soft armor. Despite that armor, her towering chest and sexy exposed collarbone were a sight to behold. With a height of 6 feet, she looked completely out of place, as if she was placed in a group of swine. She was no doubt the most beautiful woman in this group and aloof. She was the vice president and vice captain of Tiger's Den, Alice. She was very close to entering the B rank. Alice was quite interested in the person who dared to chase out the members of Tiger's Den and still didn't run. However, when she heard Jacob's arrogant words, she instantly thought this was some idiot who didn't fear death or didn't know who he was messing with. But now that she saw him, even she had to admit he was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. She was a duke's heir and she met with princes, they weren't Jacob's match. He's going to die. It's a pity he's a fool, she thought coldly when she was Samuel trembled when he heard Jacob's words. Samuel has a hideous expression after being called a dog by this pretty boy, and now he's showing off his body while pretending he doesn't exist. It intensified his killing intent, especially when he felt Alice's gaze. He already considered Alice his personal property and someone only he could court, so now it was personal. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanujan SOM, since you dare to snatch my thing, I'll send you on your way. Samuel coldly uttered while he moved his hand toward the axes on his back. Jacob's expressions were impassive as he looked at Samuel and let him draw his axes. "How about this? I'll take one of your arms because of the disturbance you just caused," Jacob uttered as if he was giving an absolute verdict. Harrison and the other servants watching this drama were gobsmacked by Jacob's words, as did everyone else. A skinny guy with revolvers in his hand bellowed while pointing his gun at Jacob, "Boss, let me rip off his sharp tongue for you." He was Shooter, another vice-captain of the Tiger's Den mercenary group. "Heh, vice-captain, don't you see the boss's expression? He's going to chop that guy into mincemeat, just enjoy the show." Another member of the Tiger's Den sneered darkly. Alice remained expressionless while she looked at Jacob with uncertainty in her watery emerald eyes. "Die!" Samuel roared as he charged at Jacob with 80 mph speed and hacked his axe toward Jacob's shoulder with an icy smile. He now wanted to make Jacob beg for death, not kill him directly. Jacob was also unarmed, which made him even bolder, and he didn't feel any kind of danger from Jacob, or he won't charge like this. Although it looked like Samuel was rash, the fact was he had already probed Jacob's prowess in his behavior. Well, in his mind at least. However, what happened next made everyone's jaw drop in the group. Thud. Samuel's axe suddenly landed right between Jacob's index and middle finger and was stuck then and there. Samuel's eyes went wide as his face started to turn pale when he comprehended what had just happened. He tried to retrace his axe, but it didn't even budge. He quickly used the second axe to chop down on Jacob's forearm. Furthermore, he wanted to cut it off. However, to his surprise, Jacob didn't even move his finger to black it and let it land on his forearm. But what happened next made Samuel and everyone watching gobsmacked with horror. They saw the axe powerfully land on Jacob's forearm, and it should be enough to chop his arm off. But not only his arm was as sturdy as ever, but the blade only cut his shirt and barely grazed his skin. "Is that all?" Jacob's snide voice sounded, sending chills down everyone's spine while making Samuel scared silly. Samuel finally understood at this moment that Jacob wasn't an idiot, but he was. From the start to finish, Jacob didn't show any fear. It wasn't because he didn't know about him or he had a screw loss on his head, but Jacob didn't consider him a threat at all. He was probably like a child throwing a tantrum in Jacob's eyes. Appalled, "Who are?" Before he could speak another word, Jacob's other hand moved like a blur at this moment and grabbed Samuel's other shoulder. Jacob coldly uttered, "I'll be taking this arm as I said." Before Samuel could struggle, he felt gripped by an iron claw, and the next moment, his blood-curdling hysteric shrill rang and was heard by the entire Lion Street. The mercenaries of the Tiger's Den witnessed a ghastly sight with pale faces at this moment. Their valorous leader's hand was torn like a rag doll by this terrifying guy, and blood flowed like a small fountain from Samuel's mangled shoulder while he was screaming in pain like a pig. Chapter 129 A rank. It was a gruesome scene, as they watched the silver-haired man impassively holding the severed arm with bloodstains all over his white shirt and body, while his victim was screaming right before him. He looked nothing less than a devil. S shot him down, Samuel shrieked with bloodshot eyes as he suppressed the appalling pain. The Tiger's Den mercenaries snapped out of their stupor and their faces were ghastly pale. They all hesitated because Jacob was more powerful than Samuel. No, he was too powerful. What if he decided to kill them all if they retaliates? Right now, Jacob only tore Samuel's arm and didn't kill him, which he easily could. No one doubted it anymore. But if they really went on this road, there will be no return for them anymore. Furthermore, when everyone saw the devil was just standing there calmly and looked at them with his icy eyes without any hint of panic, they all felt palpitations in their hearts. But if they didn't shoot, didn't Samuel won't let them off. Just as some of them collected their courage and starts raising their firearms, Alice's crisp voice rang, "Stand down." Her face was paler than anyone on the scene because she had this astonishing yet impossible proposition in her mind. He's an A rank. Because of her background, she was far more informative than anyone, and she heard lots of legends about an A-rank expert, and this man in front of them was nothing but like those legends. The moment Jacob tore off Samuel's hand like he was tearing a dry leaf, this realization hit her. She never thought there was someone with an A-rank mercenary strength hidden among humans. Since Samuel dared to offend him, he was courting death, but what about them who came with him? Her heart beat wildly just at the thought of it, and now Samuel had given a suicide command. She knew just how shrewd Samuel was, and he might have already guessed what she does, and he wanted to use them as a distraction so he could escape. But when she noticed Jacob remain expressionless and remained in his position, she was even more sure these kinds of bullets would not work on him, and they would be seeking their own death once they start firing. So she instantly stopped those fools. Jacob's lips suddenly curled into an amusing smirk as he looked at the tall beauty. He had to admit she was probably the most beautiful woman he had seen from the day he was born in this world. But what aroused his interest was her decision-making in this chaotic situation. And she was thinking about her survival just like this fool who wanted to take everyone with him for a chance to escape. Although Samuel and Alice were the same kinds of people, Jacob could tell this woman was 10 times savvier and calmer than Samuel. Well, since she'll be more obedient, I don't need this one. Jacob's eyes turned cold as he looked at Samuel, who was seething in pain, or pretending to as his bloodshot eyes were darting around. Since Alice blocked his life path, he won't let them live either. He roared hysterically, "Bitch, do you really think he'll let you all go? Don't listen to her attack." "Attack for me?" Alice had already noticed Jacob's smirk, and her heart was beating like a drum. When she heard this and couldn't help but curse it out loud, "This scoundrel dog wanted us to die with him. Don't listen and drop your weapon. We're not matched for this gentleman, he's an A rank." A rank. Everyone's minds jumbled when they heard A rank, and they finally understood why Samuel was beaten so miserably. Compared to a B rank Samuel, who had already offended an A rank expert, they would choose to surrender and earn this powerhouse's forgiveness. Even the most loyal original Tiger's Den members have the same thoughts, and the very next moment, they all dropped their weapons without any hint of hesitation. We surrender. It was Samuel's fault, and they were also the ones who took him here. Everyone turned and pointed toward the fiery lake team of 8 with indignant eyes. If it wasn't for these 8, would they come here? The answer was yes, because Samuel had already considered this mansion his hideout until the war with the trolls would decide and even bought it from the original owner. So they would have come here even without them. But to save their own skins, they put all the blame on them and hoped Jacob would spare their life. They never thought there would be an even scarier existence than the entire earthen kingdom residing in this barren country, and they just had to offend him. It was all because of one fucking mansion. The Fiery Lake team's faces were ashen when they saw everyone pointing at them and distancing themselves from them. Despair filled Fiery Lake's beautiful eyes at this moment. She regretted reporting this incident to Samuel and deciding to stay here. Now it was all over, their comrades had abandoned them. Samuel also found hope amid darkness when he heard this. He quickly blurted, "Lord, yes. It was all them." At this moment Jacob annoyingly spoke, "Enough." The scene felt deadly silent. Jacob scanned through the crowd with his cold eyes before his eyes paused for a moment on the Fiery Lake team, and then he stopped at Alice, which made her shudder. He impassively asked, "You will be the leader of these clowns from now on, and if anyone dares to run, your end will be," just as his icy voice trailed off. His hand blurred again, only this time when it appeared again, it was coated with blood and it wasn't empty, but there was a beating heart in his hand. Everyone felt terror when they looked at the heart, which beat by beat turned dormant. Thud. When they heard this sound, a chill ran down their spine because Samuel was laying in his own blood without any hint of life, and there was a hole in his chest. Squish, Jacob clenched Samuel's heart and coldly said, "This could be any of your heart, so I'm suggesting to not try anything funny or I'll hear you." Alice, who was looking at Samuel's corpse with an appalled expression, also felt terror and didn't dare to look Jacob in the eyes anymore. "You'll be salved no one from now, and your first task is to make the pool in the backyard 100 meters deep with a solid platform in the center and build a dome over it. Is that clear?" Jacob coldly uttered while glaring at Alice. Without waiting for her reply, he turned around, about to leave before he left one last line. "Every woman will live in the mansion with me from now on, while men can make camps outside and be in charge of security. If anyone approached, tell them to fuck off." Harrison looked at the incoming Jacob with daze and terror, as well as the other servants of the house. They all thought it was just a dream. They never thought they were serving someone so powerful all this time. Jacob looked at Harrison meaningfully, which made the latter shudder. "You'll be in charge of those people and the materials they required, and if they resist your orders, tell me." Harrison felt like his knees were trembling and urged to release the pressure between his legs, but he didn't dare, afraid he will be lost Jacob's goodwill, and had his heart crushed like Samuel's. "As your command, my lord." He quickly bent his head 90 degrees. Jacob didn't mind and left. The entire purpose of putting this show in everyone's eyes was to put fear in everyone's heart as well as announced his existence among humans. Furthermore, he really required some labor to make the pool deeper so he could continue practicing water meditation. These people happened to be just what he needed, and Samuel delivered them to him. Now I just have to remain here and wait for their reactions. If I thought correctly, this might really work. An astute glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as he headed toward the basement. Alice looked at the empty space where Jacob was just standing a few moments ago. "Slave no one." Those words rang in her mind like thunder. She, a proud daughter of a duke, was proclaimed a slave, and she can't even put up resistance or word out of her protest. It was simply a tremendous blow to her pride and confidence. Everyone has complicated expressions on their faces. They never thought their entire understanding of power would be upturned by coming to this place. Although Jacob called their vice-captain and slave, what about them? He called them clowns. They weren't even considered slaves to him. and all the pride and achievement they had accumulated in these years turned into smoke. As for escaping, did they have the ability? Chapter 130 Silver Tyrant. The incident with Tiger's Den wasn't something that could remain hidden. Some of the neighbors around Jacob's mansion witnessed the entire incident played out with aghast expressions. No one thought a B-rank mercenary, the symbol of power in the humane kingdom, would die so tragically. But the biggest news out of it was the possibility of an A-rank expert present between humans. In this state of hopeless war, this news was like a windfall for the humane kingdom. Because if this was true and they really had an A-rank expert amidst them, then trolls would be the first ones trembling in fear. One had to know between the three kingdoms there wasn't a single A-rank expert present, and neither did they know about the existence of Dark City. Very soon, this news spread like wildfire from Lion Street to Lionheart City. Then within half a day, the entire Gloria country was shocked. In one day, Jacob's existence was known to every person with status. Since no one knows his name, everyone starts calling him Silver Tyrant because of his eye-catching hair color and for his tyrannical display with Tiger's Den. Rumors have it that the Silver Tyrant would crush anyone's heart who opposed him with his bare hands, while he was also a debaucher, and every night he slept with hundreds of women. The proud daughter of Duke Riley and the most beautiful woman of the humane kingdom, Alice Riley, was captured by Silver Tyrant and now had become his personal slave. More and more exaggerated rumors spread between humans and Silver Tyrant became even more famous than the war between the two kingdoms. The throne hall of the Humane Kingdom Royal Palace was bristling with activities at this moment. Just a day ago, this place was gloomy because of the impending danger of trolls. However, today the atmosphere was filled with hope, and many high-ranking officers who were secretly planning their desertion were also present. Even some already deserted nobles were back. On the golden throne, a handsome middle-aged with long, shining golden hair supporting a matching golden crown was sitting with an expressionless face, while his light blue eyes have a hint of exhaustion. He was the third king of the Humane Kingdom, King Philip III. With a platform below Philip sat three princes and a princess as well as their mother, the queen consort. The entire main royal bloodline was present today. There were also two tall men clad in golden armor standing right behind the king's throne with expressionless faces, but the aura they were giving was extremely imposing. Philip slightly nodded his head while looking at the bristling throne room. The next moment, the royal guard behind him loudly stated, "In the name of His Majesty, I command everyone to be reticent." The next moment, the entire throne hall fell into silence, and they all looked toward their king with myriad emotions. They all knew today was going to go down in the concise history of the Humane Kingdom. Philip expressionlessly scanned through the entire throne room and looked at every person present today. Many nobles lowered their head when they felt Philip's cold eyes on them. Philip, however, didn't bring up those skedaddle acts and looked at the burly man who has a fierce face and sat straight at the very front of the left row. He impassively asked, "Marshal Gallant, you have a report to make, I presumed." Marshal Gallant was the strongest person in the Humane Kingdom and the commander of the royal army. He was even more respected and famous than the Humane King. With Gallant's prowess, he could have easily dethroned the Grover family from their royal status, but he was always faithful to the crown. Not only that, but he was their biggest supporter, and that's how the Grover family was still in a commanding position. Or with rising powers of different factions, the Grover family would have lost their hold on the Humane Kingdom long ago. Especially the Riley family under Philip's younger brother's control. The Riley Duke not only roped in the B-rank Samuel into his household with his charming daughter, but that daughter was extremely talented, and she was very close to entering the B-rank herself. It could easily upturn the entire Humane Kingdom's political structure. However, now, Gallant politely replied with a complicated glint in his eyes as he looked at his king, who seemed to have grown older after the last time he saw him. "Your Majesty, this subject indeed has an important report." He took a deep breath and continued, "The trolls suddenly stopped attacking our borders and even abandoned our already conquered cities and territories last night. Right now, their armies are on standby at their border. While we also noticed all the B-rank trolls were summoned back to protect their king, they're even willing to talk now." Gallant was really marveling right now as he reported these astonishing reports. It was like he was repeating a dream. He never thought that the stubborn troll army who wanted to exterminate every human backed off because of a simple rumor. Philip didn't have any emotions when he heard it as if has expected this. He said with acerbity, "All of this just because, Silver Tyrant's appearance, yes." The entire throne room was deadly silent when they heard this name. They all knew about it before coming here. The trolls retreat because of the possibility of an A-rank expert appearing amidst humans. It might change the entire power structure of the uncommon region. Although it was still unclear why the Silver Tyrant showed his face only now, one thing is clear, just his presence was enough to make humans the strongest power between the three kingdoms. At least that is what everyone in this hall thought. That's why some cowards dared to crawl back from their hideouts. Everyone knew things were going to change in a very prominent way for humans. Gallant sighed and lowered his head before he said, "Yes, your highness." Both goblins and trolls were now secretly inquiring about Silver Tyrant, and many spies were found. Gallant was also one of the few who know just how difficult it was to enter the A rank and what kind of status these beings had in the rare region. He was a reserved member of Nightmare Knight's Legion, and he wasn't even qualified to become a full-fledged member. Now this A-rank expert appeared out of nowhere, and he also was quite young. He was really baffled by this news and almost spat blood in frustration. He was used to revering by everyone here, but after the Silver Tyrant appeared, those who knows about his prowess no longer looked at him as an absolute being anymore. Even he's also afraid of Silver Tyrant, because he clearly knows how difficult it was to beat Samuel even for him. But this monster killed him like he was killing a chicken. Many people witnessed this scene, while the entire Tiger's Den powerful experts were working like constructors at Silver Tyrant's place obediently. There's no room for doubting this information. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a great resemblance to Philip stood up with a grave expression on his face. He said while deeply looking at Philip, who was already expecting this, "My king, we all wanted to hear what is your stance on this matter." Philip's lips suddenly rose slightly into a mocking smile. "First, I want to hear Duke Riley's stance. I heard Silver Tyrant kill your son-in-law as well as enslaved your cherished daughter, and many terrible rumors about her are all over the kingdom. Do you intend to march your army there and seek justice? If yes, I'll lend you a hand since she's my niece as well." Everyone's expression stiffened when they heard this and lowered their heads. If there were another hot topic besides the Silver Tyrant, then it would be Alice Riley. She was already crowned as the kingdom's most beautiful woman, and now she was raised to be a mere slave of Silver Tyrant. It was an enormous blow to her and Riley family's reputation. Duke Riley's expression went rigid when he heard this and clenched his hands tightly. How could he not want to march his entire army there and save his daughter? But whenever he thought about how dangerous that fellow Silver Tyrant was, that even Samuel was toyed to death by him, he felt chills on his spine and didn't dare to think of revenge anymore. Although he had ulterior motives when he sent Alice to the Tiger's Den Company to win over Samuel, Alice had proven to be as talented as Samuel in these years, so he no longer belittled his daughter. However, Samuel had gone and sought his own death, and now Alice fell victim and he could do nothing, which made him indignant. He suppressed his urge to punch his brother in the face and stiffly said, "I won't dare to cause my king trouble. It's Alice's fortune to catch the interest of our kingdom's first A-rank expert." A ruthless glint shimmered in his eyes at this moment. "Now I would like to know how my king will approach Silver Tyrant." Chapter 131. Infamous in uncommon region, the Earthen Kingdom. The Prime Minister was looking at the capped Ammonus 10,000, who was holding some papers in his hands with uncertainty. He didn't know why Ammonus 10,000 had the already marching troops retreat just because of a measly A-rank mercenary appearance among humans. He was also confused about the disappearance of Ammonus 9,999, but he didn't dare to poke his nose into these scary existences matters. At this moment, Ammonus 10,000 placed the reports on the table and said coldly, "Are you positive this person is a human, and not a high-ranking member of three hegemonies?" After he encountered Jacob, Ammonus 10,000 was feeling extremely apprehensive since Ammonus 9,999 left him alone here to watch over the cannibal plan. When he acquired reports that an A-rank human had appeared out of the blue, without even a second thought, he had the Earthen Kingdom retrieve their armies and found everything and anything on this variable. He didn't want to experience another incident like Jacob, and he even thought this human was that faceless ancient who was playing with them. But these reports were all telling another story. The Prime Minister replied, "From our spies, it's completely confirmed that this person is a hidden ascetic, and he registered over the years ago as a C-rank mercenary in a small town, and he's also an advanced apprentice gunsmith. Although he looked young, my guess is he might have stumbled upon some opportunity in the rainy mountain ranges, and that's how he managed to become a rank. Probably some potion or other medicine. Now that he's an A-rank, he decided to show himself, and it's quite clear that he doesn't know about our existence, or he won't dare to be so reckless. He might have already considered himself the king of the uncommon region now, and humans' morals will soar because of it." He sneered in disdain when he thought about how this brat showed off his power and acted like a tyrant. Furthermore, he even wanted to personally go there to teach him a lesson. But alas, Ammonus 10,000 was acting with too much caution. Ammonus 10,000 had already seen these details in the reports, but he was still feeling somewhat doubtful. What if he's that protector you encountered that day and pretending to be human to lure us out? The Prime Minister replied with uncertainty, there is a possibility that it's him since the Lionheart City is close to the old lab's location. But we can't find out for sure without probing his strength. He had already thought of this possibility. But he felt this wasn't the guy since that person was much calmer and didn't strike him as a type who would reveal his whereabouts like this and act like a debaucher tyrant. The possibility was there nevertheless and they couldn't ignore it. Nah, he's pure human. A snickering voice rang at this moment which startled both of them. You're finally back, Aminus 10,000 called out with a thrill in his voice. He never thought he would be so glad to see this crazy woman, Aminus 9,999. Tusk, I don't want to but I had to. Aminus 9,999 annoyingly replied. Aminus 10,000 was still glad as he quickly asked, so you check this silver tyrant fellow? Aminus 9,999 seriously replied this time, indeed. The moment I heard the rumors, I went to that area and investigated thoroughly and he's a human. I could have crushed him, but I'm afraid he might have some connection with 3 hegemonies, so I'll leave him to a native. The Prime Minister quickly bowed. I'll deal with him. Don't worry, my lady. No, let him enjoy his short-lived glory for a while. Aminus 9,999 chuckled darkly before she continued, how many cannibals can you make with already accumulated human blood? Aminus 10,000 blurted with anticipation, so he left. He didn't dare to go out until that faceless ancient was still in the uncommon region. He was afraid that fellow would hold a grudge and hunt him down when Aminus 9,999 won't be around to protect him. Aminus 9,999 sneered disdainfully, look at your cowardliness. He's indeed not in the humane kingdom, but I'm going to scan the entire place just in case he's still hiding here. In 5 or 6 months our reinforcement would be here, then we don't need to worry about him. But this doesn't mean we can show our faces as we please. Now let him answer my question. This conversation baffled the Prime Minister since he didn't know what they were talking about. Nonetheless, he quickly answered Aminus 9,999's question. With the blood we already collected, it's enough to create over 100 cannibals, same as the first one's level and many low-level ones. My lady, do you want me to start? Aminus 9,999 thought for a moment, start it, and then release those cannibals to grow and multiply between goblins and cut off every news about this. Let humans live in delusion for now. We'll secretly create a farm of cannibals. You trolls will be amiss to cover this farm. I'm going to personally oversee the further research on cannibal. The Prime Minister's eyes lit up and quickly agreed, I understand. We'll start working post hastily, but what if humans decided to attack us? Now that an A rank appeared among them, they will be bolder and unafraid. Heh, they'll be delivering the blood themselves then. No, this is perfect. Aminus 9,999 eyes shimmered with ghastly light. I heard these humans can quickly adapt to changes, right? Since an A rank appeared amidst them, more will follow in his footsteps. It means we'll get more high-level blood. I want those humans to start another war in confident, but we'll be manipulating behind them while letting them think they are the ones in control and getting an endless supply of human blood. The Lionheart City, Lion Street, the Tyrant Mansion. Yes, the mansion where Jacob lives is now known as the Tyrant Mansion by everyone. The Tyrant Mansion had gone through some changes in the past 3 days. One could see many small bunkers in the vast garden of the Tyrant Mansion, while the backyard was now completely covered in a doom-like shade and blocked everyone's vision. The only way in was either from the mansion or by creating a hole in the shade which no one would dare. Furthermore, in these past 3 days, many high-ranking officers of the Lionheart City came to pay a visit, but they were rejected at the main gate. Among these rejected officers, the city lord, the mercenary branch's leader, the vice leader, the gunsmith guild leader, and even the beautiful apothecary guild leader rejected with many other nobles. However, no one dared to show any displeasure and they politely left after leaving some greeting gifts. Even Samuel's heart was crushed by Silver Tyrant and Alice was turned into a slave. They didn't want to antagonize such a person unless they wanted an ending like those 2 famous figures. The Gunsmith Guild leader Drew was feeling the most complicated among everyone because he had spent some time with Jacob, and he benefited the most from him when he let him take the credit for Magnum. Now that he thought about how he once wanted to protect Jacob, he laughed in self-mockery and even felt fear when he thought about how Jacob had killed Samuel. As for the Vice Guild leader Olaf, who schemed against Jacob, he had long vanished from the Lionheart City the very night news about Jacob being an A-rank expert surfaced. Lastly, the Star Mercenary Agency's leader had already found out about Jacob's registration with them. He was thrilled and wanted to approach Jacob and form a connection, but was rejected mercilessly. The last person who was effective by Jacob's identity as an A rank was none other than Rose of the Lionheart family. When she thought about how she tried to be bold with Jacob and even wanted to use him as a meat shield, she nearly had a mental breakdown. Right now she was hiding, while in constant fear Jacob would come one day and make her his slave. Her father still didn't know about me T, or he would have a heart attack. As for the man who was the eye of the storm, the silver tyrant, Jacob did not know about what was happening because of him in an entire uncommon region. Even if he'd known, he would have merely scoffed since he had already anticipated this. Right now, he was currently sitting on a stone platform in the middle of the newly built pool and just crossed the threshold of 20 G force, and the oxygen in the water again got absorbed in his body's pores. He now felt it even more clearly than before, and all of a sudden Jacob felt a strange sensation that was still hard to describe. And not only that, but his heartbeat started to rise as more oxygen entered his body. So it can indeed raise my heartbeat without me using some excessive method, Jacob solemnly thought, but I never expected it would be this effective, as if this water meditation was created to practice fluid acceleration. Immortality also told me at that time that I would find a way very soon. Chapter 132. Can you prove it? Immortality also told me I would find a way very soon. Jacob connected the dots as he felt like Immortality probably knew about the art of nature's true effects, but it didn't bother to say anything, nor did it comment on it when Jacob inquired about it. Nevertheless, this also strengthens his belief that he should keep practicing this technique and not slack off. As his heartbeat increased with more and more oxygen entering his body, Jacob was fully focused on his heart rate and didn't dare to miss a single heartbeat. After over 10 minutes, Jacob's heartbeat was at 4 bps when he felt the sensation suddenly staggered while the gravity also vanished. Jacob's eyes snapped open and frowned. Even over million-gallon water can only sustain water mediation over 2 10 mm. What about the 24-hour limit? Didn't I need to enter a vast river at that time? His expression was grave as the liquid suddenly started to turn vapors again. Although with my current capacity, I might hold on for over 2.5 hours, but I required over 300-meter deep bore, and the aquifer is over a mile deep, according to Harrison. A mile-deep bore should be enough to cross a 3 hours mark. But it would also put me in danger since the gravity would be 30 G at that time, and this stone pillar might not be able to spot me and break. Well, I let them reinforce this pillar with metal, but I required more labor for it if I want it to be done quickly. Jacob looked toward the round platform he was sitting on, which was only deep enough to cover his head with water. But actually, it was a pillar connected to the bottom, which was formed by digging around it. Jacob had given the command, and those mercenaries didn't dare to make any mistakes. But it turns out, even this 100-meter pool wasn't enough. Jacob suddenly thought about the raging border river between the uncommon and rare regions, and he knew that was the perfect place for practicing water meditation. But he won't have this pillar in that river, and he might really drown within that river's depth. So, until he was absolutely sure of his ability to swim under that pressure, he won't try it no matter what. Instead, this method was far safer as long as he could reinforce this pillar, and have those mercenaries dig just half of the surface from now on, just enough for more water to fill it. While the other half can be easily reinforced with iron, he won't have to worry about this pillar's breaking at that time. But he required some laborers and forgers to start the reinforcing process, and if possible, he wanted to fill the half pool with iron to create a solid iron platform. At that time, he just let them dig as deep as he wanted. As for finding people who were up for the task, Jacob knows where to find them, and he was the most powerful person in the humane kingdom, so no one would dare to reject him. Jacob finally stood up and looked at the gorgeous woman in maid attire, which revealed her voluptuous figure. Holding a towel in her hand, with a bewitching look on her face, as saw the water dispersing at an alarming rate in astonishment. Jacob paid little attention to her attractiveness and jumped toward her and landed on the poolside, snapping Alice from her stupor. She instantly looked down when she saw bare-chest Jacob walking over her with a tingle of red on her pale white face. She didn't dare to look him in eyes anymore. Since Jacob had turned her into a slave as a war trophy, she thought Jacob was after her body like others and would rape her and torment her by any means possible because of the tyrannical image he displayed that day. She simply could not resist and didn't want to die either after reaching this point, so she thought it in another direction. If Jacob was attracted to her and if she could seduce him, who would dare to mess with her? Jacob differed completely from Samuel. She acted normally around Samuel since he wanted to play a gentleman to win over her heart, and he was also aware of her talent and required her help. Once she entered the B rank, so he didn't dare to force himself on her. However, Jacob didn't seem to care about her beauty, status, or talent, and by his looks, he was probably younger than her as well. That's why she had to use another approach with him, so she decided to willingly become his slave and do anything he wanted her, even warm his bed and slowly earn his goodwill. Although this situation looked disadvantageous and disgusting, for her, it was a tremendous opportunity to exchange her body for the most powerful man in this kingdom. Not just her, but all those ladies were sure that Jacob was a debauched man like others because he has every woman living with him and wore maid clothes. But everyone was surprised because they didn't even see Jacob's shadow, much less summon them or come into their quarters. Even Alice, who had complete confidence in her looks and was ready to spring into action that night, was never called, which made her uneasy. As for approaching his room on their own, they didn't have the guts to even look at him, much less barge into his room without his order. Only today, Jacob emerged when Harrison reported the news of pool completion, and he didn't summon Alice here either. But she took the initiative to come here and wait for him obediently. P alpha ped d alpha nanuyon som yet. It surprised her when she comprehended what Jacob was doing when he didn't pull his head out for breath for over an hour. At first, she thought he was dead, but then she shook her head since it would be too foolish. Nevertheless, if she hadn't noticed small bubbles appearing occasionally, she might have believed it. Then she thought of another possibility. Could it be the secret method to enter the A rank? Alice felt she stumbled upon an enormous secret when she thought of how Jacob was so serious about this pool and covering it. She even thought of slipping away, but then she thought about how Jacob had already killed 8 mercenaries who tried to escape every time. He could really hear everything as he said, so now no one dared to escape. So she also didn't dare to move and stay there, and pretend to be an idiot and hope Jacob would believe it, because if it was Jacob's secret of power, then he will kill her to make sure she won't reveal it ever. However, when she saw the water turning into vapors, she was completely stunned and felt this was really the secret of Jacob's power. Now he was coming this way, so she did her best to act shy and attractive so he won't notice anything. Jacob looked at the alluring Alice and his lips curled up. You know how to adapt, I don't mind, but if you think for a moment that you could escape your fate of being a slave by this, then you're dead wrong. Jacob's eyes turned cold, which made Alice shudder and thought he was going to kill her. But to her surprise, if you truly serve me well, I won't mistreat you either. Even making you an A rank within 1 day is a possibility, but Jacob smiled meaningfully. Can you prove it? Alice finally looked up with shock and disbelief about what she just heard, and her lips parted. Why, you can make me A rank in on 1 day? She didn't dare to believe it. Jacob merely chuckled mysteriously, took the towel from her hands, and without caring about her expression, moved on while saying, "Summon Harrison." Alice's heart was almost in her throat as Jacob's words rang in her head continually like a broken record. But she quickly calmed down and her eyes shimmered with resolve. I just have to prove it then. Although she didn't completely believe Jacob's words, while he didn't kill her despite her comprehending his secret, which meant Jacob didn't care at all. Now more doubts grow in her head, and when she thought about what Jacob just offered her, she now wanted to see if he could make her an A-rank mercenary. Besides, it wasn't like she was losing anything, so she quickly followed Jacob's order and headed to summon Harrison, who was the only one Jacob called by name. Thereupon, Jacob calmly sat on a table full of dishes. He looked at perturbed Harrison and said, I want you to call the guild leader of the Gunsmith Guild as soon as possible. As your command, my lord. Harrison quickly left to complete this mission as if his life depended on it. At this time, Alice quickly picked up a dish and started serving Jacob without even him telling her. As she served, she suddenly looked into his cold amber eyes deeply and said in a dreamy tone, I'm yours from now. Chapter 133 Meetings drew again in the evening. The Tyrant Mansion welcomes its first visitor, who was granted an audience with the Silver Tyrant. Many people who were paying close attention to the Tyrant's mansion quickly reported this to their superiors. When they found the identity of this visitor, it was none other than the guild leader of the Gunsmith Guild of Lionheart City, Drew. Because of Jacob's significance, his background was naturally checked by many. Although his real identity or from where he hailed was still a mystery, but his official record at the Start Mercenary Agency and Gunsmith Guild was now an open secret. Everyone knew he first appeared in Rain Town and then lived in Lionheart City, but this also made him more mysterious, because except for these 2 locations, Jacob appeared nowhere else in the huge uncommon region. Most people believed that Jacob's appearance was actually a disguise to hide his real background, but when the records of the 2 organizations mention, no one sounds sure anymore. Those C-rank and above-rank people knew DNA couldn't be changed, and this is what made them dread the mysterious Silver Tyrant even more. Since he had accepted no visitors before, the information on him was even more precious. Now that he finally accepted a visitor who happened to be someone connected with him, this would arouse much attention. However, Jacob didn't care about it at all as he was sitting on a comfortable divan while facing him was a burly old man with a stiff expression. He was none other than the guild leader of Lionheart City's gunsmith branch, Drew. Alice appeared, holding a tray with an exquisite red whiskey bottle and glasses. She gracefully put on the glasses and poured the translucent red whiskey without expression. Drew was shocked when he was this cold yet alluring maid. He naturally knew who this person was and the reason behind her current appearance. Nevertheless, it still shocked him when he saw how obedient Alice was behaving. She had accepted her identity as a mere slave, and no shame could be seen in her behavior. He looked at the handsome man with awe and trepidation. When he heard Jacob was looking for him, his first thought was why he was looking for him after he didn't meet him when he visited. But he didn't dare to reject, and he also wanted to meet Jacob for another reason as well, so he dropped everything and came here post hastily. Alice, at this moment, placed the whiskey glass in front of Drew with no expression. Before, she took the other one and handed it to Jacob with a captivating smile. However, Jacob merely took the glass with an unimpressive glance at Alice, which made her somewhat flustered inwardly. But she maintained her smile and like an obedient maid stood behind Jacob's divan. Since he didn't tell her to leave, she would remain here and observe. She was also interested in Jacob's past or what kind of person he was. It was crucial in winning Jacob's trust. Jacob also didn't mind Alice since he had already planned for her. He smiled faintly when saw Drew's stiff expression and said, "I heard you visited before." Drew felt his heart rate increase slightly, but when he saw Jacob still had that arrogant yet confident smirk on his face when they first met. He felt somewhat relieved and politely nodded. "Yes, but your excellency was busy, and I won't dare to disturb you." Jacob took a sip of whiskey which had an intoxicating smoky and malty flavor. He didn't know where Harrison bought this, but it was at least 2 or 3 decades old. He was an adorer of good alcohol, and this whiskey was only subpart but still good enough for current human civilization. Furthermore, he chuckled, "There's no need to be polite with an old friend, just call me Jack. So why do you want to visit before? I was occupied with something at that time. You can speak freely." Drew was familiar with Jacob's tone. Is this really the cold-blooded silver tyrant everyone is talking about? He thought with uncertainty now. Nevertheless, since Jacob still behaved like his old self, he was more at ease and spoke, "To tell you the truth, I didn't want to disturb you, and I wasn't even sure it was you actually. But your portraits had been spreading all over the kingdom, so I know it was you." Jacob cocked an eyebrow. "I didn't know I'd become so famous within a week." He sounded surprised, but he wasn't actually. On the contrary, he was unimpressed. This is the real disadvantage of medieval technology. After you killed a B-rank mercenary and made a duke's daughter slave, you're still acting in surprise. Drew smiled wryly and didn't want to comment on this and changed the topic. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before your information was dug out, especially within the agency and the guild. It's very easy once someone provides them with your registration name, and I think it was that old bastard Olaf who revealed your registration name to the information broker. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. "I knew what he did back then when you suddenly vanished, but I don't have proof. But that bastard ran too fast the moment you appeared this time." Alice was shocked by this revelation, and she looked at Jacob, who was calmly sipping on his whiskey as if he was listening to trivial things. Did someone try to scheme against him when he was keeping a low profile, or he wasn't as strong as now before, she thought. "I don't care about this small matter, even if they know about my identity." "Do you think they can do anything to me?" Jacob asked with a wintry smile which made Drew shudder slightly. He knew Jacob merely stated the fact. No one would dare to mess with Jacob right now unless they have a death wish like Samuel. He was the strongest person in the entire kingdom. Furthermore, he sighed, "Forgive me, I just made a fool out of myself. The important matter why I was here was because I received a message from the Guild Master of Royal Humane City." His expression turned serious as he said, "He'll be visiting you personally, and I think you should hear him out since it might be beneficial to you. But of course, if you didn't want, you could simply reject him." Drew sighed inwardly. The gunsmith guild master of the capital city was an extremely prominent figure, but now he was coming here personally to meet with Jacob, and he even required someone like him to introduce him to Jacob. Drew knew Jacob was actually a basic gunsmith, and his attainment might be even higher than this, and he was hiding it. So, the visit of this eccentric guild master was not a surprise to him, since he would do the same after finding out about Jacob's talent in gunsmithing. He was a freak in his eyes. As long as Jacob announced his relation with the gunsmith guild, their status would soar, surpassing the apothecary guild. But the person in question was the silver tyrant. If he rejected them, would they dare to push their luck? The answer was a huge no. As long as there wasn't someone stronger than Jacob backing them, they couldn't force Jacob to do anything. The alchemy guild behind them won't care for their lives as long as no external force intervenes or if they poke a hornet nest themselves. Jacob's eyes flashed with a subtle glint as he nodded. "I'll consider it. Now is the reason I call you here." Drew held his breath. He was even more nervous than the time he took his basic gunsmith exam. "I need your assistance in 2 matters. Jacob stated coolly. "First, I want a gunsmith workshop and a proper smithy in the basement of this mansion. Is it possible? Money is not an issue." Drew's eyes widened slightly and fell into deep thought before he answered. It can be arranged since you're a basic gunsmith. I can even send a message to Capital and the guild master will provide the most advanced equipment we currently have. All right, this will work as well. Jacob agreed quickly. As for the second thing, it's about the pool in the backyard. I want to create an iron platform. Look at this. You'll understand what I'm talking about. Jacob pulled out a paper from a pocket and tossed it toward Drew, who caught it and opened it with uncertainty. Alice was also quite curious about what Jacob was talking about, but she remained expressionless and only observed. She was astonished when she heard he was also a basic gunsmith. As a daughter of a duke, she knew those gunsmiths of basic level were all bunch of old men, and their strength was meager, but they were all respected by the kingdom. Because of the firearms they developed and made their military power strong. Drew saw the design and was slightly shocked, but it was a simple matter for him. He folded the paper, put it in his pocket, and solemnly nodded, "Consider it done." Chapter 134 Kings Move. The next morning, Jacob opened his eyes and then looked at the pale white delicate hand over his muscular chest. A naked beauty was sleeping right beside him, revealing her lascivious assets. She was naturally Alice, who tasted the forbidden fruit last night. There wasn't any ripple in Jacob's expression. He was like usual, as if it wasn't a big deal for him. But he can't deny the fact that Alice was the first woman he slept with in this world, and she was a noble princess regardless. Yet he felt nothing besides the transient pleasure. And all that time, he was controlling his strength, or he knew what would have happened if he let himself loose with his current physique. Alice was important to his plan, and he couldn't have her die right now, or it would be hard to find a replacement. That's why he let her get close to him in the first place and give her hope amid despair. He was making it clear she could only rely on him here, and her resistance was meaningless. He could have easily made her a slave with a parasite gem. Furthermore, he still has 6 low-level parasite gems. It wasn't hard. But he didn't require a puppet this time like the Sunset Duke. After wearing his clothes, Jacob left the room and headed toward the pool, which has been filled again. He was still working on increasing his heart rate with water meditation, and he felt he might learn how to control it with it, but it was still just speculation. He couldn't even start it yet, nor he was in a hurry. This ability was a double-edged sword, and he didn't want to be on the receiving end of this sword, so he'll take advantage of this situation. Since the pool size wasn't dangerous to him, he'll practice it until Drew's men arrived and started the pool's renovation according to his design. Once it was done, he won't have to worry about it until the 3 hours mark was crossed, although it seemed he was wasting time by staying here and not leaving toward the higher region. But Jacob didn't think so, not after he left the Sunset Duke's estate that day and considered it. If anything, he would lose an opportunity if he left now. After Jacob left, inside his room, Alice, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her beautiful emerald eyes filled with difficult emotions. When she thought about how bold she was last night, she blushed profusely. "Is he still not convinced that I'm no longer resisting?" she thought as she looked at the place where Jacob was a few moments ago. Well, how could it be so easy? That man is not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Although he looked young, his eyes are as tranquil as an old wise king. I don't know if I'm lucky or pitiful, she thought for a long time absent-mindedly. No matter how cold or indifferent she had been in the past, she was still a young lady with a sky-like ambition. In the afternoon, many people entered the tyrant mansion with big horse-drawing carriages, which again aroused the spy's attention. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were from the gunsmith guild and some were blacksmiths. The carriages were filled with iron and many blacksmith equipments. As for what they were for, only the people inside that mansion knows, and no one dared to step in it because it was too dangerous. Jacob's every move was monitored because of his current status, and he still hadn't left the mansion yet, as if he had made that place his base of operation. No one could tell what he was planning, but with all these materials and blacksmiths, it was clear he was making something. It draws attention to Gunsmith Guild leader Drew, who had visited the tyrant just a day before this large movement started, but Drew also remained silent and indifferent. Just like this, 3 more days passed. This day, the tyrant mansion received a visit from another noble, but it wasn't just any noble. It was the Marquis who had previously occupied Gloria City, and the Baron of Gloria Country also with him. The Lionheart City Lord and many other bigwigs of the Gloria Country also followed them. They all wanted to pay respect to the Silver Tyrant, who was hailed presumably from the Gloria Country, and the Marquis even wanted to invite Jacob into his fief, even handing over the entire fief as the matter of fact. Yet they were all rejected at the gates. In the end, they had no choice but to leave, since this person wasn't someone who they can push around. However, the Marquis was a shrewd fellow. He didn't leave. Instead, he ordered vacant the entire Lion Street and bought it the very day. Since he can't have an audience with the tyrant, he will show his willingness to meet him by living on Lion Street and paying his respect every day. No one thought that this action was foolish, because if he earned Silver Tyrant's goodwill or just his attention, who would dare to mess with him openly again? The Silver Tyrant was even more famous than the king. This action made many nobles panic since they were a step behind. Now the Marquis, the Gloria Baron, and the Lionheart City Lord all moved on the Lion Street and completely closed off the area, which also rooted out the spies of different nobles. This act made many furious, but no one caused a commotion since this Marquis wasn't someone to trifle with, and only a duke could overpower him. Just like that, an entire month passed without any big moments from the Silver Tyrant except for some carriages going in or out. This day, however, a large movement was reported, but not from the tyrant, but from the capital city which has been dormant from the start. A large entourage left the humane city with many powerful figures. Even the humane king and knight marshal were included, and their destination was none other than Gloria Country, and this entourage was like a small army nonetheless. Everyone thought that all this time the king was preparing, and now that he was done, the king was finally going to announce his dominance. Although the Silver Tyrant is portrayed as invincible, but can he fight with an army of knights? No one knew the answer, but one thing was clear: they were going to find out soon. This news also reached Lionheart City and the people staying in it. Their first reaction was to vacate the entire city since it will be going to be a colossal mess if the knights fought with Silver Tyrant. Those nobles with Marquis also left the city to a safe area until the result was out. Although they all wanted to form goodwill with Tyrant, they didn't want to burn the bright with the royals either, since it was still unclear who would win. The Tyrant was, after all, just a single person in the end. Besides the members of Power Square and the Tyrant Mansion, the entire city was deserted within 2 days. Jacob, who was looking at the almost done metal pool, naturally received the reports of this movement. Everyone seemed tense, including Alice, who was now even more charming and always stayed at Jacob's side like a shadow. Although she didn't know the limit of Jacob's power, she didn't know if Jacob could fend off an army of trained knights, especially Knight Marshal Gallant, who was also a Nightmare Knight. The Nightmare Knight Legion was a fable entity between the higher-ups of the humans, and they had too many astonishing legends surrounding them. The Zodiac Warriors Alliance was famous for its unmatched strength, so its members won't be a pushover either. However, Jacob remained calm and aloof. He didn't show any worry about their movement, which made many doubts Jacob's mentality again. At night, Alice lay naked in Jacob's arms with perspiration all over her charming body while her breath was slightly stiff, and she looked at Jacob's impassive face with worry. "Are you really not afraid of the king? I heard Philip III is a very astute and wily ruler, and he's someone who enjoyed being in power. He won't let you take away his control so easily," she spoke with worry. It was the only time she could speak and approach Jacob freely without fear or restraint. She still didn't know if she had won his trust or not, but she was doing her best to earn her spot. Jacob glanced at the alluring beauty who now looked like a mature woman, not a young lady anymore. However, his expression was still apathetic, even after spending a month with her. He suddenly said at this moment, "I heard your father might be in this group. Tell me, will you kill him if asked you to?" Chapter 135. Gathering at Tyrant Mansion on this day, a large regiment of armored knights surrounding many big carriages entered the Lionheart City, which was completely deserted at the moment. At the very front was a golden chariot, and its coachman was none other than the Knight Marshal of the Humane Kingdom, Gallant, clad in his black armor. "Garrison the city," his loud, solemn voice reverberated in the vicinity. A small group of knights quickly sprang into action and took the abandoned posts of the Lionheart City gates. Except for this small group, the main group continues to travel toward Lion Street. Many people were paying attention to this from a distance. They knew today the fate of Silver Tyrant or the royal family was going to be decided, and whoever comes out on top will be the de facto ruler of the entire Humane Kingdom. The king was here with his personal royal knights, and the Knight Marshal, as well as many high-ranking nobles with their personal guards, were also following him. There were 3 more people who were of superior status in this lineup: the Star Mercenary Agency Master and the strongest B-rank mercenary, Loop, before Silver Tyrant appeared. The second was the intermediate gunsmith and the face of the Gunsmith Guild, Isham. Lastly, the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild of the capital city's branch and also known as the Miracle Hands, Blake. Just these 3 were enough to stir a tremendous storm in the Humane Kingdom, but they never appeared together. Now, not only the members of Black Knights, with a Nightmare Knight, but all the representative main guilds and Humane King have appeared together with the king himself. No one knew how Silver Tyrant will react or what these people were going to do today. But it's going to be history for sure. Soon, the marching knights and carriages entered Lion Street and approached the Tyrant Mansion without stopping. In the Tyrant Mansion, the atmosphere was as tense as it could get. All those Tiger's Den mercenaries were extremely anxious since they knew an army was coming, and they might become the very first ones to suffer if the Silver Tyrant didn't yield. They were all living constantly in fear of the Silver Tyrant all this time because every time they tried to escape or sneak out of the mansion, the Silver Tyrant would mysteriously kill them and leave their corpses for everyone to see. So they knew escaping was impossible under an A-rank expert. But now the entire kingdom's experts were coming, and they were even more appalled because they all knew what kind of personality Silver Tyrant had, and there was over 80% chance that he will start fighting than compromise. At this moment, sounds of powerful footsteps rang in the silent vicinity of Lion Street, and those mercenaries knew they had arrived. "What are you doing? Since the army is here, do you still think he has the time to care about us? That motherfucker is treating us like minors and killing us without batting an eye. Besides, I don't think he can survive an army attack. He's just one person." A short man with bruises on his face whispered to the man beside him, who was all filled with bruises. They had all been digging constantly every day for the past month and only had been excused 2 days ago. If they weren't C-rank, they might have died of the workload and suffocation. Nevertheless, this still affects their mental states greatly, and all the pride they once had long been shattered. But they still didn't submit completely and wanted to be free and required just a small opening. Now that the chance was here, if they didn't use it, they would either be killed or be used as cannon folds in this upcoming event. After thinking for a moment, the man beside the short man decisively nodded. The moment the army barge in, we'll flee from the east side. Not only these two, but almost all the Tiger's Den men have these thoughts. As for women, they were living comfortably in the mansion, and they would see them now and then working as maids, which was far better than mining like slaves. As for their vice-captain Alice, she had completely changed and submitted to Silver Tyrant, or it could also be just a sham until she had a chance to escape or even backstabbed him. Whatever the case was, everyone was for themselves right now. At this moment, sounds of hooves suddenly stopped at the main gate, and everyone saw a golden chariot stopping in front of the mansion while the black armor gallant gazed at the mansion coldly. At this moment, he opened his mouth, and a powerful voice reverberated in the vicinity. "The King of Humane Kingdom demands an audience with Silver Tyrant." However, he wasn't the only one. Another voice rang from a carriage. "The Star Mercenary Agency seeks an audience with Senior Silver Tyrant." Another followed thereupon. "The Gunsmith Guild seeks an audience with Senior Silver Tyrant." Lastly, the Apothecary Guild seeks an audience with His Excellency Silver Tyrant. Everyone was dumbfounded because they all thought they would barge in and then demand Silver Tyrant to come out, but it didn't happen. Besides the king demanding an audience which seemed quite appropriate for his status, the other three bigwigs were very polite, as if they would turn back if the Silver Tyrant rejected them. Now everyone was waiting for the Silver Tyrant's reply, and if he acted unreasonably, he would lose his reputation and make it even worse than it already had been. They didn't have to wait for long, though. At this moment, the closed door of the mansion parted, and a middle-aged man wearing butler attire with an expressionless face appeared. He was Harrison, and right now he was as famous as Silver Tyrant under the title of Silver Tyrant Butler. However, unlike in the past, Harrison didn't seem as old or timid while facing such pressure, and his eyes were filled with boundless confidence and hidden might. He walked toward the gates followed by a group of beautiful maids who were former C-rank mercenaries of Tiger's Den. Gallant's eyes narrowed when he saw Harrison, and for some reason he felt slightly threatened by this butler, which made him somewhat baffled. But his expression didn't change at all and remained stoic. Harrison eyed the legendary figure and the former strongest expert of the Humane Kingdom, and a peculiar glint flashed past his eyes. But he didn't lose his bearing as the butler of the tyrant and bowed lightly before he uttered in an impassive tone, "My lord, welcome everyone," and he invites anyone with the status of duke and higher inside. As for the three organizations, he would only welcome B-rank mercenaries and basic apothecaries, except the Gunsmith Guild is granted entry as a whole. As for everyone else, Harrison suddenly straightened his back and coldly looked at the marshal and said, "They didn't have the qualification to meet my lord." The atmosphere became icy all of a sudden when Harrison's voice faded, and those mercenaries looked at the butler, baffled by his guts. Gallant squinted his eyes as he looked at Harrison coldly. He didn't know why, but this butler was really making him uneasy. By the way he was staring at him with no fear, it made him even more sure that this man wasn't simple. The Star Mercenary Agency agreed, the Gunsmith Guild gratefully agreed, the Apothecary Guild agreed with His Excellency's arrangement. Soon the representatives of the three organizations quickly agreed with this arrangement, and only the king was left to agree on behalf of the kingdom. Granted, an imposing voice sounded within the golden chariot filled with authority, but there was a hint of resignation mixed within. Harrison's lip curled up slightly and bowed again before he ordered, "Open the gates." Soon, 15 carriages entered the tyrant mansion with the golden chariot. 9 out of 15 carriages belonged to the Gunsmith Guild, while others were from different organizations and duke-rank figures. The other carriages waited outside with the knights. Gallant disembarked the chariot and opened the door respectfully. Soon Philip III disembarked the carriage wearing Silver King's robes, and a handsome young man followed suit who was the crown prince of the humane kingdom, Jude. From behind, Riley Duke appeared with a somewhat anxious expression. Another duke disembarked his carriage. He was the youngest brother of the king and the second duke of the humane kingdom, Duke Nathan. Then 3 mercenaries appeared, 2 tall men and a mature, beautiful woman. They were all B ranks. 2 basic apothecary and 3 basic gunsmiths with some other important members of the gunsmith guild. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me," Harrison's signal. "That butler isn't simple. This trip might be more advantageous than we thought." A tall, middle-aged mercenary softly uttered to his companions before they followed behind Harrison like everyone else. Before long, they all entered the mansion under many eyes and the gates were closed. No one knows what they're going to discuss with Silver Tyrant, but everyone was now waiting for the end result. Chapter 136. King Philip III Harrison led everyone toward the main hall where sitting was arranged beforehand. However, no one cared about the decoration or any other thing, but everyone's focus was on the tall, long silver hair man with a devilish appearance wearing black. He was calmly sitting on a throne chair while looking at them impassively. He was none other than Silver Tyrant. They all had seen this man's portraits and heard the stories about his prowess and tyranny, but in person he looked nothing like the rumor. Alice also stood behind Jacob with no emotions on her gorgeous icy face, but if someone observed her closely, she was slightly taller, and her appearance was more mature and alluring. She also didn't wear her maid outfit today, but a beautiful black dress, outlining her mature, captivating figure. Even the expressionless Philip couldn't help but glance at Alice twice with some ripple in his eyes. The most astonishing was naturally Duke Riley, Alice's father. From the spies' reports, Alice was working as a maid, but now she didn't look like a maid or slave at all. On the contrary, he could tell his daughter was even more beautiful and seemed more confident than her past self. As for those B-rank mercenaries, including Gallant, they couldn't tell if Jacob was dangerous or not because he didn't have any kind of dangerous vibe around him. On the contrary, they felt danger from the charming woman standing behind Jacob. Jacob looked at everyone, and he didn't have any intention of moving from his position. He impassively spoke, "Everyone, please have a seat." His deep voice was filled with authority. "Please." Harrison gestured for them to pick a seat. There was a total of 50 seats facing Jacob's. No one makes a fuss, even Philip, and they all sat down according to their status. The more important ones were sitting in front while the ones with lower status were at the back. Jacob looked at everyone, and before anyone could speak, he again took the lead. "How about we start with introductions? I'm unfamiliar with everyone, but I know everyone here knows me. But as a host, I'll introduce myself properly. I'm Jacob Steve or Silver Tyrant, whichever you guys prefer." No one hesitated afterward and introduced themselves well except Philip. He remained silent while looking at Jacob emotionlessly. His introduction was done by Gallant. Jacob merely nodded at everyone's greeting. While he also felt some ill intent from 3 people, he was extremely sensitive to danger because of his heightened senses. But he said nothing. After the introduction was done, Jacob spoke. "Since the pleasantries are out of the way, let's come to the main topic. I don't enjoy talking in circles, and I know everyone here is for something, including me." He then looked at Philip, who hadn't spoken since the start, and calmly said, "How about we start with the king? What did His Majesty want?" The room was silent as everyone looked at Jacob, who seemed completely fearless. He never showed any gesture or respect toward Philip from the start, and neither did Philip utter a single word. No one knows why Philip even agreed to meet with Jacob, who could kill him if wanted and not remain hidden within his army. Although there were 4 B-rankers present in this hall, 3 of them had no desire to fight with Jacob, and they will not act even if Philip's life was threatened. Only Gallant was his shield. But when they looked at the butler and the charming woman standing by Jacob's side, they knew Jacob wasn't the only threat here. He was more mysterious and unfathomed than any of them have thought. They couldn't even sense danger from Jacob, which means he wasn't a danger but death itself, which can't be sensed or gauged. Even those 2 dukes keep their mouths shut and just observe. Duke Riley also kept a lid on it, or he really wanted to question Jacob about making his daughter a slave. Slavery wasn't legal in the humane kingdom, well, at least on the surface. But Duke Riley didn't have the guts to say those exact words anymore, and he couldn't even tell if his daughter was really a slave or if all this was just a sham. But he will let his brother take the lead this time and test the water. King Philip finally spoke under Jacob's cold eyes. "Since, sir, Jacob is so straightforward, it would be rude for us to not do the same. As sir said, I was indeed here for something, and that was to see if you are strong enough to fight with an army or not. I want to see if you could be tame." Everyone looked at Philip as if he was a madman at this moment, and they wanted to get further away from him. He was simply crazy to say those words out loud before Jacob. Either he didn't want to live anymore or he was simply confident in walking here alive. Philip's blunt provocation flabbergasted even the two dukes. He would never do this normally. They wondered if he lost his will to fight after meeting Jacob and now wanted to drag everyone down with him. Gallant was also tense when he heard this and subconsciously tightened his muscles. If Jacob attacked, he'll have no choice but to act as well. Harrison's expression also turned slightly dangerous at this moment, while a ruthless glint flashed past Alice's eyes. However, Jacob didn't appear angry at all. On the contrary, he suddenly smiled amusingly and said, "So, what do you think now? Is it possible to achieve?" Philip shook his head and said, "No, you're far more powerful than anyone in this room. I never thought the human kingdom will have an expert like you, so I'm willing to submit the throne to you with no resistance." Another astonishing silence descended after Philip's declaration. "Your Majesty," the Crown Prince Jude Gallant and two dukes were abruptly shouted because this was too crazy. Philip never said anything about handing over the kingdom's throne to Silver Tyrant. However, Philip completely ignored them and smiled. "But even if I'm willing to give away the throne, you won't take it since it isn't what you want. So can you tell me what you want now?" Jacob couldn't help but looked Philip in a new light. "So this is the current king of Humane Kingdom, huh? A wise and ruthless ruler indeed. If the Killer Skull Society hadn't been involved, he might lead the kingdom in some unexpected direction." P Alpha Ped D Alpha Nanuyon SOM. It was his view of Philip. He was really a politician and knew how to read situations well. Jacob replied, "Indeed, I don't want your throne nor kingdom, but my goal is not something you guys should know." Everyone looked at Jacob and Philip with uncertainty. No one knew what was the other party thinking. They were evenly matched in this psychological game of words, but the difference was Philip was bound to lose in the end. Jacob continued, "I will give you advice before you leave. Don't start a war with trolls unless you want a complete annihilation of your people. I won't interfere no matter what, I'm just a passerby, and I'll leave this place anytime I want, and no one will be able to stop me." Philip looked at Jacob deeply before he frowned. "You know something, don't you, about that abrupt war?" They all looked seriously at Jacob now. It was completely unexpected. Jacob merely chuckled and didn't hide. "I know enough, and trust me, you'll be doing the trolls a favor if you start the war." My discussion with the members of the three hegemonies was also related to this topic. But I don't think anyone who isn't a member of the three hegemonies should hear it. It's for your good. Now that you have got your answer, you should leave. I won't interfere with your kingdom politics, and I don't want any kingship either. I would leave once I achieved my aim. This place is nothing but countryside for me. The members of the royal family were all baffled by Jacob's ambiguous answer and the way he was talking. While the members of the three hegemonies were startled, it appeared there wasn't the only one with motives to approach Jacob, but he had his motives as well, and this motive might be even bigger than theirs. Philip really didn't like this situation because he could guess something was amiss with the trolls from the start, and Jacob knew, but he didn't want to leave when he was so close to the truth. But Jacob had already clarified that it would be dangerous for them to know while giving a subtle warning. "Will the Knight Marshal be part of this discussion since he's a member of the Nightmare Knight Legion?" he asked. "Yes, that's why I said three hegemonies." Jacob merely chuckled. "Very well, I'll be waiting outside for the Marshal." Philip gave a meaningful look at Gallant before he stood up. Duke Riley seemed to hesitate as he glanced at Alice. Jacob coldly said at this moment, "You two leave as well." Chapter 137, A Secret, Part 1. After the meeting with the nobles of the Humane Kingdom, which only took about 10 minutes of Jacob's time, only the members of the three hegemonies remained. Jacob even sent Alice and Harrison out because it would make everyone more serious about what Jacob was about to tell them. He didn't even let King Philip hear it, so it naturally drew others' attention. Jacob looked at the top members of three organizations and coolly asked, "Before I start, can I ask why the three of you wanted to visit me together? I can understand the Mercenary Agency and Gunsmith Guild, but what about the Apothecary Guild? I had no ties with them." Jacob looked at Ebony-Faced Man who looked ordinary and calm, but he was actually the Miracle Hands Blake, the top apothecary of the Humane Kingdom, and beside him was a middle-aged man with noble bearing. He was the vice leader of the Apothecary Guild, Dylan. Blake had observed Jacob's conversation with Philip and knew how hard it was to deal with Philip, but even that man seemed helpless against him and could only give up. Nevertheless, Philip got what he wanted, and there was no need for him to push Jacob around. All he wanted was authority over the Humane Kingdom, and since Jacob wasn't interested, he had no reason to make an enemy of Jacob. As Jacob said, this place was like the countryside to him, and he would leave when the time comes, and everyone believed him. Blake smiled politely and said, "I'm Blake. Your Excellency is far more extraordinary than the rumors describe you to be. I also didn't enjoy beating around the bush, nor do I know how. I'm just a public servant and here for this exact matter, which will increase the variety of our servers. My two fellow associates from the Gunsmith Guild and Star Mercenary Agency might have the same purpose as me. Blake suddenly looked toward the tall, middle-aged man with a handsome appearance, wearing light black armor. He was Loop, the mercenary agency leader, and then Isham, who was an old man with bronze skin and white hair. Blake smiled meaningfully at them, which made both of them glare at him. This revelation did not surprise Jacob, and neither was Gallant, who was silently watching. Since Loop and Isham didn't retort to Blake's claim, he continued, "Your Excellency, the thing is, since you're the first A-rank mercenary among the humans, this signifies something extraordinary for the entire human society." "Oh, I'm listening." Jacob was slightly intrigued. Blake nodded and spoke. "As you may know, humans are known for being an uncommon species since we originate from an uncommon region. But this is not our actual rank, or more clearly, this rank is not perpetual." Jacob's eyes narrowed when he comprehended the hidden meaning behind Blake's words. "You mean the uncommon rank is like a price tag that can be changed by the quality of the goods at any time. But who put this price tag, or put it simply, who decided the rank of the human species?" Jacob clearly had no idea about how a species rank was decided, and after he found out about the bloodline limit break, this also means a species rank wasn't permanent. They can evolve with limit breaks, and the Titan tier's existence was proof of this. Meanwhile, the 12 common tiers and 9 rare tiers sound more like some level system than species classification. It would be more accurate to say that beings were divided into levels with countless possibilities to reach a higher level. As for the threshold of these levels, it might be the real scale to separate species. Nevertheless, it was still unclear, and Jacob wasn't strong enough to know about these levels yet. As Immortality said, with his meager strength, it won't make any difference, even if Jacob had all the knowledge of this world. P alpha P D alpha Nanuyan SOM. But what Blake just said also straightened his theory about the levels of individuals, and that nothing was permanent besides one's own limit. Blake couldn't help smiling profoundly when he heard Jacob putting a complicated thing in such a simple way. He nodded. As His Excellency just said, it's a mere tag that can be changed by the quality at any time. But it's not so simple either. We were given an uncommon title when we joined the ranks of intelligent species. Although even those mindless animals also have the uncommon tag, as an intelligent species we have the right to change it as long as we complete some certain conditions. At this time, Loop spoke. Guild leader Blake, as always, left some important details. "Let me fill them up to make it easy to understand." Blake merely glanced at Loop but didn't stop him. Loop also won't let Blake stool the limelight and quickly say, "The uncommon species rank was given to humans on the base we can only remain in uncommon ranks. To gain this rank, we have to show our ability to adapt and prove that we were worthy of this rank. But even that wasn't enough unless we could draw the attention of someone with the power to give us this rank. More than 100 years ago, when we were hunted down by the goblins and trolls like livestock and still live in rural tribes, we didn't just acquire the kingdom title of our own. But with someone's help, who happened to be the person who had the authority to grant us the uncommon rank," Loop stated mysteriously. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly. "It seemed I was right about humans having the protection of someone from the upper regions, or those trolls and goblins won't let them establish their kingdom so easily and then let them grow. This might be the biggest secret of the humane kingdom, and even the Killer Skull Society might didn't know about it, and if they continue to push them around in that war." Gallant coldly spoke at this moment while meaningfully looking at Jacob. "I think you have already guessed it." Chapter 138, A Secret, Part 2. Jacob calmly looked at Gallant and asked, "So you guys have a backer, and if the trolls really wanted to exterminate humans, you guys will contact that backer. Am I right?" Gallant didn't hide and nodded yes. But Jacob suddenly smiled, "But you guys didn't and let thousands of people die and almost lost your capital. Let me guess, you can only contact this person once, and it might not be for help either. This call is for something else, and after listening to you guys, I reckon it has something to do with the rank change. Did I guess right?" Gallant and everyone else in the room's eyes widened when they heard this because it was exactly the case. It was a core secret that people with the same status inside this room could only know. But Jacob had guessed it with little clues. The threat of this man in front of them reached another level higher. Isham spoke for the first time at this moment. "Your Excellency really deserved to be the strongest in the entire uncommon region. You have guessed almost all the truth and the biggest secret of humans, which didn't know by many. This method of communication was indeed for us to increase our rank once the time comes. We also weren't sure if that benefactor would help us solve this crisis. It has been over hundreds of years already, and that person might not be alive anymore. That's why we were hesitating for long, but then you appeared and the war stopped, and we didn't have to waste that chance at all. But not only your appearance solved the crisis, but it also completed one of the conditions to raise our rank from uncommon to rare." Jacob was quite curious about these conditions now. What are the other conditions? Loop answered. The most important one is someone with a rank strength, which will prove our bloodline potentiating. Then we required an advanced level figure in any profession. Either an advanced gunsmith or an advanced apothecary. Lastly, a nightmare knight. Once these three conditions were complete, we were told that we would be granted a safe passage and a piece of land in the rare region, and our species would then upgrade to the rare species as well. The entire process wasn't described, but the three hegemonies have a very important part in this. That's why we were here to discuss these with you, and King Philip also knew about it. But under the pretext of testing your strength, he led the army here, but it seemed we were underestimating his excellency. Gallant flashed a sharp glance at Loop when he heard this timid fellow who always hid whenever he saw him in the past now had become brave enough to badmouth the king in front of him without having any fear. But he knew he couldn't do anything to Loop with Jacob here, and Loop knew that too, so he could only pretend he heard nothing. Isham ignored Loop's content expression after getting back at Gallant and sincerely looked at Jacob. From His Excellency's record, you're also a basic gunsmith, but Drew said you might have the skills of an advanced gunsmith. It means all the conditions can be met, and we can upgrade our rank and leave this place for good. Didn't your excellency want to go in the rare region also? This way you can take your entire race with you and don't have to be afraid of being lonely. Not only that, but I heard the resources in the rare region were also ample, and every species with an A-rank expert had many advantages over those without any. Even if you don't want to be a ruler, as long as you help us upgrade our rank, we'll be eternally grateful and all the future generations for this immeasurable kindness. Everyone looked at Jacob with hope in their eyes. They were all here to persuade Jacob to agree to this, and he didn't have any reason to say no because he wasn't losing anything. On the contrary, once they enter the rare region, he would have millions of loyal followers under him. It was far better than being alone. Jacob's expression didn't change at all and looked at all of them somewhat amused and said, "If only it was so easy. Since you guys said your piece, let me say mine now. It was also the reason I sent the nobles out." Everyone looked at each other with uncertainty. They were forgotten for the moment that Jacob also had something to tell them that required the absence of the nobles. Gallant also looked at Jacob with some suspicion, because Jacob didn't seem to be moved at all, as if this was a trivial matter. Jacob coolly said at this moment, "I'm warning everyone, if any of this information leaks from this room, trust me, no one will remain alive. Not even me, and we all have to be extremely secretive about it. Is that clear?" Everyone nodded with grave expressions when they heard this. Even an A-rank expert like Jacob was afraid. "First, I would like to break your illusion. I'm not the only A-rank expert in Uncommon, but the trolls also have one, and they had one far before my appearance," Jacob said matter-of-factly. "How is that possible?" Gallant rebutted without hesitation. He knew this was nothing but a joke because they won't be alive if trolls had an A-rank expert, and they also won't back down if they had one since they won't fear Jacob at all. Everyone thought the same. Jacob expected it and calmly said, "See, you know nothing about anything. Let me ask you again, do you know about the Killer Skull Society?" Again silence, and everyone looked at Jacob with doubt since they had never heard of this name before. Jacob sighed ruefully, "Yet you still dare to think of entering the rare region, how laughable. I want everyone to contact higher region branches, and if you can't, then use that opportunity to contact that person and tell him that the Killer Skull Society." Chapter 139 Retreat. In the Grand Room, the nobles were waiting for the meeting between Jacob and the members of the three hegemonies to get over. It had already been over half an hour. Philip was deep in thought without showing any expression, while Duke Riley wanted to have a private chat with his daughter alone, so they have also gone somewhere. Harrison stood on the side of the west corridor, which led toward the meeting hall with an expressionless face. He was guarding this place so no one could disturb Jacob. At this moment, the sounds of footsteps from the corridor sounded and everyone looked over. They knew the meeting was over, and Philip was very curious about what Jacob spoke about in private. Philip knew Gallant won't hide it from him. That guy was loyal to a fault. That was why he wasn't worried when he left the meeting hall. Thereupon, Gallant, followed by the Loop, Isham, Blake, and others appeared, but everyone felt something wasn't right because their expressions were ashen as if they had seen a ghost. Philip squinted his eyes with curiosity. He really wanted to know what made those high and aloof members of the three organizations lose their composure, including Gallant, who seldom shows such expression. However, before Philip could ask or say anything, Gallant said with a pale expression, "We should leave post hastily, Your Majesty." Philip looked deeply at Gallant before he nodded. "Let's go." He then looked at Harrison and said, "Please deliver my gratitude to Sir Jacob for giving us his personal time, and he's welcome at the palace at any time he wants." Harrison bowed slightly in acknowledgement without saying anything. Loop with his other two vice leaders and Blake with his vice leader also didn't want to stay and followed behind. Isham was the same, but he didn't just leave and looked at the burly middle-aged man and ordered, You'll stay here with 4 others and arrange the equipment to His Excellency's preference. I have to leave. This matter is too serious and doesn't even whisper about it or let the others. Because even if an iota of what we just hear is true, then we're really in a huge predicament and we can't have our enemies alert. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanujon SOM, the middle-aged man was the Vice Gunsmith Guild leader, Kishan. Kishan was still incredulous and didn't want to believe what Jacob said, but they couldn't ignore it either because once they contact the upper regions, they will find out if it was true or not. If it was really true, then they won't just need the rare or rarer region's help, but they needed even stronger help to escape this crisis. Kishan nodded and quickly agreed with Isham's arrangement. Although they were here to meet with Jacob and also delivered the best equipment they had for a gunsmith, this turn of events was unexpected, so Isham had to leave now, or he was planning to set up the workshop himself to earn Jacob's goodwill. Duke Riley also appeared at this moment with a somewhat listless expression while Alice didn't appear. Duke Nathan looked at Duke Riley and sighed ruefully. He had guessed that his niece wasn't like the past, and now he was sure of it. But it seemed Duke Riley's problem was meager compared to those bigwigs. He was also curious about what Jacob revealed to make them in such a hurry. At this moment, the crowd outside was waiting for the result of this meeting, and when the closed door of the mansion opened, everyone looked with anticipation while holding their breaths. Especially those enslaved mercenaries of Tiger's Den. They wanted Silver Tyrant to fall off with the Humane Kingdom, which will make the army outside attack, and they will have their chance to escape. However, to everyone's surprise, every bigwig quickly approached their respective carriage without showing any intention of attacking the tyrant's mansion. King Philip also embarked on his chariot, and Knight Marshal Gallant took the rein with a solemn expression and drove it toward the exit. Gallant opened his mouth at this moment, "Retreat, march." His voice was loud and clear. All those knights surrounding the mansion were somewhat bewildered by this order, but they quickly followed the order, and just as they appeared, they surrounded the carriages and retreated back. The other nobles in the carriages were also baffled by this retreat order, since they all knew King Philip wasn't someone who would retreat like this when his position was in danger. They were now curious about what had happened in the tyrant's mansion. Only the carriages of the Gunsmith Guild have remained in the mansion now while everyone left. King Philip looked at Gallant and spoke. "What happened?" Crown Prince Jude wasn't in the chariot at this moment, and this was deliberately done by Philip to make sure this conversion won't be heard. He wanted to know what Jacob discussed with them and if has agreed to be the face of humans for the upgradation process. Gallant didn't turn around, but his grave voice sounded, which could only be heard by Philip. "Your Majesty, if what that man named Jacob said is true, then our lives might not be ours anymore, and we're just livestock in a terrifying existence. I need to contact the Legion in the Rare region and confirm this as soon as possible. If it turned out to be true, then we should just use that device to report this and hope they are strong enough to save us, or I don't think humanity will ever be free anymore." Philip's eyes contracted when he heard Gallant's ambiguous answer, and his calm expression contorted for the first time. He knew Gallant would never say those words, which means this was really a serious problem and much greater than trolls or Jacob. "Just what that man revealed?" he asked sternly. Gallant suddenly gnashed his teeth before he uttered 3 words and no longer talk anymore. "Killer Skull Society." Chapter 140. Everything is set. At this moment, Jacob still sat on his throne chair with a faint smile on his face, as if he was in an excellent mood. The closed door suddenly opened at this moment, and a graceful woman entered who was none other than Alice. Jacob looked at Alice and said impassively, "So how did it go with your father?" He still remembered when he asked her if she could kill her father for him. Her answer was very decisive and out of Jacob's expectations. She answered, "I won't kill him, but if he stood against you, I'll do it." Although Jacob's question was to test Alice's mindset and just how far she was willing to go for power or his favor. After getting this answer, Jacob was content with Alice and was qualified to be his pawn. Alice catwalks toward Jacob as her icy expression breaks into a charming smile, and she stated, "He's as selfish as ever and wanted information on you. But I just made it clear I'm no longer his tool anymore and he won't say such a thing anymore." This answer did not surprise Jacob, as he had already expected this. "A trivial matter then, what about your new strength? How confident are you in defeating the kingdom's marshal?" When Alice heard this, couldn't help, but remembered that 2 black drops Jacob made her consume after she gave him that answer. She first thought Jacob was poisoning her since she didn't like her repose. But the moment she consumed those 2 black drops, she felt a strange energy, and soon she felt her power increase by a large margin. Then Jacob took out a strange device that could measure her strength. She was shocked when she heard she was already a B rank, and after trying some exercises, she knew Jacob wasn't joking and was completely convinced that Jacob could help her achieve a rank strength in a day if he wanted with that mysterious black liquid. She was even more shocked and sure when Jacob made Harrison achieve the same strength as her, who wasn't even an F rank the next day. Her doubts had completely vanished, and she knew Jacob had many secrets and his prowess might not be just at A rank. Now she didn't even think of double-crossing Jacob. She truthfully answered, Marshal Gallant is still stronger because of his vast experience in the army, and I heard he had practiced the fabled fighter manual of the Nightmare Knight Legion. That's why even those 3 B-rank mercenaries leaders can't do anything to him. There was a hint of respect in her voice for Gallant. Jacob nodded because he also thought Gallant was almost an A rank and he just needed some kind of push, and if he gave him just 1 drop of Titan tears, he would break into the ranks of A rank experts. Just like Alice, who was at the peak of C rank, easily achieved B rank after consuming just 2 Titan tears drops, while Harrison required 81 drops to achieve B rank level strength. As for why Jacob chose Harrison and was willing to spend this many Titan drops on him, only Jacob knew for now. But Harrison was also now quite loyal and wanted to learn the fighting skills from Alice so he could use his strength more accurately. Jacob looked at Alice, who was already standing in front of him, and said, I have a mission for you, and if you complete it, you'll receive 10 more drops of black liquid. Alice's eyes shimmered in ecstasy when she heard this and blurted, Tell me, I'll do anything. Jacob's lips curled and told, Make a trip to the Oriat Kingdom and keep an eye out for anything strange there. If I'm not wrong, trolls might be up to something, and since they withdraw from here, they might seek goblins for trouble next. If a war started there, I want you to observe if they're collecting the blood of goblins, and if they did, there's no need to get involved and come back without alerting any. But I'm warning you, there might be an existence as strong as me present there if the war started, so don't get caught or you'll be dead. Alice's expression changed when she heard this. Just what is going on with these wars and why are such powerful people appearing here? She was naturally curious about this like anyone else, and Jacob seemed to know more. But what truly made her aghast, there were more existences like Jacob involved here. I also wanted to find out what was going on, and this war might answer some questions. Now prepare, leave whenever you're ready and hide your tracks. You don't need to serve me, report back in a year if nothing happened. Jacob sternly ordered. Alice said nothing before she left with a stern expression. She knew this mission was going to be very difficult, but she was willing to take the risk since it was only about spying, and once she completed it, she would be closer to becoming an A rank or even higher. Jacob watched Alice leave as an astute glint flashed past his eyes. If I'm not wrong, this war and blood collection is related to that mutant which I discovered in that forest and that underground lab. There's something in human blood that draw Killer Skull Society here, and it might not be replicable. But it remained to be seen if it was only humans or the uncommon region which interested the Killer Skull Society. But I'm 80% sure this is all related to that mutant and lab. To get an accurate answer, I just needed to find that mutant body. I knew where it was, and they even had some research data on it. Once this becomes clear, and the Humane Kingdom does as I said, everything will be set in place. I would reap enormous benefits without getting under anyone's radar, and no one would ever know this. I need to act in 3 months just to be on the safe side and make sure to get rid of future trouble. Now that the pool project is complete, I need to learn and control at least 1x fluid acceleration. Chapter 141, Achieving 1x Acceleration. After the visit from the kingdom's army, the Lionheart City returned to its normal state. Since no dispute between the king and the Silver Tyrant appeared, many thought they both reached some kind of conclusion in secret. Or Silver Tyrant simply yielded to the king, or it might be the other way around. Nevertheless, those nobles didn't dare to make any kind of rumors since both parties were strong, especially the king who had influence over the entire kingdom. While Silver Tyrant was still garrisoned in Lionheart City without showing any kind of movement. Those enslaved mercenaries also experienced peace after they were no longer required any minor work, and their duty was just to guard the mansion. The gunsmiths also returned after setting up Jacob's personal workshop in 3 days. However, Jacob never appeared, and all these things were handled by Harrison, his trusted butler. Harrison has also undergone a change in his personality which had turned from timid to overbearing. He was no longer polite with those mercenaries anymore and acted like a real tyrant's butler. Jacob was sitting cross-legged in a meditative state on an iron platform while his head was completely submerged in water. If one looks at the other half, one will find a dark, deep chasm that is probably over 500 meters deep. At this moment, a faint mist was forming around Jacob and absorbed by Jacob's body. He was already in water meditation status for over 2.5 hours, and the water's oxygen was seeping into Jacob's body without any resistance. However, Jacob's focus was on reaming breathing and his heartbeat. After Jacob started water meditation in his new pool, which was like a deep well now, he no longer experienced any lack of oxygen and his heartbeat increased steadily. However, Jacob didn't want to just increase his heartbeat with the help of water meditation. He wanted to control it at will so he could step into 1x acceleration at will without requiring any medium. After practicing day and night for over 3 weeks now, he finally bore results, and he can now increase or decrease his heart rate up to 8 bps without water meditation. However, to decrease it, Jacob needs to sit in a meditative state. He can't decrease it while walking or doing some tasks. Nonetheless, this was still tremendous progress since it would decrease the chances of his heart rate going berserk in an acceleration state. His biggest problem was how to exit from fluid acceleration, so he wouldn't die once it started. Today, Jacob can finally control his 9 bps heart rate and was ready to enter the 1x fluid acceleration for the first time. As more and more oxygen seeped into his body, the more his heart rate increased and made his blood pump at high speed. If it was any normal human, their heart would have exploded, and only Jacob could remain expressionless with no hint of worry. It also revealed a new aspect of water meditation to Jacob, which was one required an extremely strong body to reach the end of this technique, and an extensive lifespan was related to the oxygen absorbed by the body. Although he didn't know the exact changes this oxygen brought to the body, it wasn't harmful, and he even felt energized after exiting his meditative state and no longer needed to drink water at all. At this moment, Jacob's closed eyes snapped open as the surrounding water suddenly rippled slightly. His heartbeat was finally 10 beats per second, and he could feel the strange effects on his body and was much more vigorous. Suddenly, he could feel the blood in his veins circulating at high speed and his heartbeat increasing. Without wasting even a second, Jacob stood up, breaking the water meditation effect, and exited the pool and quickly sat down in a meditative position again. His perspiration was dripping with water drops from his body, and his heart rate was already at 13 bps within 10 seconds. He finally understood why this ability was so dangerous if he didn't know how to control it. He quickly calmed down, but the blood circulation was making it very difficult. But Jacob had ample experience of over 3 weeks, so he didn't panic. P alpha ped D alpha Nanuyan SOM. Furthermore, he could feel his heart rate no longer increase from 13 bps after he wasn't under 20 G pressure. And after spending 10 minutes, the heart rate finally decreased, but Jacob was filled with sweat and his body looked slightly skinny. After 15 more minutes, the heart rate finally decreased from 10 bps and slowly returned to its normal state. Jacob's expression was now pale as he opened his eyes filled with lingering fear. Just to return from 13 bps to normal, I burned so much energy. If I were fighting, it would be a huge problem if I didn't finish my opponent, or I'll die under my own heart. Jacob suddenly felt like being bulky wasn't a bad thing, or he required Titan Tears or something like this potion to replenish his depleted energy. Nevertheless, he still has a huge jar filled with Titan Tears, and he can spare some to control the fluid acceleration. Once he got complete control over it, he could enter and exit 1x acceleration at will without wasting any excessive energy. But one thing was obvious. The Titan Tears were going to play a huge part in learning the fluid acceleration of higher levels, and this made the elixir even more precious in Jacob's heart. After replenishing his energy with 1 Titan Tears drop, this time he tried to enter the 1x acceleration without water meditation help. Just like that, 30 more days pass as Jacob never exited the pool area, all this while without caring about what was happening in the mansion or in the uncommon region. On this day, Jacob finally left the pool area. He looked pale and skinnier, but his eyes were filled with calmness and vigor. This time, he headed toward his new workshop in the basement and started working on upgrading the Titan Sniper and new bullets. Chapter 142. Do you want to be Silver Tyrant? Somewhere in the Zodiac Plains, in a dimly lit room, a being with a black horn was kneeling in front of a blurry projection. An aged voice sounded at this moment. I contact you for an urgent matter that could only be handled by you guys. For obvious reasons, we can't get involved in matters of this place. The kneeling being said nothing and remained silent and continued to listen attentively. Send some people to the outer common plane. The Killer Skull Society is doing something there, and their target happened to be our branch, so make sure to make it clear. Also, migrate our branch into the central common plains with our other branch in that place without notice of anyone. This one seemed more promising than that one, and once they have Star Network assistance, they might have the potential to cross the common plains. Make sure no one found any connection with us, and as for the branch in the Central Plains, tell them to take care of this branch like their own people. Just to be on the safe side, wipe the entire outer common plains, including the Dark City there, and put the blame on Killer Skull Society. Since they dared to touch our people, they should suffer the consequences. The being solemnly nodded. I'll personally arrange everything. At the border river between the uncommon and rare regions, a small black ship without sails was moving on the opposite of the water current without any resistance or air. The black ship docked at the side of the uncommon region lands, and three cloaked figures disembarked this black ship. Two of them were over 2 meters tall, while one of them was only 2 feet tall and walking with a small white beanpole in his pale green hand, which only had 3 sharp fingers with long nails. All right, maggots, since we didn't find our target in the marked area, he should still be hiding in this place somewhere. We'll separate into north, west, and south and slowly circle toward the east, which is our last destination. That maggot won't be able to remain hidden if he is still on this side of the river. If you found anyone suspicious, kill them. We also can't rule out the Dark City. Use your authorities to check who had entered or exited in these past 6 months, and then kill them all. Inform Maggot Aminus 9999 of our arrival, and tell her the cannibal plan is the priority. She can leave this little maggot to us. We'll be there in 8 or 10 months to scan that area. The short person spoke in his cold, husky tone filled with authority. He was clearly in charge among them. At this moment, Jacob sat with an expressionless face while Harrison was reporting the events that transpired while he was not present. It had been 5 months since King Philip and the others had visited him, and besides some trivial things, nothing changed much. The uncommon region returned to peace after the war ended. However, Jacob knew it wasn't the case at all, because half a month ago, Alice returned from the Orient Kingdom and reported something unexpected. She told Jacob that some strange humanoid beasts had appeared in the Orient Kingdom 3 months ago, and they were killing goblins and eating them en masse. Furthermore, these strange beasts were almost impossible to kill, and each time they kill and fed, they come back stronger and stronger. Right now, half of the goblins' kingdom was killed by these vicious beasts, and they look quite helpless against them. But the strange thing was these beasts remained in the Orient Kingdom and didn't move in Earthen Kingdom's direction as if they had some kind of grudge against goblins and wanted to kill them all. Not only that, but the trolls were silently watching, and any kind of plea for help was ignored by the trolls despite their friendly relationship for centuries. If Alice didn't have B-rank strength, she might have not returned and instead discovered by those beasts or trolls when she was returning. When Jacob heard this, he was naturally shocked, and then he thought about the mutant again. He was sure that the blood collection had something to do with the mutant creation. However, he wasn't in the least bit angry by this. On the contrary, he was thrilled because if those mutants were like the last one, then he could collect their heart and blood and increase his strength again. Jacob felt his decision to stick around was really wise, although the mutants were unexpectedly surprised by it didn't change anything. It made Jacob want to head there and start hunting those mutants. But he knew he couldn't be hasty with this, and this was just a trivial benefit in the face of what he truly wanted. He then gave Alice 10 drops of Titan tears since she still had her uses and sent her on another secret mission. Although she was curious about how Jacob knew this would happen, she didn't question him and left happily after taking the Titan tears. As for if she could achieve an A rank after consuming them, only she knows. Harrison didn't know this, he only knew Alice was sent on some mission by Jacob, and that's it. He also wanted to show his worth, so he also worked hard and learned combat while Jacob was away and collected any information that could interest Jacob. Today Jacob finally came out and he quickly appeared to make his report. However, Jacob seemed uninterested in these reports. All right, this is enough. Jacob stopped him and deeply looked at Harrison. I heard some mercenaries whispering the other day that you killed 3 mercenaries while sparing. Harrison's eyes dilated as his heart palpitated and quickly kneeled and pleaded, My lord, it wasn't my fault. It was just an accident and those guys were the ones who wanted to spar with me. Jacob's lips curled up and mocked, lying, well, it doesn't matter, they were expendable to begin with. Even if you kill them all, it doesn't matter to me. We can always get more. I just want to know how much are you confident in winning against other B-rank mercenaries. Harrison felt cold sweat forming on his forehead when Jacob saw through his lies but didn't seem to care, which gave him some comfort. He quickly replied with extreme confidence, I can crush them now, my lord, just give your words. Jacob nodded and coolly stated, Good, send that second vice leader of Tiger's Den in. I want to have words with him. You go prepared, we're leaving tonight on a mission and I required your assistance. If you did well, you'll get more black liquid as a reward. Harrison was startled for a moment before his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. He quickly thanked Jacob for giving him a chance to prove himself and left to fetch Shooter, the second in command of the Tiger's Den. Jacob didn't have to wait long before a skinny middle-aged man with fear in his eyes entered the room, and Harrison left afterward to prepare for the mission. Jacob looked at the skinny man who seemed to have suffered torturous beatings from his appearance. He said, Do you want freedom? Shooter's listless eyes quickly showed a hint of light as he finally looked at Jacob, who had this faint smile on his face, but he whiffled his head and fell to his knees. Aye, I'm very happy as I am. Thank you for your generous offer, my lord. He didn't dare to say yes. He thought it was Jacob's trick to see if he still had any thoughts of rebellion. Furthermore, he had been the target of Harrison's beating for a few days, and he finally felt the mining was far easier than sparring with Harrison, who was sadistic and liked to torture them. They all thought it was Jacob who commanded Harrison to teach them a lesson in his place. Jacob looked at the trembling shooter with no expression and coolly stated, "I'm going to leave this mansion tonight, and I won't be coming back, so you guys will naturally be freed. However, I want you to pretend to be me for 2 years. You can do anything under the name of Silver Tyrant, but for 2 years you can't abandon this identity. What do you think?" Shooter was again staggered when he heard this and couldn't help but asked in a quavering voice, "Why?" Jacob chuckled. "My goal was never to live here forever, and when the time was right I would have left just like now. But my sudden disappearance might not be a good thing, so I want someone to take over my identity as the Silver Tyrant. Since Harrison is leaving with me, you are the only person with enough power and ability to handle those mercenaries, and they won't reject you either. As long as you play well, you can forever be the Silver Tyrant, living comfortably here with all those beauties, and even collecting inducement from nobles who wanted to have a close relationship with Silver Tyrant." Jacob looked at the dazed shooter and temptingly asked again, "So, do you want to be Silver Tyrant?" Chapter 143. Jacob's scheme. A few days later, in the Earthen Kingdom, deep within the Forbidden Forest, black smoke could be seen rising from a newly built stone building. Within this building was sitting Skull No, Aminus 10,000 inside a room watching a couple of hob trolls operating different equipment. He shifted his eyes and looked at the stone table. There was a 10-liter glass jar more than half filled with pitch-black liquid. His eyes shimmered with a hint of uncertainty. This Titan Tears elixir really had a miraculous effect on those mutants, and with half a liter, it could help them reach common tier -8. According to Aminus 9999's observation, if the quantity of this would double, they could even reach common tier -9. This is the effect of just the basic common grade Titan Tears. There is still the intermediate common grade Titan Tears formula, which required intermediate grade Titan iron and other auxiliary materials. That elixir might be enough to make a common tier -9 species a peak common tier -12 species. If that bastard Faceless Ancient really had an advanced version of this elixir, it might be enough to help someone break into rare rank. Greed surfaced in his eyes just thinking about it. The effect of Titan Tears was no longer a secret among the upper echelon of the Killer Skull Society. While Skull No, Aminus 10,000 and Aminus 9,999 also found the miraculous effect of Titan Tears when used on those mutants. That's why the Society informed them to keep a tight lid on the matter, especially until they found that Faceless Ancient and confirmed if he really had higher-level Titan Tears formula in his possession or not. Nevertheless, the cannibal plan was far more important, and to make sure nothing goes wrong within this period the Society first clean the uncommon region from any more variables like the Faceless Ancient. Only then they would widen their search toward other lands of common plains. If even after then they couldn't find the Faceless Ancient, then it meant that Guy was far more capable than they thought and probably fled their detection. However, at that time, even if Faceless Ancient alerted someone about their movement in this place, they would have already achieved their goal before anyone would take it seriously. After all, this place was a barren area, and no one cared much about it as long as it didn't affect them directly. Aminus 10,000 watch a small pile of Titan iron being processed into Titan Tears and smile. This is the last pile of Titan iron present in this place, and this much Titan Tear is enough for the remaining first-generation cannibal to reach their peak and capability of reproduction. Afterwards, I just have to pay a visit to the rare region and make intermediate common grade Titan Tears. It would make the progress faster, and we'll leave this place before anyone found out what we were doing. Boom. Right at this moment, the closed door of the building blasted apart by a powerful force, startling everyone present. "Who?" Aminus 10,000's expression fell and growled in rage. "Who dares to barge in, and what are those thralls doing outside, fucking each other?" At this moment, a figure appeared extremely fast wearing a long black jacket with a hood and started killing the trolls with a single punch by blasting their heads into bits. The moment Aminus 10,000 saw this figure and the outfit, his expression changed. When the hooded figure looked toward his direction, Aminus 10,000's eyes dilated, and his heart trembled when he saw that faceless black mask that had left a ghastly impression on him recently. Faceless Ancient, he's here for revenge. This abrupt thought surfaced in his mind, and without hesitation he picked up the glass jar and ran toward the rear exit and blasted the door with his body. He was completely appalled by Faceless Ancient appearing here suddenly, and from his appearance it didn't seem he was here for a friendly visit. Moreover, Aminus 9999 wasn't here to protect him either, so he had no choice but to run in the direction of the mines and hope those trolls could keep that guy occupied until he was deep within the mine's maze. Those troll guards were already charging toward the building with bloodshot eyes to deal with this unexpected intruder, and Aminus 10,000 knew it was the only chance of survival. Afterward, he just has to wait for Aminus 9,999 arrival and then call for those senior members sent by the society. "Just wait, once those three arrive, I'll skin you alive," he mumbled maliciously. "Is that so?" However, a nonchalant voice filled with ridicule made Aminus 10,000's heart palpitate because it was a very familiar voice. Right at this moment, before Aminus 10,000 could react, a powerful fist struck behind his head, and which was akin to a sledgehammer. He felt a piercing pain before everything turned into darkness. P Alpha Pedi Alpha Nanuyon SOM, the jar of Titan tears also fell from his hand, but before it could land on the ground, a hand grabbed it. "I'll take this gift." The jar suddenly vanished from this person's hand. This attacker was naturally Jacob in his usual black outfit and his faceless black mask. After he left the Tyrant Mansion a few days ago with Harrison, he headed directly into the Earthen Kingdom to find the traces of Aminus 10,000 and Aminus 9,999, and it wasn't hard to find them either. Because it was quite clear that the Earthen Kingdom was controlled by the Killer Skull Society, which also means the royal family was under their control. So all Jacob did was observe the royal castle, and it didn't take long before he noticed the unusual behavior of the royal family. In the end, those trolls led him right to the Prime Minister, who also happened to be the same troll he encountered in the Lion Forest's underground lab. He easily identified him with his voice. Afterward, Jacob just had to torture that fellow, and he told him about the whereabouts of Aminus 10,000 and Aminus 9,999, as well as what they were doing with those mutants. However, he only knew those mutants were called cannibals by the Killer Skull Society and that they were part of the cannibal plan. As for the very goal of the cannibal plan, that troll didn't know, but he knows those mutants were extremely important to the cannibal plan. But Jacob was little interested in this cannibal plan. He was here to collect some special hearts and blood. So he dealt with the Prime Minister and destroyed those parasite gem controllers, which would either kill those victims or make them vegetables. It would throw the entire Earthen Kingdom into chaos, which was just what he wanted. Afterward, he directly came here to abduct Aminus 10,000 and gain some more information about Aminus 9,999 and the other members sent here by the society to deal with him. More importantly, he wanted Aminus 10,000's heart and blood, which was a peak common tier -12, and it would give Jacob an enormous boost in his strength. Jacob's entire plan was very simple from the moment he met with Aminus 10,000 and Aminus 9,999. He wanted to kill them both for their hearts and blood, especially Aminus 9,999, who was a rare tier -1. Because once he absorbed these two, he would get a huge percentage in his heart's progress, which would normally take him many years and many more hearts and blood. So he decided to remain in the uncommon region as a human and see if he could really kill them and those sent after him by society. Not only that, but he was planning on killing more species who were sent here by the three hegemonies after the humans alerted them, with the information he provided that day. He was going to keep killing while the blame would fall on the Killer Skull Society, and the society might suspect him first, but then they would have no choice but to turn their focus on the others since his prowess couldn't advance so much within this short period of time. Even if they suspected him, they would have those enraged organizations to deal with first. Although his plan was crazy, reckless even, but as long as he didn't leave behind any proof, who could blame it on him? He was going to devour everything, much less leave anything behind as proof. He was going to turn this uncommon region into his hunting group until he was satisfied. As for the natives, he cared less even if they were all exterminated in the crossfire between all these organizations. At this moment, a figure approached Jacob at a fast speed before he halted his step just a meter away from him. He was dressed just like Jacob and wore the same mask. It was none other than Harrison. Jacob was using Harrison as bait to see if Aminus 9,999 was here or not. In the end, she wasn't, so he acted before Aminus 10,000 could escape. Poor Harrison did not know about it, nor Jacob was planning on telling him. In Harrison's eyes, they were cleaning trolls, and Jacob was nurturing his fighting skills by letting him take the lid. Jacob told Harrison, who looked at the unconscious cloaked Aminus 10,000 curiously, "Pick him up. We're going back." Chapter 144 Common Tier -12 Heart Essence. Inside a cavern a few miles away in the Forbidden Forest, Jacob had Harrison put the still unconscious Aminus 10,000 on the floor and then tell him, "Go and wipe out every troll in this forest and then patrol this area. If anyone approached, kill them without asking. Here's your reward, you did well, now go." He tossed a small vial filled with black liquid toward Harrison, who quickly caught it with shining eyes and bowed. "Thank you, my lord, I won't disappoint you." He then quickly left to complete this mission given by Jacob. Jacob's eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint as he watched excited Harrison leave to hunt trolls and maybe absorb the black liquid as well to increase his strength. But all Jacob actually wanted was to send him away since he didn't want to let anyone see what he was about to do with Ammonus 10,000, and sending Harrison in the open was also another part of his plan. Jacob started a fire. Everything was prepared, even his newly built distillation equipment, which was smaller than the old one but more advanced. In his time in his privately built gunsmith workshop, Jacob prepared everything before coming here. He knew he didn't have time to waste if he wanted to hunt down powerful members sent here by the Killer Skull Society and the Three Hegemonies. He needed to raise his strength with every hunt. Jacob chose this spot because this was well hidden and it was closer to the Earthen Kingdom's capital. After Jacob was done with the fire, he moved toward the Ammonus 10,000 with his sharp short sword in his hand. "Let's walk you up." The next moment Jacob slashed his sword at Ammonus 10,000's legs. "Ah!" Ammonus 10,000 abruptly opened his eyes wide and shrill screamed at top of his lungs. He looked at his cleaved legs with an aghast look in his bloodshot eyes. "If you don't stop screaming, I'll cut your hand next." Jacob's nonchalant, yet perplexed, a voice rang. But how could Ammonus 10,000 stop screaming with that horrifying pain in his legs which nearly drives him insane? But with his strong willpower, he still managed to suppress it and felt sluggish with all that blood overflowing. Jacob spoke again. "I just want to know where is the dark elf and when she will come back. As well as who are the other 3 people you were mumbling about, as well as where are they right now and what is their strength. If your answer satisfied me, I'll kill you without any pain or I'll throw you in that fire and cook you alive." Ammonus 10,000 looked at Jacob with an appalled look in his eyes, but he knew death was inevitable, so he conveyed with some difficulty. "She's in a secret lab behind a waterfall in the west of Silver Wood Forest of Oriat Kingdom, conducting experiments on cannibals she would come to collect Titan tears in 2 days. The information about 3 seniors is only known by Ammonus 9,999, and I only know one of them is a 3-digit skull which could only mean a rare tier -6 species, and now kill me and I'll wait for you on the other side." Ammonus 10,000 looked at Jacob with madness and hatred as if he won't be able to live this time. Jacob, however, remained expressionless and nodded. "You might have to wait forever on that side since I won't be coming there. Ever." The next moment Jacob's sword turned in a dark streak and flashed through Ammonus 10,000's neck, cleaving it clean. He gave him a painless death. When Ammonus 10,000's head rolled on the ground, the mask on his face fell, and a lion-like face with slightly human features appeared. Lion head orc indeed. Jacob remembered the appearance of this species since he won't get anything out of them in the future. Without delay, he cut open Ammonus 10,000's chest and pulled out his heart and then started the distillation process. He knew his time was short and needed to raise his power before hunting Ammonus 9,999 down. Because it would still take some time before she noticed the situation in the Earthen Kingdom and came looking for what happened. He won't completely believe the time frame of 2 days Ammonus 10,000 given him. He then skinned Ammonus 10,000's body, and he decided to keep his skin to make a vest since it was sturdier than his tiger's bull hide. Soon, gutted Ammonus 10,000 was skewered on top of the fire, and it would be ready for eating with the heart essence. Jacob smiled contentedly when he saw both high-tier meat and heart essence getting ready, and he felt his decision of staying was indeed right. Cursed immortality. The last time he summoned a Mordecai was when he inquired about Ammonus 10,000 and Ammonus 9,999 species and ranks. The moment it appeared, he saw a string of ha-ha and instantly felt perplexed. Jacob ignored its delirious laugh and asked, "How much percentage will this common tier -12 will give me and then rare tier -1? Jacob wanted to be ready in case the percentage was much greater than his Titan tier supply. Right now, with his own jar and the jar he got from Ammonus 10,000, he had over 8 thought drops of Titan tears, which were enough to sustain all the way up to 100%. Because last time, at the 50% completion rate, 1 drop of Titan tear quenched his hunger by 1%. If at 60% it took 2 drops at 1% or even 3 drops at 1%, and if he added the meat of corresponding quality, then achieving a 100% heart process without any hitch should be possible. Immortality replied, "Ha ha ha, and here I thought you would run away from this golden opportunity, but you didn't disappoint me at all. So as a reward, I'll tell you, this lion head orc will add approximately 16% or 19% to your current progress rate. This will take you 68% or directly to 70%. Then, if you hunt that dark elf, she should be able to give you over 20% progress rate. But as a fair warning, if you inject a rare species heart essence, the heart essence of common tier species will no longer have any effect on you. This means you will have to complete the reaming percentage with another rare tier species." But I guess it didn't matter anymore since more prey had arrived. Ha 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 ha. Jacob's eyes shimmered with glee when he read this and can't help but state, "What if I absorb the mutant's heart essence first and then the dark elf's will it affect the percentage of her heart essence? The effect of her heart essence will decrease by 5% every time you cross a 10% limit. Furthermore, if those mutants were created with the same method and genes, simply put, if those mutants were created with let's supposed humans and hob trolls, then after you absorbed one of their heart essences, the other mutants with the same gene structure won't work on you anymore. But if these clowns created mutants with unique combinations, then they might work. Besides, after you absorb this lion head orc's heart essence, the effect of common tier -9 or below will only give you 3 or 4% maximum. So I suggest not wasting more time and stop being a worrywart. After you reach a 90% completion rate, your strength should be around rare tier -4 or 5, and if you add 9x fluid acceleration in the mix, you can crush a rare tier 9 like crushing an ant. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read this, and won't help but think about what Immortality just suggested seriously. But the problem was he wasn't confident in controlling even 3x acceleration, much less 9x. His limit was 2x. Well, I'll think of it after I reached 90%. I would get enough information from the Dark Elf, and if I can really hunt someone from that group, I won't hesitate. This way, I could leave much sooner without risking my life, Jacob mused. This new revelation opened more paths in front of Jacob, and he discovered he didn't even need to sow discord anymore. Nevertheless, he still didn't know what kind of step arrived after he completed the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence, so it was better to be on guard. After a few hours, the heart essence was complete and the meat was cooked. Without further delay, Jacob injected the warm heart essence of a common tier -12 species. The moment the heart essence simmered in his heart, the heart rate suddenly started to increase, and he felt his blood turn scorching hot. Within seconds, Jacob was already on the verge of entering 1x acceleration. He quickly tried to meditate to calm his nerves, which was extremely painful and difficult. But he knew better than anyone that if he didn't take control, it would be extremely dangerous if his heart rate kept rising without any restraint. However, he had underestimated a common tier -12 species heart essence, and he entered the 1x acceleration in 5 minutes, and his heart rate was still climbing. Chapter 145 Enemy Alert. Although entering the 1x acceleration brought Jacob danger, it also unexpectedly hastened the process of the heart essence's absorption. It brought Jacob pain, but he could feel the power coursing through his body with every passing second. The 1cm infinity curse marked within Jacob's heart suddenly stirred and started expanding little by little. This process hastened even more when Jacob entered the 2x acceleration after 10 minutes of endurance. However, Jacob could feel the process was almost over and was completely focused on calming his heart rate. The cursed mark also finally stopped when it expanded 1 inch from 1cm, and the blurry pattern within the infinity symbol also became apparent despite their blurry state. They were two symbols, O and X. Jacob also felt a strange energy released within his bloodstream from his heart, and without any effort, his heart rate suddenly dropped until it returned to its normal state and harmonious. What just happened? Jacob opened his eyes in bewilderment as he looked at the cursed immortality which was still hovering in front of him. There were still over 10 minutes until his daily limit of summoning reached its end. He opened the progress page. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark completion, 70.01%, so I do cross 2 limits at once again. Jacob was delighted as that strange energy was still coursing through his body, making him feel like he was in a hot spring. At this moment, the writing in the book changed, which was clearly Immortaka's doing. You should wolf that potion while you still had the chance, hey. Jacob's eyes dilated and didn't hesitate. He took out the jar he got from Aminus 10,000 and drank 2 mouthfuls of Titan tears. Although he didn't know why Immortaka had written those words, he didn't dare to ignore it, because he knew this delirious book would never lie. Just as the Titan tears entered his body, Jacob felt his skin stiffening before he looked at his hands. He was shocked when he saw them visibly getting skinnier until his skin was tightly wrapped around his bonds and nerves. It was like there weren't any meats in his body. He finally understood what Immortaka meant by that warning. It was a side effect of fluid acceleration and hunger of 70%. Jacob just burned a huge amount of energy, so it was only normal for his body to burn his muscles for that energy. And if he didn't react in time, he might have fallen unconscious because of exhaustion. Simply put, he could have died if he didn't consume the Titian tears to appease the burden on his body. Sometimes, I wonder if you're supposed to lead me to immortality or sudden death. Jacob's hoarse voice sound filled with indignant. Ha, I told you the way to immortality isn't easy as you think it is. You can die when you think you're the safest, it's just a matter of simple omission. Jacob didn't refute and close the annoying book, but deep down, he was still feeling grateful since Immortaka just saved him. But he won't say it unless he wanted to make it more annoying. Because of the Titan tears, his energy was 10% replenished, while hunger was also gone by 5%. But he started feeling dizzy and quickly gulped down 2 more mouths full of Titan tears before he moved toward the cooked Ammonus 10,000. Although Jacob now looked like skin and bones if he unleashed his prowess, he was 10 times stronger than half an hour ago. Jacob starts eating without any restraint. He was so immersed in it that he unknowingly started crunching a common Tyrmanus 12 species bones like it was a cracker. The strangest thing was Jacob found it quite flavorful, and no longer cared about bones or meat and ate everything without spitting out anything like a savage. As he eats, his body quickly absorbs the nutrition, and he finally regains some meat over his bones. In the end, his hunger was 65% decreased while he was still skinny and needed more common Tyrmanus 12 meat to regain his masculine physique. P alpha ped D alpha Nanuyon SOM. Nevertheless, Jacob was now out of danger and more powerful than ever. He drinks 1 liter more Titan tears to quench his reaming hunger and finally felt the full power of his 70% synchronization body with his heart. The Titan tears of this quality are only enough up to 90%, or it might exhaust at 80% since the hunger will increase. Jacob frowned as he again had a deeper understanding of his own condition. Before, he thought this many Titan tears were enough until he reached 100%, but now that he experienced hunger and energy consumption after entering 70%, he was no longer delusional. He required that second Titan tears elixir, and to make it he required to go into the rare or even rarer region. Well, if I killed the Dark Elf and those 3 other members sent here by Killer Skull Society, I might enter 100% without any problem. Jacob's eyes shimmered with dark light. He then closed his eyes to rest for a while because his next target was Ammonus 9,999. However, Jacob did not know that the moment he killed Ammonus 10,000 a signal was emitted from his brain, and within 24 hours the Killer Skull Society was alerted, and another emergency meeting was called out. As a result, inside a spacious stone room, many pieces of lab equipment were placed neatly while there were 3 glass cells filled with green liquid, and inside those cells were 3 gray humanoid monsters slumbering. On a side, a curvaceous figure with long black hair was standing while holding a book and pen in front of another gray monster on a metal stretcher. But the difference was this humanoid monster's entire torso skin was removed, and its organs were visible in front of this figure. At this moment, the silver wristband on her wrist suddenly vibrates, breaking her focus. Her beautiful crimson eyes narrowed before she pressed on that silver wristband. The calm expression on her breathtaking, beautiful, ebony face suddenly crumbled as her eyes dilated when she read the message on her star watch. Skull no, Ammonus 10,000 had been killed, and the culprit might be the mysterious faceless ancient. Stop doing everything and rendezvous with Skull no. Ammonus 995's team and get rid of the variable as soon as possible. Failure won't be acceptable. This was the entire content of the message. Ammonus 9,999's eyes shimmered with killing intent as her red lips curled into a strange smile. So you still didn't leave, huh? Although I don't know what your end goal is by coming back and daring to hinder our plan, you won't survive this time though. Somewhere in the rainy mountain ranges, Ammonus 995 was walking with his small beanpole in his hand while holding an active scanner in his other hand. Yet at this moment his black star watch suddenly vibrates. He was startled for a moment before he opened the message. It was the same message as Ammonus 9,999. He coldly sneered, "That maggot is courting death." He tapped the white beanpole in his hand in anger at the group, and the next moment a slight earthquake jolted the area around Ammonus 995 and blasted some trees close to him into smithereens. Jacob did not know that he had been discovered by the Killer Skull Society, and currently, all 4 members present in the Uncommon region were coming toward the Earthen Kingdom to find him. Today he left the cavern and found Harrison, who was a few hundred meters away from his location. Harrison had already gotten rid of every troll in the Forbidden Forest, and as per Jacob's order, he was keeping an eye out for intruders so no one would disturb Jacob. After getting more black liquid, Harrison was even more confident and wanted to earn more black liquid, so he was doing his duty sincerely. When Jacob appeared while holding a 3-meter-long bag, he felt Jacob was somewhat slimmer than the last time he saw him but doesn't question him, neither he asks what Jacob did with that troll. Jacob looked at Harrison, whose build was just like the past him, and said, "Let's go back to the mines. I acquired the information from that troll that the secret agent who wanted to harm humanity will come in a day or 2. So I want you to confront that agent, but I'm warning you his strength might be a rank. Are you ready to go into the last phase of your training? If you last 5 minutes against that agent, it'll prove your abilities and I'll give you enough black liquid to enter A rank. As for danger, you don't have to worry about it since I'll be watching your back." Jacob confidently declared like a teacher to his student. Harrison's eyes glowed with resolution when he listened to this. He was moved by Jacob's care. He finally understands Jacob was nurturing him as his personal student and teaching him the way of a hero. Harrison thumped his chest with extreme confidence. "I'll do as my lord command and get rid of the vile villain." Chapter 146 Who Trapped Who? Part 1. On the periphery of the Earthen Kingdom, inside a small cave, four capped figures were gathering here, three tall and one short, spotting himself with a beanpole. "So, according to your scout, that maggot is still in this forbidden forest facility close to the Titan iron mines?" Aminus 995 sharply questioned. "Yes, I have made a parasite slave and have him scout the capital city of the Earthen Kingdom and the forbidden forest to see the conditions there. I didn't dare to go myself, since it might alert the enemy if he was still there." Anyhow, the scout brought back grave news. Not only the killer of Aminus 10,000 rendered the entire royal family cripple and left the kingdom in chaos, it's clear he isn't aware that we already knew about his presence. So he was probably planning to draw me in with this chaos. I think Aminus 10,000 might have revealed that I'll come back in a few days to pick up Titan tears so he could escape torture. My scout had spotted him close to the mine setting up some traps, so I'm sure of it, he wanted to kill me as well. Aminus 9999 respectfully replied. Her arrogance was nothing in front of this small person, and she even feared him. Aminus 995 sneered coldly. What an arrogant maggot. It seemed he might have contacted his superiors, and they wanted him to hinder our plan until they sent someone else as a backup. Or he's just a greedy native and here for more Titan tears so he could increase his strength to a higher level. Or there's also a possibility he wanted to capture you to gain our attention and then negotiate with us his freedom. There are other possibilities, but whichever his motive is, we'll just have to capture him to find about it. Since he wanted to reel you in his trap, let's use this trap to reel him into our trap instead. He probably won't have the technology of our caliber, and we're already prepared, so there's no need to be afraid of this bumpkin maggot. Let's start at dawn and capture ourselves a maggot," Aminus 995 declared. "Yes," the three of them replied in unison. At dawn, Harrison, dressing as Jacob, was sitting calmly a few meters away from the bloody building where he massacred trolls 3 days ago. Jacob had told him to wait here like this without any fear of any bullets or ambush until the agent arrived and he had a match with him. However, he had also set up many traps around to weaken his opponent by Jacob's order yesterday. He was extremely confident in dealing with the agent now and then winning himself a ticket to a rank. After tasting the power, his previous belief crumbled, replacing new beliefs which were simple: power is equal to rule. He started longing for more power, and that's why he was willing to do anything to gain it. Right now, he knew he could only gain power by following Jacob, and after following him to the Earthen Kingdom, he discovered Jacob was quite noble despite his tyrannical image. He had crushed the noble family of trolls, which was the biggest threat to humanity, and then this lab, which was also a threat to humanity, and now he was going to kill the mastermind behind the war. Although Harrison admires Jacob's nobility, he doesn't agree with Jacob's method because he does it for free and without anyone knowing it. He didn't know why Jacob didn't want to tell everyone that he has gotten rid of such a huge threat alone, but he doesn't dare to ask because he didn't want to give Jacob the impression that he had changed from the past and now harbor ambition. He was afraid Jacob would stop nurturing him and won't pass on his secret to that dark liquid to him. Jacob was extremely strong, so overpowering him for that black liquid was akin to court death. So he decided to act just as Jacob wanted and win him over. The more Harrison becomes obedient, the more thing Jacob gave him. Just like that green liquid that can quench his hunger and thirst, it was miraculous. So he acted more submissively. He also believed that Jacob wouldn't let him die after nurturing him to this stage. At this moment, Harrison snapped out of his thoughts when his ears picked up faint footsteps quickly approaching him. His hearing also increased after he entered the B rank, so he instantly became alert. 500 meters away from Harrison's position on a large 3, a figure sat wearing a hood. In front of him was a 3 meters long heavy sniper rifle, completely black, resting on its stands on a thick tree branch. Just the barrel of this rifle was alone 2 meters long and a long scope was on top of it. The person was calmly looking through the scope toward Harrison and all the clear mining areas. This person was naturally Jacob, who was prepared to kill Aminus 9999 with his newly built Titan sniper. After Jacob used his knowledge to modify the Titan sniper and created special bullets, he called it the Friction Killer. He brings some materials from the Dark City that made it possible to complete this new Titan sniper and bullets. Jacob was quite confident in this new sniper rifle because it could now shoot bullets at Mach -10 speed. However, with such speed, the rifle will be blasted apart after 6 shots, so to be safe, Jacob kept the limit to 3 or 4 rounds. As long as Aminus 9999 didn't have an energy shield that could activate before the bullet blew her head, she was dead the moment Jacob pulled the trigger. However, Jacob was completely vigilant because yesterday he found a troll loitering around the vicinity of mines. Harrison didn't notice him since it was quite proficient in hiding its footsteps sound, but how could Jacob miss him with his current hearing? But he didn't kill that person and let him go after he scouted Harrison. He wanted to draw Ammonus 9999 in open, and if that scout was hers, he didn't mind revealing that he was there. Because in Jacob's thought Ammonus 9999 still didn't know Ammonus 10,000 was dead, and she might think he was holding him hostage, so she will come out to test his motives. That was why he didn't leave the Earthen Kingdom after thinking about the other three skulls in the uncommon region as well. If Ammonus 9999 alerted the other threes and have them come here to overpower Jacob, they will still have to come in the open, and this was a chance he won't be going to miss. Even if she came alone after overestimating Jacob and misunderstanding his motives, Jacob would still kill her and then hunt those three skulls down after raising his prowess. In any case, Jacob mused, he didn't have to do much if he played his cards well and used Harrison as a perfect bait. That guy had no idea what he was getting into, and he was completely blinded by benefits and took Jacob for a kind, noble person, while the reality was completely different. Jacob had long known about Harrison's change in nature at the Tyrant Mansion. He also sensed Harrison's ambition increasing, but Jacob doesn't stop him at all, and even encourages it and then manipulates the old guy with his own ambition. From the start, Jacob was growing Harrison into a perfect bait that would be hard to not get noticed by a big fish. If that scout was sent by the Dark Elf, he had notified her that Harrison was setting up traps when he saw him, so she would be even more confident in approaching him while thinking she was completely prepared. Jacob's lips curled into an astute smile as he heard faint footsteps from his position. She's deliberately making her footsteps loud enough to be noticed by me. She came prepared. How could someone like Ammonus 9999 make the rookie mistake of not hiding her footsteps? Jacob knew if he wanted, Harrison won't even notice him before he slit his throat, so he guessed Ammonus 9999 really wanted to have a negotiation with him, or she was bait sent by the other three. Whatever the case was, Jacob wanted Ammonus 9999 heart and blood. At this moment, a capped figure appeared within the woods as it moved slowly toward Harrison, who had already stood up as his eyes shone with confidence. This capped figure stopped 50 meters away from Harrison since the trap field was ahead. Ammonus 9999's jeering yet coquettish voice sounded, "So, my dear faceless ancient, care to explain why you came back? Could it be you missed me? If you hadn't killed Ammonus 10,000 I would have let you spend a night or two with me, but now that you did you will still spend nights with me, albeit not in the pleasure chamber but in the torture chamber." Harrison was baffled by these words and looked at the capped figure in confusion. Is she pretending to be an idiot to lure me out of the trap field? However, Jacob, who had heard everything, clearly felt his heart turn cold. They knew I killed that lionhead orc. But how? Chapter 147 Who Trapped Who? Part 2. Jacob instantly felt something was wrong, because only he and Harrison knew that he killed Ammonus 10,000, but for some reason, Ammonus 9999 also knew. Which could only mean one thing. Could it be some device in their body that could alert others at the moment of their death? I was just wondering how they could tell Jerry was dead, but I thought it was just because they were monitoring him. But it turned out I was looking at it in the wrong way all along. Their technology is far more advanced and unpredictable. Jacob's expressions were grave. Then this could also mean the other three members are here as well, and they knew about my plan to draw them here. Jacob looked at Ammonus 9999 with an icy glare, and he felt there was something wrong with her, and then it accrued to him. Fuck, she can feel the danger from me, but it shouldn't be possible with 50 meters distance. Should I kill her or wait and see why she was stalling? But that idiot might jump the gun too soon and give me away. I have a chance to kill her now. But what if the other three are planning something and they had more advanced trackers to track me down? The moment I kill her, I won't get the chance to retrieve her body before the other threes will charge in this direction. One of them might already be somewhere here already. Jacob felt like he shouldn't take the shoot and wait to see what these four were planning. He was hidden completely, and his breathing and heartbeat were almost none-existed. I should wait before the strongest between them appeared and kill that person to get rid of that danger, Jacob decided and waited. Because right now, exposing him was not a good thing since they already knew he killed Ammonus 10,000. They won't be here just to talk with him, but to eliminate or capture him for information. So he would see what they were truly planning, and if the others showed themselves, only then he would risk exposing himself. Harrison looked at Ammonus 9999 50 meters away and couldn't help but sneered coldly, "Are you going to use your mouth to defeat me?" Ammonus 9999 suddenly felt that this voice was somewhat different. She can only feel danger from Jacob when she were only 20 meters away from him. Right now, she can't tell if this is the real person or not. However, when she looked at the mask and stature, she thought it was indeed Jacob. She would never forget his physical appearance, and that person also seemed to be quite confident and gave an air of arrogance, which means he couldn't be an impersonator. He was extremely confident in his prowess. Why am I even worried? I just have to capture him to see if he is real or not, and if he is indeed an imposter, then the real one will be here somewhere, lying in ambush. If he thinks he can trick me with these traps, then he's already dead. She thought and finally took out something from within her cape. It was a palm-size red chrome ball, and she suddenly pressed her thumb on its smooth surface before it glowed and then, "Here's a meeting gift." She sneered before throwing it toward Harrison. Harrison was shocked, and before he could react, the red ball was already only an inch away from him. The next moment, it suddenly exploded in red liquid and engulfed him before he could react. The red liquid completely wrapped around Harrison like rubber, and then before he knew it, he had turned into a red mannequin, and he struggled to come out of this rubber substance. Aminus 9999 eyes narrowed as she mumbled, "It was too easy." She knew if it was, she could have dodged it, but this guy didn't even react in time. It was just a probe, but it was already over. She knew it was a fake. She suddenly shouted, "It's a fake. Stop focusing your scanners in this area," and whiz, splash. Aminus 9999's head suddenly blew into bits like a watermelon before she could even react, or anyone else, as a matter of fact. She died without even feeling anything, and the trees behind her also blasted in a long line with this bullet. Bang! A sonic boom sounded in the vicinity at this moment when Aminus 9999's headless corpse touched the ground, and a dark brown energy barrier appeared this time on her body. The bullet was so fast that it hit the mark before making any sound or giving the enemy a chance to activate their shield. What just happened? A cloaked figure 200 meters away from Aminus 9999's corpse holding a scanner mumbled in bewilderment, without even realizing it. However, making a sound was the biggest mistake he does, which was enough to be heard by Jacob, who had already entered 1x acceleration, and his hearing was double that of before. The next moment, bang! The head of this cloaked figure was also blasted into bits, and he died just like Aminus 9999, clueless and without even realizing it. Boom! Another sonic boom rang in the vicinity. Jacob loaded another bullet, which was 1 foot in size. Its bullet head was black and only 3 inches long, while the shell was white and 9 inches in size. He was completely focused while holding his breath, and his acceleration was still at 1x the moment he saw Harrison getting trapped in that strange red liquid. He knew it was impossible to draw others, and they will know Harrison was a fake. He never thought even a bait would have to be on the same level as the prey. Nevertheless, he decided to act and took the shot at Aminus 9999 without hesitating anymore because dealing with 3 was much better than 4. He also activated his 1x acceleration, increasing his hearing sense. He knew the other 3 will make some kind of mistake after Aminus 9999's uncanny death, and he was right. Her death was so shocking that one of them even uttered words that were enough to give Jacob his location, and he took the shot. To not get affected by the sound, Jacob had prepared special noise-canceling earbuds, and before the sound was made, he would put them in his ears or he would harm himself with this ear-piercing sound wave. 2 more, Jacob's heart was beating wildly, and he entered 2x stage at this moment and his hearing raised again. At this moment, the barrel of this sniper was red with heat, and a faint crack could be seen on the tip. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't care, and at this moment, SS. A tiny sound entered Jacob's ears of some dry leaves getting crushed in the 300-meter southwest direction. The other party was clearly much calmer and trying to escape the vicinity while moving within the shades of trees so he won't get hit by a bullet. However, Jacob was prepared for this and pointed his rifle in the escapee's direction. After making sure about the direction, he pulled the trigger before 2 dark earbuds appeared in his ears. The bullet blasted some trees in its way, and then landed on a shadow that just stepped in the bullet's direction and shattered the dark brown barrier like glass before piercing through his spine and blasting apart his stomach. Boom! Jacob saw the cracks in the barrier and the sniper's body appearing, but he loaded another bullet without caring about it. Only a single person left. He was close to killing all 4 high-ranking skulls and acquiring enough hearts to enter 100%. Right at this moment, an enraged voice sounded filled with malice. "Sneaky maggot, die, earth shatter." Jacob was shocked when he heard this voice. It came from over 50 meters behind him. It meant this person had snuck up on him despite his hearing, and he still couldn't detect his presence, as if he didn't have a heartbeat or breathing. Yet he didn't have time to think about it because the ground beneath the tree where he was hiding suddenly started to crack as if an extremely strong earthquake had just appeared. Jacob didn't hesitate, picked up the rifle, and quickly jumped toward the other tree, but the area of this sudden earthquake was 50 meters, and the ground was shattering apart. So Jacob didn't have time to think as he was running this area. However, that malicious voice rang again. Do you think you can escape after killing my people, earth spikes? Before Jacob could find the location of this voice, magically sharp spikes rose from the shattering group and quickly approached Jacob's potion. Jacob's heart palpitated as he understood something. Magic, this is fucking magic. He never thought he would get the chance to experience fabled magic firsthand. It was unexpected, and he didn't have time to admire it because he was in an extremely dangerous situation now. Cursed immortality, tell me what is this species and where is his position? He knew this person was hiding his traces extremely well, and even with his hearing, it was impossible to locate him. So Immortica was his only hope. Chapter 148 Magic Core. Cursed immortality, tell me what is this species and where is his position? Jacob quickly questioned while dodging the incoming spikes with difficulty. But he was spooked because he didn't know what kind of trick the other party had since now magic was involved. It's a rare tier -5 Earth Goblin with 1-star initial level Earth element affinity and power. He's at your 7 o'clock hiding underground 10 meters deep. You have hit a jackpot if you could acquire its heart, ha 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 ha. Jacob ignored the last line and pointed his rifle when Immortica pointed and pulled the trigger. How? A panicked voice sounded when Jacob pointed his gun in the same direction, and before he could react, the bullet was already fired. Jacob felt the entire Titan sniper boiling, and without even thinking, he threw it away. Boom. With the gunshot sound, the sniper rifle also blasted apart, and Jacob was naturally within the blasting range as well. But he threw it before it was blasted, so he only suffered with shockwave and some metal debris piercing his skin, which wasn't a big deal. But he also lost his balance and was sent flying and landed between trees. However, Jacob didn't have time to lie down since his heart was already at the 3x stage of acceleration, and he still didn't know if that goblin was dead. But when he saw the ground stop shaking and no more spikes came out, he sighed in relief but made sure he looked toward Immortica. But he was shocked when he saw, "Idiot, what are you looking for? Go and dig that goblin out." He had the material you needed for the last level of Cursed Heart Emergence. If you leave him underground for half an hour, you'll lose that material. Jacob was startled and didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly sprang into action before drinking a mouthful of Titan tears. He quickly discovered the bullet hole in the ground and quickly dug along the bullet line. Digging wasn't hard for him with his current prowess, so it didn't take long before he was 10 meters deep into the group and suddenly dug into a small opening in the ground. He saw a small figure laying there in its own blood and gore as the bullet blasted apart its entire right chest, as well as he spotted a small beanpole in its mutilated right hand. Jacob didn't have time before he took a heart box and started filling it with its blood, and he thanked his luck that the heart was intact, so he quickly placed the heart in the box as well. Only then, now what is this material you spoke of? He questioned impatiently. There were 3 more bodies he required to collect hearts and blood from laying outside, and if he was late, the blood might run out or go bad, so he was in a hurry. Relax, just this heart is enough to let you complete the 100% cursed mark, so you need no more hearts. Just eat them all to quench your hunger. As for the material I'm talking about, just open its stomach and you'll know what I'm talking about. Jacob was ecstatic when he heard he didn't need to collect those damn hearts anymore, so he was more relaxed, but he was still under 3x acceleration, so he needed to calm himself down. Afterward, Jacob cut open the Earth Goblin, who looks just like a typical jibing with a sharp long nose, long ears, and long teeth. The difference was there was a green mark between his eyebrows. The moment he opened the goblin's stomach, Jacob was shocked because something was glowing in the greenish light, and he instantly understood what he was looking for. Without caring about the mess, he took out the glowing thing from Earth Goblin's stomach. It was connected with a strange green membrane, but the moment Jacob touched it, the membrane burst like a bubble, and a 2 inches shining green stone appeared in Jacob's bloody hand. What is this? Jacob was astonished as he looked at the shining stone, which was smooth and warm to the touch. Heh, it's a 1-star initial Earth element core, or you can call it a magic core. Once you complete the cursed mark, I'll give a proper explanation of magic and what this core is used for. Just store it in the infinity pendant for now, or it'll evaporate in the air in a few minutes and you have no place to cry. A magic core? Jacob was shocked and didn't dare to be careless with this thing and store it away. Afterward, Jacob collected the small staff, which was probably a magic wand, in his eyes and stored it away as well. He was going to check it later. He then picked up the goblin's body, which was his nutrition, and headed toward the other 3 to pick up their bodies and equipment as well. When he reached where Ammonus 9999 had died, he looked at Harrison, who was probably choked to death in that red liquid and didn't care about him, and picked up Ammonus 9999's headless body as well. He quickly collected the other 2 bodies and stored small pieces of equipment in his pendant, From Immortality, he found that the other two deceased were a rare tier -2 orc and a rare tier -4 troll. Jacob then left the area, leaving behind the mess for others. He was going back to his man cave to start the distillation and grilling process as soon as possible. After encountering a magic user, he knew just how dangerous they were, and even with his powerful body, it wasn't certain that he could win against them. If not for the newly built Titan Iron, he would have never been able to kill all four of them. Especially the Earth Goblin, who only died because of Immortaka's help, and without it, Jacob would be forced to flee. Since it's going to be his last injection, Jacob put all 3 bodies of nutrition on 3 skewers, and finally has the time to deal with the 3x acceleration. He had already lost the little bit of meat he had put on the other day and returned to being skinny again. He drank another mouthful of Titian tears before he closed his eyes and starts meditating to calm his heart rate. After half an hour, Jacob finally managed to make his heart rate calm and break the meditation. He looked at Bonnie Limbs and smiled wryly. I still have a long way to go before I will be able to exit 3x acceleration without going into a mediation state. The energy consumption is just too great. After lamenting about his ability, Jacob finally looked at the small pile of equipment he collected from those 4 and moved toward them. There was only 2 intact full-body armor. One was from the troll, while one was a female armor from Ammonus 9999. These armors were made with special materials and were much stronger than anything Jacob had seen in this place. But his friction killer bullet still pierced these armors. The armors worn by Earth Goblin and Orc were proof of it. Nevertheless, these armors were still better than what Jacob currently had, and he could wear the troll's armor under his long jacket. Then there were 2 more of the red liquid explosives he got from Ammonus 9999, and there was also a device that was some kind of scanner and radar. She was also carrying a pair of silver guns, which were clearly far more advanced than common plains guns. Then there was a dark green energy shield belt which was much stronger than Jacob's. The troll and orc were carrying cold weapons, a long sword, 2 battle axes, and 2 automatic guns. Everything was high quality. Jacob also found some explosives and flash grenades. He also got 2 more scanners that had the same functions as the one Ammonus 9999 was carrying. But when he fiddles with those 2 scanners, he found a virtual map of the uncommon region. There were 2 marked places on them. Could it be their hideouts, where they stored their other equipment as well as the research data from mutants? It's quite possible since they weren't carrying any large firearms and they were only here to capture me. If they had come prepared and wanted to just kill me, I don't think they didn't have sniper rifles in their place, or these could be just their labs. Nevertheless, I should check them. I might find something useful, Jacob mused as he stowed away the scanners. Even without this map, just their other functions made them priceless in Jacob's eyes. Strangely, there were 4 palm-size white cubes which Jacob discovered within everyone's pocket, and by the looks of it, they were a set. But he didn't dare to fiddle with them since he didn't know what these cubes were for and stored them away until he found out. Lastly, there were 4 star watches he got from each person, and all of them seemed quite high quality, at least compared to the one he has. Chapter 149, Surfing the Star Network. Jacob tried activating the Star Watch of Ammonus 995, but was shocked because there was a red letter message with a timer and an option in Start Watch at this moment. User Earthslayer life signal has vanished. Please wear the Star Watch and sign in within 24 hours, or the Star Watch will be reset and any unsaved data will be gone. Time before the reset. 23:11 and 39 seconds. New sign in. Jacob's eyes narrowed and looked at the other 3 watches, and there was the same kind of message which made Jacob astonished. This watch might not be as simple as I thought it would, and I think it might not be traceable as I thought it was. These watches are even more advanced than the one I had and need information about Killer Skull Society. They could tell I killed that orc, and this star network is the only thing that might help me, Jacob thought before he put on Earth Goblin's black start watch. The next moment, a new message appeared on the Star Watch. New life signal detected. Sign in. Note, this device is already bonded with Earthslayer and it will be reset upon new sign-in. Jacob did not know what a life signal was, but he could tell it wasn't something that a dead person could emit, so he pressed the sign-in. He was more interested in the Star Watch and Star Network now. The moment he pressed that option, a 10-second timer appeared which indicated the time it would take to reset it. After the times ended, Jacob saw a colorful screen with a familiar notification. Welcome to Star Network. Starting the bidding process of Star Watch model Ammonus 11 with the user. Select the binding process. Old user, new user. Jacob didn't see these options in his model Ammonus 5, so he tried selecting the new user since he wanted to create a new account. Then the process was the same as the last one. He had to speak for voice recognition. However, the moment he did, another option popped up which made Jacob frown. Start the DNA binding. Yes/back, just like the last time he felt a sharp perk on his wrist, right below the Star Watch screen. A red scanner appeared at this moment. DNA has already been registered with the Star network. Please select old user to continue. Jacob's frown deepened when he saw the menu return to the first screen again. He reluctantly pressed on old user then. This time the voice scanner and DNA scanner were skipped since the data was already collected and a new option appeared. Analyzed user life signal, skip, note. With life signal, the user account will be 100% secure, and without the life signal, the device cannot be used. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he read the note, although he didn't know what this life signal was. But from the looks of it, it had something to do with security, and it was really secure. This security function didn't exist in the old model of Aminus 10,000. In the end, Jacob didn't skip it and chose to activate it. He was even more sure now that this thing wasn't hackable, but not 100% sure though. Nevertheless, he no longer dreads this technology anymore because there was no more threat to Jacob's life in the uncommon region. A green scanner appeared and it remained activated for an entire minute before it vanished. This time another unfamiliar option appeared, transfer date from Star Watch. Skip. Jacob thought for a moment before he didn't skip this part as well. He still had a map in that Star Watch, so he didn't want to discard it just like that. Please place the Star Watch banded to you close to model Aminus 11. The Star Watch appeared in Jacob's hand, and the moment it suddenly lit up on its own when it came in the range of model Aminus 11 detection, Jacob saw a transfer screen appearing on both watches before the date transfer was finished within 10 seconds. There wasn't much data to transfer to begin with, so it went quickly. Profile has been activated, bank account has been activated, the Star Network is in sync, user Faceless Ancient, welcome back to Star Network. After this series of notifications, the menu finally appeared, which had far more options than Jacob's old watch. He even discovered message and camera functions, which made him grimace, because these two were not present in his old Star Watch. At that time, he thought they were applications he would get in some app store, but now that he looks carefully, it wasn't the case at all. That bitch tricked me, Jacob instantly guessed as he threw an icy glance at Aminus 9,999 stewarded body and sneered before looking at the Star Watch again. This time, Jacob explored every function of the Star Watch so he won't get tricked by others in the future. It was just like a degraded mobile phone, but Jacob guessed that there might be more advanced Star Watches that have call functions as well. Nevertheless, just this message function was enough for now, and he could even send items and receive one. However, when Jacob saw the price of just sending a single message without any attachments through the Star network, he was astonished. Because it was a whopping 500 gold coins. As for an MMS, it was even more absurd, 10,000 gold coins. Is this some kind of joke? Jacob couldn't help but cuss at whoever set up this ridiculous price. One had to know that with 10,000 gold coins, someone could buy the entire Lion Street of Lionheart City. In the end, Jacob didn't have anyone to who he wanted to send any message, so he finally opened the last application, which was none other than the Star Network, which was the main purpose of this thing. A typical browser screen opened in front of Jacob. There was a search option and other built-in options like Star Information C, Star Market, Private Star Servers, and Star Bookmarks. It intrigued Jacob as it was just like the internet with slightly distinct features. Curious, he clicked on the Star Market and a notification popped up. Your Star Watch model can only access the Rare Plains Star Market. Then a new window appeared in front of him. There were many options like search, materials, weapons, potions, firearms, and so on. Jacob was started when he saw that message and then all those options. He couldn't help but open the firearms. The next moment a menu appeared, and on the very top of it was a long-barrel automatic rifle with its picture and price of 1 million gold coins and contact info of the seller. There were sniper rifles, bullets, spare parts, and even RPGs. When Jacob's eyes fell on a missile, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Which lunatic put this cluster bomb on sale?" He couldn't help but look at the price and took a deep breath. It was 100 million gold coins, and the seller was even selling 10 of them. Jacob couldn't help but wonder if these rare planes were like a war zone or with no laws. Despite that, he was still quite elated when he saw all those familiar weapons on sale, which means the rare region was like the modern world, and looking forward to going there. He then closed the market since it was useless to look since he couldn't get anything on the common plains even if he bought anything. However, he didn't find any of these scanners or these liquid-type bombs on the market, which means they were not common and might be more precious than he thought. Neither did he find any information regarding magic or any wand like the beanpole of Aminus 995. Then Jacob opened this Star Information C, which gave him the same notification that the information he could gain was only at the level of the rare plane here, not higher. A panel appeared with only the search engine Star Information C, nothing else. Jacob then tried typing Killer Skull Society. He was most curious about them since he came into contact with it the most and was his enemy at the moment. When the result came, many files appeared regarding the Killer Skull Society, and these files had different price tags, ranging from 1 gold coin to millions. Jacob frowned when he saw so many files and wasn't sure if this organization was really secretive or not, since so many people have information about them. But most of it might be just random bullshit. There was even an option to create his own information file and then release it in the Star Information Sea like a blog. He even has the option to release it for free or for money as much as he wanted. Jacob instantly felt this site was a scam, but he still kept looking for something which might be useful in this pile of shit. Then Jacob noticed a particular file that was free and posted by a person called The Society Killer. Chapter 150 Important Grassa 34. This file's name was Kill Skulls Without Consequences, which was quite interesting in Jacob's eyes. He clicked on this file, and since it was free, it got downloaded right away. After he opened it, there were only 2 pages. On the first page was a strange introduction. It wrote, "If you're interested in killing skulls for the greater good of the world, please kill with caution and as many as you can. I'm the biggest hunter of the Killer Skull Society. If you have anything on them, please share. I'll buy it at a very high price as long as you have proof. Contact me at any time as long as it is related to Killer Skull Motherfucking Society. P.S. The Society Killer." As for on the second page it wrote, "Although I know killing the skulls is doing good and getting rid of evil, this will also put a target on your head if you killed a high-level skull with a brain chip inside his head. Remembered, the Motherfucking Society always plants a special brain chip into the head of their important pawns, and any member with C-rank skull or higher rank officers. These brain chips are specially designed to remain activated by brain waves, and the moment these brain waves vanished, these brain chips will automatically be melted into the brain without leaving a trace. These brain chips also have another function. They all serve as restraints that will keep the members of society in check and monitor their brain waves all the time and stop them from revealing any core information to outsiders. The moment they speak something that is considered forbidden in the brain chip's data module, which can alter or update at any time from the main data frame, the brain chip will explode within the brain and kill the traitor in the process. This process can be done remotely as well. Nevertheless, it will also send a signal toward their main data frame, which will alert the society in 24 HR about the member's death. They can even tell if the death was caused by a brain chip self-destruct or by melting after the brain waves were gone. Even if someone digs out the brain chip, it would still self-destruct, and they know. Jacob had a deep frown when he read to this point, so this is the reason why they always know about the death of their members. But who is this person who has such a deep understanding of Killer Skull Society? Even though he wasn't sure about how much information was true, but he was quite convinced that this brain chip might be true. He read the reaming part. "After going through so much trouble and experiment, I could finally find a solution to stop these brain chips' death signals. Yes, I finally got it, you motherfuckers. If anyone is reading this and a motherfucker skull, then wash your neck, because that motherfucking society won't be able to avenge you anymore. More ironic that you can do nothing about it at all, despite wanting to chop me into a million pieces. If you have guts, then I dare you to remove this file from the Star Network and come find me, you motherfuckers." Jacob couldn't help but smile wryly and continue to read. Sorry I got emotional just now, and that previous words were not meant for you, my fellow society hunter. So note it carefully. The method to stop the brain chip death is to use aluminum foil to seal the head of a skull within half an hour of his death, and then buried it at least 10 meters underground. And I can guarantee that the Skull Society would never know the skull was dead unless they look for him purposely. If you have a better method, please share. The price is negotiable. P.S. The Society Killer. Jacob closed the file and shook his head. This is the most primitive method to block an electromagnetic wave. If this brain chip only emits an electromagnetic wave after someone's death, then I can make an anti-electromagnetic field jammer and destroy the electromagnetic wave entirely, Jacob thought. Nevertheless, this information was still helpful since it revealed the nature of the brain chips to him. Furthermore, since he no longer has any need to hunt for hearts, he wasn't planning on antagonizing the Killer Skull Society anymore. After injecting this heart essence, he'll leave this place for good, and what happened next had nothing to do with him. Afterward, Jacob searched for maps, and he found many detailed maps of rare plains, even some specific maps that have safe passages between common and rare plains. In the end, Jacob bought 2 maps, spending 50,000 gold coins. He also searched for some more detailed information about rare plains and spent another 50,000 on many different books, which include beasts of rare plains, terrains, flora and fauna, power hierarchy, and some more important knowledge. Jacob understood that this star network would be more useful than he thought. But he was shocked when he tried searching for Zodiac Plains or Zodiac Plains map, because nothing appeared and he won't be going to believe that no one had ever tried to search for it before. Star Network was like the internet, and it was probably essential to advanced civilization like the rare plains, so this information might be far more classified and above the level of the rare plains altogether. In the end, Jacob didn't dwell on this matter since it was out of his scope and check other options of the star networks, but suddenly, a notification popped up which startled Jacob. Important Grassa34 wanted to add you as a friend. Accept/cancel. Jacob's eyes narrowed. He had already learned about how the friend function works on the Star Watch. The profiles serve as a contract, and you could search for anyone's profile as long as you have their username on the friend search function. This function wasn't present in the Aminus 10,000's watch, so Jacob's profile didn't have an add friend option either. However, after he upgraded the Star Watch, this function and the sent message function appeared on Jacob's profile, so now anyone could add him as their contact or send him a message. Furthermore, the friends could send messages and MMS at a 50% discount, which was an unusual aspect. Nevertheless, Jacob knew his contact, Faceless Ancient, was quite unique, and few people were free enough to search for it as well. So the only people who would be interested in him and know about this name were the Killer Skull Society. It's only been less than 2 hours since I killed those 4. Could it be their brain chips are high level, and the society already received the reports of their uncanny death and then suspect me? Jacob mused. Suddenly, another notification popped up before he could decide what to do with this sudden friend request. Important Grassa34 has sent you a message. Jacob opened it without hesitation, since it was just a message he could see the contents without alerting the other party. As for replying afterward, it solely depended on him. The message was brief. Important Grassa34, if you don't want to be forever hunted by society, then hand over the research data and we'll consider letting your insolence slide this time. Jacob's lips curled into a wintry smile. It seemed they knew, and now whatever this research data is, it is quite important to them. Their high-level members probably won't make it here in time, and the lower-level members in Common Plains will only be sending themselves to death if they came after me. So they chose a soft approach, but if they think I'm gullible, then they're still underestimating me. Another message appeared. Important Grassa34 will even compensate you with 100 million gold coins, and the price is negotiable. Jacob sneered as he typed a message. Faceless Ancient, I don't know what you're talking about, and who the fuck are you? Somewhere far away from Common Plains, bastard, he's still pretending to be not to know me. Do you think I'm a fool? An enraged holler filled with hatred and frustration rang in the room. The sound of teeth grinding together could be heard as a masked person stood with a hologram display above his covered wrist. There was a message box that had a chat open with Faceless Ancient. This mysterious person was Important Grassa34. A few minutes ago, Important Grassa34 received the grave news that all the rank skulls sent to oversee the cannibal plan were dead, and he nearly vomited blood in anger. Because it was too sudden, this had thrown their entire plan into shamble, and whoever killed those members was clearly much stronger than them. So sending lower-level skulls after him would be a waste. As for who killed them all, he naturally thought of the only person who could have done so, but it was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he tried to search for the person on the Star Network, since it was the only clue they had. But when he saw a message option appearing on Faceless Ancient's profile, which clearly wasn't there before, Important Grassa34 instantly knew it was definitely this bastard who did it.